BNHA, I am Reiji Toga, Chapter 5, Bloody Quirk, 1. This will be the last. I'm sorry for everything you've been through. The scientist's eyes betrayed a hint of guilt, hidden beneath the cold gaze he fixed on the syringe in his hands. A small amount of liquid dripped from the syringe, ensuring it was the correct dose. It wasn't as if he cared what he was about to do. In front of him stood a large, vertical capsule, connected to multiple machines via tubes, cables, and valves distributed across its surface. Each connection seemed to serve a specific function, keeping the system running constantly. The interior was completely filled with a semi-transparent green liquid, clear enough to see what was inside without difficulty. In the center, suspended without touching the walls, floated the body of a completely naked boy. His body was in poor condition. It bore a large number of scars scattered across his torso and limbs. There were visible burns, bruised areas, and multiple open cuts that did not remain static. The skin was slowly closing, regenerating at a steady but clearly perceptible pace. Dozens of needles were inserted into various points on his body, connected to external systems by thin tubes. The external systems continuously recorded its activity. The sound of the monitors was constant, a repetitive beep that marked his vital signs without pause. His eyes were open, staring directly at the scientist in front of the capsule, without looking away. His mind was blank, using his eyes like a simple camera, devoid of thought. We have discovered cures for multiple diseases thanks to you, including curing cancer non-invasively and with ease. The scientist continued, his hands moving toward the 4-bag in front of him, connected to the machine containing the boy. He raised the syrinx and attached it to the side port of the 4-line, at the exact point where the flow descended into the main system. I have pressed firmly. The colorless liquid entered the tube and mixed with the existing solution. The flow continued down the line, entering the system that distributed the contents to the capsule and, from there, to the boy's body. But as you know, everything comes to an end. His words carried an air of exhaustion and disappointment. Your body won't be able to withstand any more tests. The latest results showed that your healing factor was growing weaker and weaker. They had been working on this project for several years, and it was finally coming to an end. If all the scientists were tired, he didn't want to imagine what the poor boy in front of him was feeling right now, if he was feeling anything at all at this point. The higher UPS decided then to stop funding all of this. If the public knew how all these new advances were discovered. He paused briefly. He shifted his gaze to the other scientists present, lined up around the capsule, watching in silence. I don't want to imagine what that might cause. The coldness of his final words was more of a reminder to the public. The boy simply kept his gaze fixed on the face in front of him. During the early years, he had deeply hated and rejected that face, mostly expressionless. The scientist had been the main culprit behind the hell the boy had lived through, but over time, accompanied by pills and experiments, all his emotions had been dulled and hidden, replaced only by a constant sense of fatigue and boredom. Even if the world doesn't know it, you are a hero to all of humanity. The words came out slowly, as if trying to soothe the boy's soul, which was gradually fading away. There was a minimal reaction from the young man. A slight shift in his gaze. A word formed in his mind, hero. The concept was clear. It required no interpretation. Someone who benefits others without getting anything in return. His life was, for the most part, constant suffering for the sake of others. It wasn't something he had truly wanted, but a life without purpose is merely existing. He had lived so long, just waiting for his body to give everything he had to give. The fact that the boy's death would serve a greater good brought him peace. His wish to die would be granted, and he had spared thousands or millions of people from suffering even a fraction of what he himself had endured. Shut everything down, decontaminate the area, and then destroy everything. The order was direct, without variation. Yes, sir. The room changed immediately. The staff began carrying out tasks in parallel: data extraction, record deletion, equipment shutdown, surface cleaning. Every action followed an established procedure. Inside the capsule, the boy watched the activity without shifting his posture. His eyelids began to droop gradually. Activity in his body was decreasing. The readings on the monitors began to drop steadily. The boy raised his arm with difficulty. The movement was slow and incomplete. The boy's hand reached the glass of the capsule and stopped there, lacking the strength to press against it. Finally. Will I be able to see a new dawn? He closed his eyes. The sound of the monitor continued for a few more seconds, marking increasingly longer intervals, until it stopped completely. The head scientist approached the control panel. He looked at the final readings. He reached out and turned off the device. Rest in peace, son. It's coming out. Mrs. Toga, push harder. Orders overlapped rapidly inside the delivery room. The medical team pushed the stretcher down the hallway, maintaining a steady speed without losing control on the turns. The wheels vibrated slightly on the polished floor, while the white ceiling lights reflected evenly off every surface. On the stretcher, the woman was breathing irregularly, with short intervals between contractions. Her abdomen was tense, her gown damp in the lower region. Sensors attached to her skin transmitted real-time data to a portable monitor: elevated heart rate, rising blood pressure, regular contractions. At her side, a doctor watched the progress without looking away. She wore sterile gloves and kept her hands in position, ready to intervene at the precise moment. A nurse adjusted the height of the drip connected to the four-line, regulating the flow. Another checked the instruments arranged on a metal tray: forceps, scissors, pads, all organized for immediate use. Fully dilated. The head is crowning. The information was clear. The midwife adjusted her position, eyes fixed, to receive the newborn baby. On the count of 3, 1, 2, 3, push. The woman's response was immediate. Her body tensed completely, applying force in a coordinated manner. A loud scream escaped her mouth as her back arched slightly, trying to expel the life inside her. At that moment, the equipment registered a fluctuation. A subtle burst of barely perceptible energy rippled through the air. It wasn't visible, but everyone present felt a slight jolt in their chest, as if the atmosphere had shifted in density. The lights flickered for just a fraction of a second. Some monitors beeped with interference. Nothing that would halt the procedure, but enough to make even the most experienced frown. The doctor didn't stop. Her fingers moved with controlled speed, and with a gentle tug, a tiny figure emerged into the world. It's done. It's a boy. The body, bloodied and covered in amniotic fluid, moved slowly. The baby's eyelids fluttered before opening. And then, his eyes met the light of the world, without a cry, without a whimper. A silent, intense, and empty gaze, uncharacteristic of a newborn. The female doctor's expression was one of concern, ready to perform the necessary maneuvers to clear her airways. And just then, the cry burst forth. Stabilize his vital signs. Take him to the incubator for immediate evaluation. The mother, gasping and her face contorted with effort, smiled through her tears as she tried to see her son. My baby! She whispered, before exhaustion swept her into unconsciousness. The mother was taken to the postpartum ward without resistance. The newborn was placed in a heated crib. Additional sensors were attached to the newborn's body: temperature, heart rate, neurological activity, and a reading for the genetic factor associated with quirk. The vital signs were normal. The additional reading was not exactly so. The system did not flag an error. Nor did it provide a clear result. Only variations within a range that did not correspond to any standard record, but were also not outside of expectations. One of the attendants checked the screen but made no comment. It was not an isolated case for a newborn to manifest their quirk in the early stages. Although most activations occurred years later, there were documented precedents dating back to the appearance of the first individual with this condition. The protocol did not call for immediate intervention in these cases, unless there was a life-threatening risk. And that was not the case. A new chance. That was the thought of the baby in the arms of the woman who, just a few hours earlier, had brought him into the world after a great effort. The tiny body, still somewhat trembling and wrapped in a hospital blanket, rested on her mother's chest, feeling the gentle warmth of her skin and the rhythmic thud of her heart. It was comforting. Not so much because of the contact itself, but because that presence was real. Human. Warm. No cold scrubs or syringes piercing his skin. He didn't remember anything like this, at least not after he started being treated like a full-time experiment. The baby didn't even fully understand what was happening, whether because his mind was confused or still too caught up in the effects of years and years of drugs that had affected his mind. He opened his eyes slowly. The light was dim, but enough to make out the outline of the face watching him intently. A young woman with light blonde hair and brown eyes that shone with tenderness held him with both hands, as if she feared the slightest movement might harm him. Her features were soft, and although fatigue still weighed on her eyelids, an honest smile crossed her face. There was no trace of coldness in the woman's gaze, nor of calculation or hidden motives. Only contained, genuine emotion, like someone who had just received something too precious to describe. "Hello, my love," she whispered in a hoarse, exhausted, yet deeply loving voice. "You are so beautiful." The baby stared at her intently, although his little face showed no emotion. In his thoughts, his emotions translated into a few words. "She is my mother." There was no resistance to the thought. The woman adjusted the position of her hands slightly, holding him close to her body. The movement was careful, causing no discomfort. The feeling of security increased dramatically with just that small gesture. As the baby enjoyed the new sensations, the door opened. The sound was faint, but enough to amuse his attention. He still couldn't control his body at will, but the baby slowly turned his eyes to look at the door frame. A slender man with brown hair slicked back and a fairly ordinary face entered, his gait betraying a mix of nerves and obvious joy. He carried a small bouquet of somewhat disheveled flowers in his hands. The man's expression changed the moment he saw the baby, as if observing a piece that was as delicate as it was beautiful. The joy of a father seeing his son, alongside his mother, perfectly well. "How are you?" he asked with a smile he couldn't hide. "Come look at him." "He just opened his eyes," said the woman, and she gently offered him the baby. The man approached slowly, as if afraid of disrupting the moment with his mere presence. His eyes met the innocent, deep amber eyes of the tiny infant. "Hello, little one," he said at last, gently touching the tiny hand peeking out from under the blankets. "I'm your dad." The baby's consciousness stirred once more. Dad. The man who had ruined his previous life was also his former father. However, this time there were no cold stars, no feigned concern, and certainly no resentment. Instead, a look of pure love was what he received. A tremendous contrast. "And what are we going to call him, honey?" the woman asked sweetly, her eyes fixed on the man beside her. The man looked at the baby for a moment, his mind running through all the options he'd considered since his wife had told him they were having another baby. The man opened his mouth slowly, hesitating over his final decision, looking at the fragile creature the love of his life held in his arms. "Reiji. Reiji Toga is what he'll be called," he declared with a slight smile, looking into the baby's innocent eyes. The baby offered them a tiny smile in return. "Reiji. It's a good name. Thanks for reading and supporting. And if you leave some good stones, I would appreciate it from the bottom of my heart." Chapter 2, Reiji Toga, 2. "Let's play, Reiji." The little girl's sweet voice echoed softly through the room, filled with that pure, uncontrollable excitement that only young children can express without a trace of shyness. "I'm coming, Himiko," Reiji said smoothly, following his older sister as she ran across the living room. Himiko, barely 3 years old, moved with clumsy but determined steps across the living room carpet. Her light blonde hair, slightly tousled and tied in a messy ponytail that hung to one side, bounced slightly with every movement. She wore a simple cotton dress with animal prints, stained along one edge by apple juice, and in her hands she held a doll that she dragged along without much concern. "It's your turn to catch her, Reiji," Himiko said, with a wide smile revealing several teeth yet to come in and a crystal-clear laugh that seemed to infect the very air. Himiko moved just enough to touch Reiji and then moved forward again, speeding up as much as she could. Her laughter didn't change, it remained constant, uninterrupted. Reiji adjusted his pace automatically. He could catch up to her without difficulty, but he kept a controlled distance, just enough to prolong the game. The mother remained on the couch, in one corner of the living room, working on a pile of clothes. Her hands followed a repetitive sequence, smoothing, folding, stacking. She didn't intervene. She only looked up for a few seconds to watch them. She said nothing, just took in the moment. "I don't even know why this amuses me so much," Reiji thought as he chased Himiko. Life as a newborn had been quite boring and slow, but thanks to his mind, he'd learned to crawl and later to walk extremely quickly. Now he was running nimbly, giving him a slight edge over Himiko. But in the middle of his run, one of Reiji's feet tripped over the edge of the rug. His body fell forward clumsily, slamming his knee against the waxed floor peeking out from under the rug. The impact was light, but a small reddish scratch soon appeared on his skin. "Reiji!" Himiko stopped immediately and turned toward him. Reiji sat up on his heels and examined the wound calmly. The bleeding was minimal and didn't last long. Within seconds, the edges began to visibly close, shrinking the wound until it disappeared. The skin returned to its near original state, leaving only a faint mark that also began to fade. "It's good to know that in this world, I'm not turned into an experiment because of the same ability I had in my original life." Himiko noticed it, and her eyes widened with pure amazement, even though it wasn't the first time she'd seen it. A child's fascination with ordinary things is utterly pure and unceasing. "Look! Your wound is gone," she said excitedly, pointing with her tiny finger and a smile that lit up her whole face. The mother, still from where she stood, watched the scene calmly. It wasn't that their mother didn't care, rather, she knew how it would all turn out. Reiji had unlocked his quirk at birth, so she knew perfectly well that nothing serious had happened to him. "Remember to be careful with the carpet," she remarked softly as she returned to her task. "Yes, Mom." Reiji ran his hand over the area, removing any remaining traces without paying much attention. There was no need to worry. "Let's keep playing." Himiko took his hand and pulled him along without waiting for a response, summarizing their previous dynamics with the same energy. Reiji stood up and followed her without resistance. Reiji liked his new life. He didn't remember much about his life before becoming an experiment, but it was clear he had never experienced anything like what he was doing now. Gigantomachia. That's right, I have to write that down in my notebook. Reiji's small fingers clenched tightly around the chewed pencil as, with great skill, he began to write in a notebook that had become somewhat crumpled over time. Lit by the moonlight streaming through the window into the dark night. On the other page, one could make out some scribbles, notes, and a drawing of what appeared to be a villain with pieces of flesh attached and blue flames. Reiji knew perfectly well that this wasn't the world from his previous life, something obvious considering that the special ability from his past life was, here, just one among many. To the doctors, it was merely a passive quirk, of the regenerative type. A fairly weak one, at that. It could evolve as he grew, but it couldn't regenerate limbs or heal major wounds in seconds. After jotting down in precise detail everything he could remember, he gently closed the notebook, glancing at the title on its cover. Events of My Hero Academia. The irrefutable proof that this wasn't his world was the presence of a symbol of peace, All Might. A legendary hero from a fictional story he'd read before all his torment began, fragmented memories of great stories, Naruto, Dragon Ball, Fairy Tail, and many more. Among them, Boku no Hero. It wasn't his favorite, nor the one that excited him the most, but having had a regenerative factor in his previous life, he couldn't help but feel a connection, albeit a vague one, to this world and its characters. And now, all of that was real. The warmth of this house, the aroma of freshly cooked rice, his father's firm yet kind voice upon arriving home from work, and his mother's clumsy but constant hugs when he thought he didn't need them. Real and genuine. Himiko was asleep in the bed next to him, illuminated by the soft light streaming through the window, the same light that allowed him to write in the dark. Is she really capable of becoming an assassin? Reiji couldn't reconcile his sister, that same noisy, intense, and clumsy little girl who laughed for no reason and cried over silly things, with the image of a girl obsessed with blood who, in the future, would support one of the most dangerous organizations in Japan, at the very least. Can I change that? He asked himself silently. He didn't know. But he could try. At least that much. He could be there for her. He could guide her through her actions. Whatever the reason that had led her down that path, she could anticipate it and spare her an unwanted future. A memory surfaced from the depths of his consciousness. The last moment with his former father, just before closing his eyes forever. Even if the world doesn't know it, you are a hero to all of humanity. His fingers tensed slightly on the notebook's cover. He didn't know why he had remembered just that. Perhaps because it still hurts. Or maybe because part of him needed to give it new meaning. At that time, he had been too drugged and subdued by years of experiments, but now those words resonated differently. A hero, he still wondered if that was really true. Here, in this new world, the meaning of that was completely different. And he was sure his former father would know that. Because it definitely didn't mean forcing oneself to sacrifice for the sake of everyone else. It didn't mean stealing a little boy's innocence just because he had a great quality. Maybe I'm not a true hero to my other world. But I can be yours. Right, Himiko? It was strange. In his other life, he had never been afraid of dying. It's understandable when you live without a purpose. Now, however, Reiji was afraid of losing his family and all the stability he had been given. Above all, he feared that his sister might never live a normal childhood, that the sparkle in her eyes would fade. Reiji let out a soft sigh as he put the notebook back in the hidden drawer of the nightstand beside him. He had wanted so badly to live again that now, with his wish granted, he no longer really knew what to do with his future. Reiji's gaze lifted, and all he could think was that as long as Himiko could sleep peacefully, as long as she kept smiling without getting her hands dirty, as long as she could laugh, scream, and cry over meaningless things, then his life would be fine. He wouldn't be a hero to the world. It was enough to be Himiko's hero, even if she didn't know it. He wanted to become the very figure he had longed for in his previous life. A person who would protect him from the atrocities they inflicted on him day after day, without caring if what they did was for his own good, without caring that every act committed against his body served an even greater purpose. He lay back down on the bed, adjusting his position without making a sound. He closed his eyes without difficulty. He thought of nothing else before falling asleep. Reiji ate calmly, sitting next to his mother and father at the dining room table, while beside him Himiko stirred the rice on her plate with the clumsiness of a girl more interested in the voices on the TV than in the food in front of her. A new attack in the Musudafo area occurred this morning, leaving 5 civilians injured. Authorities report that the perpetrator was a 16-year-old whose quirk generated uncontrollable sonic waves when he experienced anxiety. According to preliminary reports, the boy was subdued by local heroes and is now in custody for psychiatric evaluation. The footage showed a cordoned-off area, with broken glass and the remains of damaged structures. Ambulances were parked, medical personnel were transporting the injured, and, in the background, a few low-profile heroes were giving statements to the press. The boy's face was covered, but the quirk restraining cuffs on his arms were clearly visible, tightened to limit any involuntary activation. It wasn't an isolated case. Scenes like that were repeated often enough to cease being shocking. Just another villain. His father muttered wearily before taking a bite of rice. His mother, across the table, let out a soft sigh and nodded without adding anything. Reiji didn't take his eyes off the TV as he finished chewing. Villain. The term had no strict definition in everyday practice. It didn't apply solely to those who acted with the clear intent to harm. It also included those who lost control, those who reacted badly, those who failed to fit into society's expectations. The context didn't matter. Only the harm caused. That boy. He had made a mistake, yes. But that mistake would likely mark him forever. They would isolate him, point fingers at him, and condemn him to live as a monster not for who he was, but for a moment of weakness. Beside him, Himiko dropped her spoon into the rice bowl with a soft thud. Himiko stared at the TV with wide eyes as the news continued to report on the case. Reiji didn't need to look to know what she was thinking. At that age, things are absorbed like sponges. The words from the news and her parents shaped her young mind with simplicity. Is that boy bad? Himiko's voice came out a bit uncertain, unsure if what she was saying was right or wrong. Her mother leaned down and stroked her hair with a complicated smile. We don't know, sweetheart. He just did something dangerous and hurt people, that's bad. The words echoed in Reiji's mind, knowing what they might trigger in the little girl beside him, who agreed as if she'd just grasped something new about the world. Himiko-chan, he whispered, turning toward her. Do you think someone who hurts others without meaning to, can become good? The girl looked at Reiji confused, not fully understanding her younger brother's question. If you give them a hug, yes, Himiko replied without hesitation and went back to focusing on her food, summarizing the clumsy movement of her spoon. Reiji said nothing more. The innocence of her answer pierced him. If only some things could be forgiven with a child's logic, everything would be simple. Reiji looked back at the TV. The news segment changed without any noticeable transition. The image on the screen focused on a recognizable figure, surrounded by cameras and the public. All Might. The shot showed him standing tall and confident, answering questions with a presence that effortlessly commanded the space. There was no doubt in his posture or the way he spoke. Everything about him aligned with a heroic image. Himiko's eyes lit up immediately. Her parents also fixed their gaze on the screen, showing a different kind of attention than they had seconds before. A small smile appeared on his face. He hoped that in the future, he himself would evoke that kind of feeling in his family. He didn't mind sacrificing his life for people who saw him as a person and valued his existence. I still have so much to discover. Thanks for reading and supporting. And if you leave some good stones, I would appreciate it from the bottom of my heart. Chapter 3, Himiko Toga, 1. The midday sun filtered timidly through the large windows of the pediatric medical center, where the white walls seemed to absorb every trace of warmth. Reiji and Himiko sat side by side in two chairs, waiting anxiously for the results of the checkup. Their parents stood beside them, just as anxious if not more so about the medical outcome for their two little ones. In front of them, Dr. Nakamura, a middle-aged man with thick glasses and an impassive expression, was meticulously reviewing Reiji and Himiko's medical files while taking notes on his tablet. The emergence of quirks meant that checkups for children up to the age of 4 were conducted thoroughly and consistently. This was to ensure the protection of the children as their abilities awakened, and of everyone around them. All right, starting with little Reiji. His quirk, in simple terms, accelerates the body's natural healing processes. It repairs damage much faster than normal. Cells divide at a faster rate, effectively remove dead tissue, and regenerate new tissue without leaving scars in most cases. Furthermore, his immune system responds immediately, identifying pathogens and generating antibodies almost instantly. He said bluntly, reviewing the reports in his hands. The little boy didn't take his eyes off the doctor. The scene felt familiar to him. All too familiar. I have heard that same kind of explanation before, in different words, in another place. People talking about his body as if it were a subject of study, listing functions, limits, and applications without considering that he was present. He didn't react. He just listened. And that's a good thing, right? His mother asked, leaning forward slightly, her tone restrained but clearly expectant. In principle, yes. It's a useful quirk for treating cuts, bruises, minor fractures, and infections. His body responds quickly and stabilizes without complications in most cases. However, it's not invulnerability, the doctor replied clearly, without sugarcoating the facts. You can't regenerate entire organs or survive highly aggressive diseases. He turned a page, maintaining the same pace as he spoke. Furthermore, this type of regeneration involves high energy consumption. His metabolism works harder than normal when it's activated, so he'll need a good diet, adequate rest, and regular check-ups. We want to make sure his growth isn't affected by this. I have closed the report with a neat motion. In short, your son shouldn't worry too much about his health. Just make sure he eats well and sleeps well during his childhood. Reiji understood the doctor's instructions better than anyone. Strangely enough, they were the same as in his previous life. If that was the case, then he knew the limitations of this new body perfectly well. What felt strange was that his mother had a quirk that allowed her to transform her hands into whatever she imagined, moving her flesh and bone at will for a time. His father had a quirk that caused his blood to solidify once it left his body, a somewhat simple quirk but one with practical applications. Himiko was a combination of certain characteristics from both of them, which made a certain amount of sense. Meanwhile, Reiji had accelerated healing. Reiji could relate it to his father's quirk, but it wasn't really the source as such. It could happen, of course, but the fact that it was the same power he had in his previous life made him feel that there was something strange about all this. Now then, as for little Himiko here, her quirk still shows no signs of activating, though we shouldn't be any less vigilant because of this. According to our analysis, her teeth have undergone a certain modification, making her canines quite sharp. I don't know what kind of consequences this might have on her final quirk, but it's something to keep in mind, he concluded without further details, looking up at the entire family. Himiko's mother, her brow slightly furrowed, leaned forward. Modification to her teeth? How exactly? The doctor understood her concern, turning the tablet to show a magnified image of Himiko's oral scan. The two adults stared intently, while Reiji shifted his gaze to Himiko, who was now playing with a band-aid stuck to her wrist. She seemed oblivious to everything, her mind completely focused on figuring out why the band-aid made a noise when peeled off. Technically speaking, we observe slight hypertrophy in the upper canines, with distinct mineralization from the rest of the teeth. They are more resistant, have a density similar to the enamel of carnivorous animals, and their roots appear to have a direct connection to the sympathetic nervous system. Reiji's father raised an eyebrow. Could this be harmful to her? Under normal conditions, no, Nakamura replied calmly. Given the genetic variability associated with quirks, it's not unusual to see physical adaptations prior to active manifestation. The body is preparing itself, so to speak. In this case, her physiology is evolving towards something that will likely require those fangs. Both parents agreed, somewhat relieved that their daughter wasn't having any major issues with the physiological changes she was undergoing. At that moment, the father remembered something else. "Doctor," the father said, glancing sideways at Reiji. "Are you completely sure my son's quirk isn't being overworked? Lately, he's been getting tired more often." "It's likely he is," the doctor replied matter-of-factly. "But it's within the expected range. His body is constantly active at the cellular level. It's not dangerous wear and tear if managed properly, but it's not something that should be ignored." He jotted everything down precisely on a sheet of paper he took from a folder and handed it to the parents. "This is a basic dietary plan. If he gets exhausted too often, you need to reinforce it with rest. His body is well adapted, but it isn't inexhaustible. Reiji nodded silently. It was almost comforting to see that, at least in this life, they treated him like a child with a special condition, not like a living tool. Here, at least for now, everything seemed more human. He looked back at Himiko, who was staring at him with her tongue sticking out and her eyes sparkling with mischief. The important thing is that they care about her. The blue sky stretched clear over the playground, where the kindergarten children ran back and forth amid laughter and shouts. It was recess, and like every Friday, the caregivers let the children play heroes versus villains. "I want to be All Might," shouted one of the children, standing on a wooden bench. "You were the hero last week," protested another, puffing out his cheeks. "Now it's my turn." Reiji watched from the sidelines, holding Himiko's hand as she clutched her teddy bear to her chest. Although Himiko seemed nervous, her eyes sparkled with excitement at the prospect of participating. "What do you want to be, Himiko?" asked a girl standing next to her with a smile. "A heroine." "Like Nana Shimura," she replied, raising an enthusiastic hand. But the complaints were quick to follow. "Not again. You always want to be the heroine. It's getting old. Besides, you should be the villain with those weird fangs," added a boy, pointing at his canines cheekily. Reiji, 2 years younger than Himiko and most of the children around her, glared at the boy who has spoken. Though Reiji's small stature didn't seem to faze the boy much. Himiko's smile faded. She lowered her gaze, clutching the stuffed animal tighter. "Fine," she mumbled, dragging out the words. "I'll be the villain this time." Reiji frowned, but Reiji didn't intervene. He understood he couldn't always help Himiko, and besides, it wasn't that serious. The game began. They ran, shouted, and threw themselves to the ground, simulating attacks and rescues. Himiko played her role reluctantly at first, but little by little her usual energy returned, hiding behind a tree and jumping out to capture the civilians. Reiji stayed on the sidelines, watching everything closely. His mind wandered through all the possibilities the future might hold. Protecting Himiko was the first step, but he also had to do more than that in his life. Did he want to be a hero, a doctor, a firefighter? He didn't have a clear answer. In his previous life, he hadn't experienced enough to have a clear idea of that, and in this one, he hadn't either. But with the free time that comes with being a little boy, his mind inevitably turned to that. He looked up for a moment to see one of the children, dodging an attack, trip over an exposed root and fall face first. The boy hit the ground hard. A trickle of blood ran down his eyebrows. "Kyra!" a girl shouted. Everyone stopped. Himiko, closer than anyone else, was the first to approach. Genuine concern on her face as she looked at the wound on the boy's forehead. The teachers quickly jumped out of their seats, ready to tend to the little boy who looked like he might start crying at any moment. "Are you okay?" Himiko asked innocently, her eyes fixed on the blood. The cut wasn't that big, but it was too close to his eye. Himiko moved a little closer, her pupils dilating as she looked directly at the thin red trickle beginning to run down the boy's eyebrow. The boy in front of her burst into tears, just as the teachers knelt down beside him to check on him. One of them placed a compress over the wound, pressing gently, while they tried to calm him down. "Come on, Himiko." Reiji moved quickly toward her, taking her hand to gently pull her away. But something about Himiko felt wrong. She wasn't moving. Himiko had her gaze fixed on the blood, as if everything else had vanished around her. Her body was tense, her fingers slightly clenched, and her nose continued to draw in air with an almost imperceptible rhythm. Perhaps if a teacher had seen Himiko, they would have noticed something odd and interpreted it as a reaction to the small scene unfolding before them. Reiji, on the other hand, immediately sensed the problem, and a knot formed in his stomach. "Himiko!" Reiji murmured, lowering his voice and tugging at her hand again. Himiko blinked, as if waking from a trance, and turned her face slightly toward him. Her eyes were glassy, with a faint sheen gathering at the corners. Her expression said it all, even without words, she knew that something in her had been wrong. Even if she hadn't actually done anything. Reiji glanced quickly around him. No one seemed to have noticed the scene, they were too focused on the boy whose cries were drowning out the area. The youngest of the Togas sighed in relief and turned his attention back to his sister. "Come on, let's go. It's over. You didn't do anything wrong," he whispered calmly, taking her hand as he led her away from the scene. She didn't respond, but she didn't need to. Reiji had seen enough. Even though his sister couldn't express it yet, he understood. Her quirk, or at least, that innate hunger for blood, had just awakened. If you want to access all the content published so far, you can support the project on Patreon for just $2 USD. P4TRE0N.C0M/Mr. Creator. Anyway, thanks for reading and supporting. And if you leave some good stones, I would appreciate it from the bottom of my heart. Download the app for more interaction. You can chat with me about my writing experience outside of the comments section. Mr_Powers. Chapter 4, Himiko Toga, 4. Dad. "Can I play with the other kids?" shouted a boy with light brown hair and bright eyes, bursting with energy, as he tugged at his father's sleeve. The man looked down from behind his glasses, watching his son, who radiated boundless energy. "Sure. Just be careful, Ethan." With a beaming smile, the little boy dashed toward the playground with the momentum of a rocket taking off. His steps were clumsy but full of life. Every time his little body moved, it seemed as though the world responded with joy. The father watched him go, standing still with his hands clasped behind his back. "Be careful, they are." I have called out worriedly, watching his son's reckless stride. "Pure energy, don't you think?" remarked a woman watching her own son from another bench, folding her arms with a resigned smile. The man barely nodded. "They're unstoppable creatures," he added to the woman's comment, watching as Ethan ran with great excitement and began talking to the other kids there. "Sometimes I think that without my husband, it would be impossible to raise them," the woman said casually. The man smiled with a touch of bitterness. "It takes a lot of energy to raise just one, and my wife wanted 3. A small snort of laughter escaped the man's tired lips as he finished his sentence. "That's total torture, you'd barely have time to be yourselves," the woman advised, almost as if she had a lot of experience with the subject, even though they seemed to be the same age. "At least, it stayed just an idea," he said, trying to change the subject slightly. The woman laughed lightly, not noticing the true atmosphere. Ethan's father refocused on his son, who was wobbling his way up to the slide platform. One of the children running behind Ethan stumbled clumsily, accidentally pushing him. The little boy fell with his full weight, his knee hitting the concrete edge separating the playground from the grass. The man's body sprang into action, running to reach Ethan, who was getting up between sobs, tears streaming down his face. His left knee had a nasty scrape. Small tricks of blood began to run down, staining his leg. "Are you okay?" They were his first words. But his eyes widened in surprise at what he was seeing. As Ethan rubbed his leg and whimpered, the wound began to close. First it was the bleeding, which subsided immediately. Then the skin, regenerating with unnatural speed. The redness disappeared. And in less than a minute, the boy's knee was clean, smooth, covered only by a thin layer of new skin. The father crouched down slowly. "Ethan. Does it hurt?" he asked, his voice a mix of concern and amazement. The boy shook his head, tears still in his eyes. "It's over." The father stared for a few seconds at the wound that had closed, his mind wandering, until an idea crossed his mind. "Let's go home." Ethan looked at his father and nodded, taking his hand to start walking away from the park. His excitement for the game had completely faded, he just wanted to get home and rest. He felt quite exhausted. Reiji woke up in the middle of the night, completely agitated, his chest rising and falling as if he'd run a marathon. His mind was constantly replaying the vivid images from the dream he'd just had. The room was silent, barely lit by the pale moonlight seeing through the curtains. A faint hum from the refrigerator in the kitchen was the only thing breaking the silence. Everything was calm. Except his mind. His hands trembled slightly, hidden under the blanket, while his eyes scanned the room without focusing on anything. His heart was pounding in his ears. The warm night air did little to combat the icy chill running down his spine. He didn't understand why, but the scene remained as vivid as if it had happened just seconds ago. He could still feel the sting of the wound on his knee, the texture of the concrete, the look in that man's eyes. His father. He had felt it. He had become Ethan again. His breathing remained ragged for long seconds. Something ached deep in his chest. It wasn't physical. It was that dull twinge that comes when you remember something you wish you could have forgotten forever. He brought a hand to his forehead and noticed he was sweating. Beside him in another bed, Himiko slept soundly, curled up like a little cat, her breathing calm. That image restored some stability to him. He closed his eyes for a moment and tried to calm his mind. He didn't want to be an experiment again. He didn't want them to look at him with empty eyes, waiting for results. His breathing finally steadied, although the tremor in his fingers still wouldn't go away. He pulled the sheets off himself, swung his feet off the bed, and sat there in silence. Here. I am Reiji. I am not Ethan. I am not him. He repeated that phrase in his mind, like a desperate mantra. What unsettled him wasn't just the clarity of the images. It was the absolute certainty that this had happened to him. In another life. In another body. With the same ability. His regeneration. Back then, no one called it that. Not a quirk, not a gift, not a talent. Just an anomaly. An error that needed to be studied. Analyzed. Exploited. His jaw tensed. I won't be that again. He turned his gaze to Himiko, her small figure sheltered by the darkness, her hair touched on the pillow. She, too, had something special. Something that could lead her to be loved or feared. He wasn't going to let anyone touch her with the same cold hands that had marked Ethan. Reiji slowly lay back down, his body still somewhat stiff. But this time, instead of closing his eyes, he kept them open, fixed on the ceiling. Listening to the silence. Feeling every heartbeat. This was the reason he was usually so tired during the day. These nightmares were normal, haunting him over and over again in his dreams. He has been in this new life for only a year and a half, but there are wounds that don't heal, even in a lifetime. It was noon, and Reiji was still sleeping peacefully in his room. The nightmares and constant thoughts about the future had barely let him get a wink of sleep, and only with the sunrise did he feel calmer, as if it were a sign that his demons could no longer affect him. Little Himiko, who had slept through the night, was playing alone in the backyard. It was Saturday, so both her parents were home, a rare occurrence, but one the two children enjoyed. Her mother was preparing a meal in the kitchen, glancing out the window at her daughter from time to time, while her father leafed through a magazine on the sofa, completely absorbed in his reading. The house exuded tranquility. Oh, cat! Himiko exclaimed upon seeing the animal peeking over the fence of her yard. Her eyes sparkled with fascination at the little pet, admiring its beautiful orange fur. The cat had its sharp eyes fixed on a much more interesting target, a small sparrow fluttering unsuspectingly near a bush. The bird was pecking at the ground, oblivious to the predator lurking nearby. Himiko didn't quite understand what was happening. She wanted to touch the cat, to stroke its glossy back, but before she could take another step, the animal tensed like a spring. It was a precise, swift, brutal movement. The sparrow barely had time to flap its wings once before the cat's weight crushed it against the ground with a muffled squeak. The animal's claws dug deeply into the bird's skin, preventing it from escaping and ready to play until the bird could no longer move. Himiko froze, her mind processing what was happening. When she finally saw the little bird stop chirping, her mind clicked into place. "Choo, bad cat," she exclaimed, running toward the two animals, chasing the cat away, leaving behind the body of the poor bird she had just caught. The little animal's blood trickled from its wounds, dripping onto the grass of the playground. "Are you okay, little bird?" she murmured, approaching the animal and cradling it in her small hands. She held the dead bird in her hands with a mixture of bewilderment and something else. Himiko's breath became shaky. The red staining the feathers, the warmth the body still retained, the contrast between the softness of the plumage and the harshness of the blood. Everything seemed strange to her, alluring, almost hypnotic. "Why, are you asleep?" she whispered. She didn't fully understand what she was feeling. It was a mixture of sadness and hunger. Without thinking, her trembling fingers slid toward the bird's neck, touching the open wounds. She stained her fingers with the warm blood and then, instinctively, brought them to her lips. The metallic taste started her. But it didn't stop her. She licked her fingers again. Then she did it more decisively. She closed her eyes. Her heart was pounding. From the window, the mother, who had just tasted the soup, turned her head in an automatic gesture to check on Himiko. What she saw made her frown. She blinked. She leaned in a little. Himiko. Was she holding something? She moved closer to the window. Himiko. She called out again, but her daughter didn't even react. When she noticed Himiko putting something in her mouth, her maternal instincts kicked in immediately. She dropped whatever she was doing and ran out to the patio. Her husband, who was in the living room, jumped to his feet at the sight of his wife's reaction, his heart pounding hard without him yet knowing why. The patio door swung open. "Himiko." The mother's voice cut through the air as she reached the patio, stopping Himiko in her tracks. When the father reached the patio, he stood beside his wife, watching what their daughter was doing. Himiko was crouched down, her white dress stained with dirt and splattered with red droplets, gently holding the bird's lifeless body. The bird's fresh blood trickled between her fingers, and a crimson streak stained the corner of her lips. The father felt a chill run down his spine. He opened his eyes wide, frozen in place, as if his brain refused to process the image. The mother, unable to contain her horror, fell to her knees on the ground with a moan. "Himiko. What have you done?" he asked himself, unable to react. His daughter, the very child he had given birth to and raised, stood before him devouring an animal. Her smile was unsettling, and the pleasure was evident on her face. As if that were, apart from her. "I didn't want it to die," she whispered, lowering her gaze once more to the bloodied little bird. "I just wanted to know why it wasn't moving." The father took a step forward. His breathing was heavy. His voice, now much louder, erupted. "Were you sucking its blood, Himiko?" That scream echoed off the walls of the house. Reiji, who was still asleep upstairs, jolted awake beneath the sheets. The echo of the shout yanked him from a restless sleep, and, his eyes still heavy, he sat up abruptly. "What's going on? Dad?" The girl tried to explain, her voice trembling, knowing she was about to be scolded. The father took 2 strides forward, and with a strength he didn't usually display, grabbed Himiko by the wrist, forcing her to let go of the dead bird. The lifeless body fell onto the grass with a soft plop, leaving a reddish stain on the damp earth. "No, you can't do that," the man roared, beside himself, as if the scene before his eyes couldn't possibly be real. Reiji's eyes widened instantly, his mind processing many things at once. His body reacted, moving toward the scene unfolding in the backyard. As he crossed the room, the first thing he saw was his mother, standing by the patio door, one hand over her mouth. The second image hit him even harder. His father, kneeling in front of Himiko, still holding her wrist, with restrained force. And on the ground, the little bird, dead, its feathers stained red. Himiko's eyes were misty, confused, breathing heavily, with traces of fresh blood still on her lips. "Let her go!" Reiji shouted from the back. The father looked up, seeing his other son arrive on the scene. For an eternal second, their eyes met. The father's eyes trembled, his youngest son had just shouted at him in a way that made the whole house shake. Reiji's eyes, on the other hand, burned with rage. "Don't touch her," he shouted, striding down into the garden and stepping between them. The man hesitated. His hand slowly released the girl's wrist. The mark of his grip was visible on her fragile body. Himiko could barely hold back her tears, her whole body trembling with a mix of fear and sadness. Reiji knelt down beside her without saying a word. He wrapped an arm around her shoulders and pulled her close to his chest. The little girl didn't resist, hugging her younger brother tightly. "I didn't mean to hurt him," she murmured, her voice a whisper against his chest. "I just passed by." Silence fell once more. All that could be heard was the distant singing of birds and the heavy breathing of everyone present. It was nighttime in the Toga's parents' master bedroom. Both were still trying to process what had happened a few hours earlier. Their children were asleep, and yet the vivid scene of their daughter sucking the blood from the little bird remained fresh in both parents' minds. They didn't know how to react to it. The father rubbed his face with his hands, exhausted, his eyes wide open as if he were still seeing his daughter repeat that grotesque act. It wasn't normal. Neither what Himiko did, nor the way she looked at us afterwards. That face. The father paused, lowering his gaze. "It wasn't guilt, she was just scared because I scolded her." The mother turned slowly toward him, gripping her husband's hand tightly. "She won't do it again, will she?" She voiced the thoughts that had invaded her mind more than once. She couldn't stop thinking about her daughter's gaze, filled with emotion and total excitement at what she was doing. The father clenched his jaw. A nervous tic crossed his eyebrow. "We have to control that impulse. No matter what. Maybe seek help. A doctor, a psychologist, whatever it takes. What if it doesn't work? What if it's something that's already inside her?" "Don't say that." The mother didn't respond. She lowered her head, defeated, while her husband got out of bed and began pacing in circles around the room, restless from the thoughts flooding his mind. "She can't leave this house. No one can know. I don't want people to point fingers at her. I don't want them to think she's crazy or has something wrong with her." And then, a pause. Plus the way Reiji looked at us. It was just a second. But there was something in his gaze. As if what his sister was doing was good, that I was the bad one for intervening. "Hey!" Reiji, sitting on the second floor stairs, held his breath. It wasn't the first time he'd overheard private conversations uninvited, but few had left him as stiff as this one. "They're not wrong. This isn't going to stop with scoldings, nor with a cheap psychologist who tries to mask the symptom without looking at the root cause." Memories of his sister's future flooded his mind. He had promised himself he wouldn't let it get to that point, and yet he had been careless, and everything had escalated too quickly. If they want to cure her with conventional methods, they're just going to push her to the limit. Himiko doesn't understand what she did. The solution isn't to suppress it. She was in shock. "That's all," the mother spoke up in her youngest son's defense. The father agreed but said nothing more. Silence reigned once again in the room, as they silently agreed on what to do with their daughter. With silent steps, Reiji stepped away from the railing and returned to his room. I closed the door carefully, sat on the bed, and stared at the ceiling. He just hoped this wouldn't lead to the future he wanted to avoid. If no one else understands what it is, then I'll take it upon myself to teach her how to live with it. How to control it. If you want to access all the content published so far, you can support the project on Patreon for just $2 USD. P4TRE0N.C0M/Mr. Creator. Anyway, thanks for reading and supporting. And if you leave some good stones, I would appreciate it from the bottom of my heart. Chapter 5, Bloody Quirk, 1. Tisk, damn it, exclaimed the children's mother. The knife had slipped on the tomato juice and cut her finger. It wasn't deep, but just enough for a thin trickle of blood to begin slowly trickling down her skin. She set the knife down on the cutting board, grumbling under her breath, and headed straight for the sink. As the water ran, part of her mind was focused on finishing lunch on time. Sitting a few feet away, Reiji watched the scene intently. His eyes followed every drop of blood, every movement of the red liquid. For a few seconds, everything else lost its significance. The surroundings were still there, but they no longer mattered. A draft came in through the open window, gently moving the curtains. That slight change was enough to break his fixation. Reiji blinked. Shit. I have to learn to control this. He frowned, looked down, and forced himself to resume the task of setting the table. It was that same feeling again. That inner unease. That heavy heat in his stomach every time he saw blood. 3 years had passed since the incident with Himiko. And Reiji was now around the same age Himiko had been when she first developed that taste for blood, and for some reason, Reiji was feeling exactly the same as Himiko had. The memories hit him like a cold current. After the incident, many things changed. His parents, their faces heavy with worry, enrolled Himiko in sessions with a child psychologist specializing in atypical behaviors. It was a polite way of saying their daughter was a potential danger. The sessions were weekly, lasting more than 2 long years. Long enough for the situation to appear to stabilize. But it didn't disappear. Reiji knew this better than anyone. He knew every little gesture and feeling Himiko had like the back of her hand. He knew the impulse persisted despite everything, and precisely for that reason, he decided to quell that impulse. He took advantage of his regeneration and used his own blood to soothe Himiko's breakdowns. Any cut, bite, or other injury to his skin would be erased in minutes by his accelerated healing, which was absolutely ideal given the situation. And it worked. He had managed to ensure that Himiko didn't react to the sight of blood and didn't do irrational things because of it, turning to Reiji when she was on the verge of exploding. He also taught her to control her quirk, playing cheerfully when she took the form of her younger brother, although, of course, without their parents watching. And now I'm the one who can't control the urge. Irony. He thought bitterly. For weeks now, Reiji himself had begun to experience it. It started with his teeth. His 2 fangs grew a little, just like Himiko's. The doctor dismissed it as a shared genetic condition. It could happen, they were siblings, after all. The problem arose when, weeks later, his nose developed an exaggerated sensitivity to certain smells, accompanied by changes in his own sense of taste. Experiencing the craving himself was very different from noticing it in someone else. The changes were subtle and almost imperceptible to a 4-year-old, and even he, with his teenage mindset, had a hard time distinguishing them. The hardest part was when his instincts kicked in a scene quite similar to Himiko's first encounter with blood. He could feel the tingling in his jaw, begging, needing to consume blood. He fully understood why Himiko had given in to her impulses. It wasn't that she wanted to give in. It was irresistible to control that craving for blood. It was like being given the most delicious food in the world and only being able to watch as it went to waste. The craving was horrible. Come on, Reiji. Call your father and sister who are in the courtyard, lunch is served. Reiji was snapped out of his thoughts by his mother's call. I'm coming. It was strange that he shared Himiko's weakness for blood. Especially considering that his body was adapted to be in perfect health at all times. He always wondered why the characteristics of his body from his previous life had transferred with him. He took it as a whimsical coincidence so his torment wouldn't end immediately, but was that his quirk, or his body? Although his quirk was active, his own quirk factor and extra organ that forms with the emergence of quirks hadn't developed. Which made for a strange case not unique in the world, but certainly very rare. What if I have a quirk, and the recovery is just somehow the same as in my previous life? Reiji walked hand in hand with his mother, while Himiko fluttered ahead of them with a bag of candy. His father, as always, was at work, so that afternoon was just for the three of them. Himiko, be more careful. They were heading straight home, the same routine as every day. They picked them up from kindergarten and elementary school, respectively, then arrived home, had lunch, and were free for the rest of the day. The day didn't seem any different. Hey! However, Reiji's nose twitched and his pupils dilated. Himiko, a few steps ahead, also froze upon sensing the distinct smell. Their mother, who didn't notice anything strange, kept walking down the deserted avenue. Before Reiji could stop his mother and yell at Himiko to come closer, an unknown figure appeared from the corner of the street. He was running at full speed, his body splattered with fresh blood, and the sound of sirens behind him was clear. Himiko. Reiji's body tensed as he watched the man collide with Himiko and send the girl crashing to the ground. Tisk, move it, you stupid girl, he cursed, glancing up at the mother and son. The sirens grew louder by the second, while a mysterious smile began to spread across the man's face. Suddenly, the man's right arm turned dark and his muscles swelled dramatically. Before the mother could try to defend herself, the man struck her side, sending her crashing into the wall. A groan of pain escaped the mother's lips as a thin trickle of blood began to run down from her head at the point of impact. Reiji barely had time to process what was happening when the man's hand grabbed him by the neck and lifted him effortlessly. You'll be my way out of this. The man's maniacal smile widened as the sirens in the background began to grow louder. Shit! I can't breathe. Reiji brought his hands to his neck in a futile attempt to break free from the man's firm grip. See, calm down, please don't hurt him. From the floor, his mother tried to reason with the criminal, but he barely gave her a glance. Himiko. Don't do it. Reiji tried to say, watching as Himiko approached the criminal with tears in her eyes. Let him go. Himiko shouted just as her small fists struck weakly against the man, who let out an annoyed sigh and raised his other hand, which was also turning black. Reiji's instincts kicked into high gear, and, enduring the pain in his neck, he stretched as far as he could and slammed his foot into the man's face. His heel struck his attacker's right eye directly, causing the grip on his neck to loosen and the man to fall to the ground. Aigh! I'm going to kill you, you damn kid, he screamed angrily while clutching his right eye. His other eye seemed bloodshot, filled with deep hatred toward the youngest of the Togas. Himiko, seeing that Reiji had been released, tried to help him, but the man's deranged gaze forced her to stand completely still out of fear, just like the children's own mother. Reiji coughed as his regeneration worked on the wounds on his neck. When he looked up at the man, a chill ran through his entire body. The man wanted to kill Reiji, and it showed in his gaze, but... Can you scare someone who has already survived death? Do you think you scare me? I won't let you touch a single hair on Himiko. He thought with conviction. When the man's leg moved at great speed and kicked Reiji hard, his small body was sent flying backward, and intense pain spread through his stomach. Reiji! Reiji's body slammed into the street light pole as his mother screamed his name. He could swear that along with the sirens, a faint sound of something shattering echoed inside him. But none of that mattered, his recovery might help heal that. Instead, his attention shifted entirely to the defenseless Himiko, who stood completely still, watching everything unfold. The sirens were getting closer and closer, and the man noticed it instantly. His crazed gaze shifted to Himiko, and he changed his plan. You're the one I'm taking, he declared with conviction. The man's hand moved to grab Himiko completely off guard. Shit, shit, shit. I need to protect her, I won't let you hurt her. You won't do it. In that instant, everything froze. Time seemed to stretch out as he watched the criminal's hand slowly approach Himiko's face. The only thing Reiji could feel, besides the uncontrollable urge to protect Himiko, was the distinct smell of blood. The blood trickling down his mother's forehead, the blood oozing from her wounds, the blood caked onto the criminal's clothes. You won't get Himiko's blood. A moment before it struck, Reiji felt a sharp, intense sting right in the open wounds on his body. A crimson stream gushed out at high speed, heading straight between Himiko and the criminal's arm. What the man exclaimed as his arm was struck by a sort of red mass, preventing the criminal from touching the girl, who remained completely still in her position. Himiko, move! Reiji shouted with difficulty, as blood trickled from his mouth due to the wound inside. What the hell? Stammered the attacker, staring at the mass in front of him. Reiji was gasping for breath, still on the ground. The blood was still there, suspended in front of the man like a liquid extension of his will. He didn't know how he'd done it. He just wished for it. Reiji! His mother whispered, paralyzed by what had happened in just a few short seconds. Reiji! Himiko cried, running toward him. Himiko completely ignored the assailant, who continued to stare at the floating mass. But Reiji wasn't listening. The metallic scent of blood intoxicated him. The burning in his rib began to fade. His jaw ached. His fangs had grown. His instinct wanted more. He wanted to attack. He wanted to devour blood. No. Not like this. He clenched his teeth in a desperate attempt to quell the rising urge coursing through his entire body. Himiko didn't help when she hugged him tightly, tears in her eyes. Reiji was trembling. Every part of Reiji's body begged him to throw himself at any nearby source of blood. But then, a shadow fell over both children. You brat! You'll die! The man charged forward, ready to finish off both children, blinded by rage over all the trouble a mere child had caused him. It was then that a tall figure, clad in a white suit and blue cape, landed with a crash that made the pavement shake. The sirens were arriving on the scene. Get away from the child, now, thundered a deep, authoritative voice. The criminal tried to launch one last attack, but with a simple snap of the hero's fingers, a series of metal bands emerged from his belt and shot like shining snakes toward the attacker. In an instant, they immobilized him completely, restraining his limbs with surgical precision and an extra one to prevent him from speaking. Reiji remained on the ground, suppressing his thirst for blood. Himiko held him close, protecting him even though she was the one trembling the most. The blood around them no longer swirled, but it still glowed faintly. You've got guts, kid, said the hero in a softer voice now, turning to look him straight in the face and continuing with a small smile. And a rare gift, did you know that? Reiji didn't answer. He just looked at him, his breathing ragged, his eyes analyzing every move the man in front of him made, while their mother slowly came back to her senses behind them. You protected yourself. You protected your family. You're a true hero today, aren't you? Reiji swallowed hard. He felt his body go numb. The quirk. His blood. It still tingled beneath his skin as if it wanted more. But those words pierced Reiji like a precise needle. A true hero, a hero who chose to risk his life to prevent anyone else from suffering, to prevent his mother and sister from suffering. He wasn't someone locked away in a laboratory, being examined day and night for the sake of humanity, with a false heroic purpose when he was nothing more than an experiment, including for his father. Reiji trembled. Himiko hugged him tighter. What's your quirk called? The hero asked. The hero mistook the gleam in the little boy's eyes for something very different from reality. I don't know. He murmured, pressing his lips together. The hero smiled slightly. Then you should give it a good name. The children's mother approached immediately, her hands still trembling, and wrapped them both in a tight embrace. She said nothing. She just held them close to her chest, as if afraid to let them go and have the world shatter again. The sirens finally arrived on the scene. they had been delayed by only 5 minutes, but everything had happened so quickly that they had barely managed to avert the worst possible outcome. It was all over. If you want to access all the content published so far, you can support the project on Patreon for just $2 USD. p4tre0n.c0m/Mr. Creator. Anyway, thanks for reading and supporting. And if you leave some good stones, I would appreciate it from the bottom of my heart. Next chapter. Are you enjoying this book so far? Log in to learn more. BNHA, I am Reiji Toga, Chapter 10, Recruitment, 1. Close. Chapter 6, Bloody Quirk, 2. A few weeks had passed since that day. The consequences were minor, thanks to his regenerative abilities. He had a quick checkup with the doctor, but nothing serious. His mother's injuries had been minor, and within a few days she was back to full health. Himiko, on the other hand, experienced some minor psychological distress due to the shock, but as the weeks went by, it gradually faded, as did her parents' concern for their 2 children. Now, everything seemed to have calmed down. The room was dimly lit by a desk lamp. The curtains were drawn, the door locked. Reiji sat on his bed, a towel draped over his legs and a small pocket knife in his hand, the same one he used to feed Himiko. He made a clean cut on his index finger. He took a deep breath as the blood slowly flowed out. A drop fell onto the towel. Then another. And another. Reiji held out his hand in front of him, closing his eyes. Come on, move. The drops trembled. They floated just a few millimeters. They vibrated, then sank back down. He clicked his tongue in annoyance. He tried again. This time, he applied light pressure to his palm. More blood. More control. Finally, he managed to form a small spinning filament, as thin as a fishing line. It didn't last more than 5 seconds before it dissolved. But he smiled bitterly. To think that day was out of necessity. He murmured. This power reacts to my instincts, and conscious control is almost non-existent. He'd been doing this for weeks. Practicing over and over to gain full mastery. He always practiced in private to quell the bloodlust that accompanied the use of his power. He still couldn't control the craving for blood, but avoiding being around other people allowed him to calm it. His parents had taken him for a general checkup after the incident. What they discovered was strange, but not alarming. You possess advanced regeneration of genetic origin. It's not due to a quirk as such, but to a physiological mutation. What we consider a mutation quirk. However, your recent manifestation blood control clearly stems from the quirk factor. 2 quirks. One was physical, while the other came from his quirk factor. Strange. Very strange. Just as I thought. One comes from what I was, and the other from what I am. Reiji took a notebook, the same kind he used for his observations of the world of Boku no Hero, and began jotting down the progress of his quirk today. He read one of his first notes. Blood only obeys if it's alive. After 5 minutes, it stops reacting. Volume defines the shape, but control doesn't improve much. I can't seem to find the right amount. He ran his hand slowly over the page. There were many more notes like that, strangely similar to the ones Reiji had hated in his previous life. It's funny to think that I hated being someone else's experiment, but being my own test subject is actually interesting, he thought bitterly, as he jotted down a few observations about his progress. He closed the notebook when he finished writing. I didn't choose to be an experiment. But I can choose what to do with what I learned over all those years of being an experiment. Not everything can be in vain. He looked at the dried blood on his finger. He pressed his lips together, lost in thought. With these 2 powers, I might be able to match the great figures. Or at least not become obsolete in their presence, one for all and all for one. I haven't forgotten you, but I have a lot of problems to deal with first. He put his notebook next to the journal containing the entire history he remembered of this world. So far, He hadn't interacted with any other characters besides Himiko, nor was he dying to do so. For him, this was currently his ordinary, everyday world. Not a comic book. First, he'd solve the problems in his life, and then he'd think about what to do. He just hoped certain organizations wouldn't even notice him. Especially now that he possessed two quirks, it's something that draws quite a bit of attention. Besides, his two powers complemented each other perfectly. The only clear downside was the craving for blood. He still didn't know the full extent of his second quirk, but the first one already allowed him to become quite strong through muscle regeneration. Intense and constant training was much easier for Reiji. His muscles would regenerate and strengthen at a faster rate than anyone else's. As for his other quirk, although he didn't know the full extent of its functions, he knew perfectly well that it wasn't a weak ability. He saw what it could do the moment it manifested against the attacker, and quirks are supposed to evolve only with their bearer. That's precisely why certain characters' quirks in the series evolved, including Himiko's. If he managed to master it, he had the confidence to become a great force like renowned heroes, but it all depended on him. A prodigy will be just another face in the crowd if he doesn't put in the same effort as a stubborn fool. He smiled. Because he wasn't a prodigy. And he wasn't a fool either. He was Reiji. Formerly Ethan. And he was willing to be both. If that would take him to the top. No. I can't go on. The whisper escaped his lips. A solitary confession in the darkness. He'd been tossing and turning in bed for hours. The constant tingling in his jaw had kept him awake all night. The sharp, tingling sensation, like electricity behind his teeth, was asking him for something. It was asking him to satisfy its thirst for blood. It was unlike anything he'd ever felt before. It was no longer an occasional sensation, nor a discomfort that could be soothed by deep breathing or isolation. It was constant. Pulsing. As if his quirk had fused with his nervous system. Himiko is okay thanks to me. I'm not going to ask her. Not her. Himiko slept peacefully in the bed next to him, hugging her favorite stuffed animal. He could feel her breathing slow and grow calm. The urge had been there too, whispering to him, just a drop. Just a little. But Reiji ignored the temptation. He would never do that to her. He couldn't do that to her. Reiji got up. Looking at the dark sky seeping through the window, he knew exactly what he had to do. He opened the window, the fresh air hit him with a slight chill. He turned to look at Himiko, who only curled up even tighter in her bed, completely unaware of what was happening. He stood at the edge of the window and looked down. His bed was on the second floor, and even with his recovery, jumping wasn't a viable option. Abusing this could be detrimental to his growth, he was quite clear on that. However, it didn't matter. A single thought, and blood had unconsciously seeped from his fingertips, ready to carve a path for him. Tisk, react on instinct. Out of necessity. Trusting that the red stain floating below him would support his weight, he began to move slowly toward his backyard. The night air enveloped him the moment he touched the ground. The blood beneath his feet dissolved into a reddish mist upon contact with the grass, returning to Reiji's body. The tingling in his jaw wouldn't go away, but his breathing grew faster. Anticipatory. His backyard was small, with an old tree in one corner. Right there where, years ago, Himiko had stained the earth with the blood of a dead bird. Now, the scene was similar. A small squirrel moved clumsily along one of the branches. It had climbed down the trunk until it was almost touching the ground, sniffing around to see what was happening. Reiji saw it. And the squirrel looked back at his gaze, somewhat curious about the boy's presence. It was still too far away to consider him a threat. A grave mistake. Reiji's pupils dilated. His fingers began to tremble slightly. A crimson drop welled up on its own from the tip of his index finger. He approached slowly, holding his breath. Without thinking. The squirrel didn't flee until it was too late. He reached out his hand. A red needle shot out of Reiji's finger, almost unconsciously. The animal let out a faint squeak, the filament pierced straight through the squirrel's chest, pinning it firmly to the tree. Reiji approached the creature. The animal had stopped moving and its breathing had ceased entirely. It was dead. A tingling sensation spread throughout his jaw, teeth, and even part of his nose, which clearly picked up the metallic scent of the blood from the animal before him. He picked up the squirrel in his hands, and just like his sister, he sank both fangs straight into it. The blood flowed in a thin stream, being completely absorbed by the two sharp teeth. The warm blood slid over his tongue, slowly trickling down his throat. He felt every muscle relax. He felt the pressure in his temples disappear. He felt the burning in his jaw fade as if it had never been there. Peace. Finally, his body felt peace and tranquility. Giving in to his instincts felt was delicious, just like the damn taste of the animal's blood. His fangs kept the flow under control, extracting every last drop from the animal. When he was done, Reiji dropped the small creature. Fully aware of what he had done, Reiji knew he had to leave no evidence behind and grabbed the lifeless body, devoid of warmth and life, to toss it into the trash bin in the courtyard, hidden among so many other things. With his craving sated, Reiji set out to return to his bed. He looked up at the window leading to his room, trying to reactivate his quirk. He raised his hand. And a faint trickle of blood emerged from his fingertips, insufficient to hold even a twig. "Come on, bring me back," he whispered, but all he managed was to lose control of the blood, and the small trickle of blood fell pitifully onto the cold grass. Once his need was satisfied, his quirk would instinctively stop working. "Shit," he said with a sigh of resignation. The sky was still dark, and the window was too high for him to reach. "I love you too, little brother." Himiko's soft murmur brushed directly against Reiji's ear. The boy simply stared at the ceiling, waiting patiently for his older sister to wake up on her own. It was the weekend, which meant Himiko might wake up in 5 minutes or he might be stuck in this position for another couple of hours. He didn't even dare to use his quirk to free himself. Time had taught him that moving was more trouble than staying still. His 10-year-old sister had become quite a lively person, but if something bothered her, she could make his day absolutely miserable. Especially if it had anything to do with her younger brother. However, miraculously, the door to the siblings' bedroom slowly opened. "Breakfast is ready," the children's mother's soft voice drifted into the bedroom as her long hair peeked through the door frame. "Don't you want to give me a hand?" Reiji asked, looking at his mother in the eyes. She gazed at her two children with a tender smile. "I'd love to, but someone broke my vase and I still haven't figured out who it was." Reiji swallowed hard. He still didn't have full control of his quirk, and anything could happen. "Okay, we'll be right there. And I'm sorry about the vase." Their mother smiled happily and left the room. Reiji banged his head against the pillow and sighed. Himiko was a heavy sleeper and continued to sleep peacefully, her hands clutching Reiji's shirt and her legs wrapped around her brother's left side. Reiji wouldn't be able to get out of there. Reiji remained focused in the center of his garden. Sweat trickled down the red marks Himiko had left on him from the tight grip she'd used to keep from having to get up. There was no noise around him, no distractions. He was home alone. It turned out their mother had woken them up because she needed Himiko to go out with her some impromptu mother-daughter outing. His father, as always, had already left for work long before the sun had fully risen. Reiji had the house to himself, which was quite relaxing considering the constant noise his sister made. Having Himiko was a gift, but the truth was that his older sister had a poor concept of personal space and tended to overwhelm Reiji at every moment of the day. Having a little breathing room was good. Besides, being alone allowed him to practice his quirk without having a nearby source of blood to feed on, as bad as that might sound. Reiji slowly stretched out his arm, feeling the tension build in his shoulder. He gently spread his fingers, as if touching an invisible surface. From his palm, a thin strand of blood emerged with a slight, barely contained tremor, responding to his concentration. He guided it forward, making it trace a circular shape in the air. The movement wasn't perfect, but it didn't break apart. That was enough to make Reiji smile faintly. He no longer needed to be on the verge of an emotional breakdown to activate his quirk. Even so, control remained quite difficult. He didn't usually practice much with his quirk, he was barely 8 years old, and now with his classes, his free time had been reduced. Reiji guided the blood into his hand and thought about shaping it into a spear. The result was a bit elongated, it looked more like a staff than a spear, but it worked. Reiji gripped it firmly in his hand and tried to use it as a weapon to strike the tree in front of him with all his might. When the compacted blood struck the tree, a large amount of blood scattered across the area, but Reiji's grip remained firm. He smiled and regrouped the blood to repeat the action. He was trying to make his blood coalesce in such a way that it looked as if he were wielding a sword or some other weapon. Even though he had his regeneration ability to produce more blood at any moment, he knew that his body, just like his quirk, had a limit. He might not know his limit yet, but when that day came, he wanted to be prepared. As he went for his 10th strike, suddenly the grip of his hands loosened slightly and the red stick spread out like a puddle in all directions. If he hadn't known how to return the blood to his body, he would have been worried about the mess he'd caused. Reiji took a deep breath, flexing his neck to release the accumulated stiffness. He felt his muscles crackle slightly in response. He was only 8 years old, but due to his regeneration and specialized diet, his body had grown to the point where he looked older. He was slightly taller than Himiko, who was already 10, it wasn't that surprising, since Himiko was on the petite side for her age. His body remained well defined, even with minimal exercise. He wasn't skinny, on the contrary, he looked quite athletic. He resembled Himiko. That was undeniable. His facial features had the same proportions, but their expressions were completely different. Himiko radiated a big smile and tenderness, while Reiji was much more serious and his expressions were steadier. His tousled hair was a shade darker than his sister's and fell haphazardly over his forehead. And his eyes, a fiery orange, had a more predatory look than Himiko's whenever she got angry. He had inherited good genes, though it wasn't as if he particularly cared about being handsome. In his previous life, he hadn't learned much about life's vanities and remained quite detached from that aspect of life. Being a pretty face wasn't something that would protect Himiko, so it didn't hold much significance in his life. For that very reason, he trained his quirk. He knew the dangers lurking in the world, especially in Japan, just a few kilometers from where he currently lived. Regardless of whether Himiko wanted to get involved in that, Reiji knew that if she didn't start preparing now, both of their chances of surviving those kinds of dangers and even worse, Himiko's chances would diminish. He knew his sister wouldn't become the villain he'd once read about, but he also couldn't guarantee she'd stay away from the relevant characters and dangerous events. And then there was the matter of both siblings' thirst for blood. Especially Reiji's, since Himiko was controlled precisely by her younger brother. I need blood. I've been playing with my quirk all morning, I have to take advantage of this while I'm alone. Inevitably, that urge hadn't faded over the years. He used to drink in secret. Small animals, like squirrels, rabbits, or anything he could find that wouldn't get him in trouble. He almost felt like a murderer for killing so many animals, but he couldn't do much against his impulse. His condition was much worse than Himiko's, since Reiji's was directly linked to the use of his quirk. For now, he was doing just enough to keep that part of himself in check. It was his burden, and he preferred to bear it alone. One more time and I'll find something, I can still control it. He raised his hand again, trying to form a spear of blood. He created it with more difficulty this time. Less stable. He struck the tree again a couple of times, focusing on the structure until it finally dissolved into droplets that fell onto the grass as if they had never defied gravity. He let out a long sigh. He needed to feed soon or he would start losing his concentration. He looked up and watched the birds circling the area. He stood motionless for a few seconds, watching intently for any animal that might land nearby so he could try to knock it down with his quirk. Then, after a few seconds, without knowing why, he felt a slight tingling at the back of his neck. An uneasy premonition, as if something were watching him from some corner of the world. He turned his gaze, slowly. Nothing. No shadows, no movement, no sounds. Just the garden bathed in the soft sunlight. Just the silent house. Just the plum tree swaying in the wind. But the feeling didn't go away. He frowned at this. He knew perfectly well it wasn't the first time it had happened, but whenever he turned around, there was nothing there. It can't be a simple coincidence, can it? He thought. It couldn't be that he felt that presence constantly. It had started a year ago, while he was in his quirk education class, where he was supposed to learn to control the early stages of his quirks. It was a class where they mainly explored the capabilities of quirks a little and taught users how to prevent themselves from harming others with their quirks. In simple terms, it was a lesson on how to be a good citizen. It was normal. What wasn't normal was that someone had two quirks, and that's when it all started. The discreet glances, hidden in the shadows, happened sporadically, and weeks could even pass between each one, but his instinct had a bad feeling about it. He didn't know who or what it was, and that was worse. He knew perfectly well that his strength couldn't compare, he was still much weaker than rookie professional heroes, let alone the organizations deeply entrenched in Japan. Anyway, he didn't have much to do. The only advantage he had was that he could pretend he hadn't noticed, and react when he could. For now, his eyes remained fixed on the bird on the ground in front of him, drawn by the breadcrumbs from Reiji's breakfast earlier. A smile appeared on his face as a giant mass of blood spread from his fingers. The bird had nowhere to escape as a giant mass trapped it. "Forgive me, bird." The sun was beginning to set behind the rooftops, tinging the streets with a deep orange hue. Reiji walked along at a leisurely pace, a paper bag hanging from his arm. His mother had asked him to pick up some last-minute ingredients, and although he usually did this accompanied by Himiko, this time she was busy at home baking with absurd enthusiasm. After spending the whole day training, stretching his legs beyond his house was a welcome change. The way back was the usual route. Because of the time of day and the fact that it was a residential area, there weren't many people on the streets, nor was it anything to worry about. There wasn't usually much crime here. Even though his family was well off, it definitely wasn't profitable enough to steal in this neighborhood. "Isn't that the neighbor's cat?" Reiji wondered when he noticed a small orange feline slipping through the fences of some houses. He was still a few blocks from his home, and Himiko used to play quite a bit with that little animal. He watched the cat for a moment as the cat disappeared among some houses further ahead. Cats were animals that would eventually return home. He was sure it would take a little detour before coming back, and Himiko would be playing with it tomorrow. He turned around and continued walking calmly. He only had a couple more blocks to go before he arrived. When he arrived, the door opened before he could even reach for his key. "You took forever." Himiko was there, blocking the entrance with her arms crossed and a slight snort of annoyance. She was wearing an apron with poorly painted flower designs, stained in several places with flour, and had white smudges on her cheeks that she hadn't bothered to wipe off. Her expression tried to be firm, almost accusatory, but the way she looked at him gave her away. It wasn't real anger. It was more like concern. "I took a different route," Reiji replied, lifting the bag of ingredients slightly so she could see it. "A different one? Why would you do that?" Himiko pressed, furrowing her brow even more. Himiko didn't move from her spot. Her eyes scanned Reiji from head to toe, as if searching for something specific she couldn't find. From the kitchen, her mother peeked out upon hearing the voices. "Himiko, dear, don't hound him. Sometimes one needs to walk to think." "Yes, but that's not like Reiji," she muttered, without moving from the doorway, barely glancing at her mother. Her tone had softened, but the implication remained. Her mother didn't think much of it. To her, it was just another reaction from her daughter, who was overly concerned about her brother. Reiji let out a soft sigh and moved forward, forcing Himiko to step aside. He passed by her without pushing her, but close enough to break through the barrier she had formed. He set the bags down on the counter, next to his mother. Everything's here. Although they didn't have a few things at the store, so I had to make a slight detour, he explained calmly, barely turning his head toward Himiko, maintaining a relaxed expression. His mother began checking the items without asking any questions. "Thank you, son. Go wash your hands, dinner's almost ready," she said as she picked up one of the containers and set it aside. Then, without raising her voice too much, she added, "As for you, Miss Himiko, isn't something burning?" It took Himiko a second to react. Then she turned her head sharply toward the oven. A small column of smoke was beginning to escape. "No, my cake." She ran off without looking back, quickly opening the oven and urgently checking inside. She moved the tray, removed whatever might have burned, and turned off the heat immediately. Luckily, it wasn't anything serious. Just a few crumbs. Reiji let out a brief laugh at the sight, without dwelling on it too much. He turned on his heel and headed for the sink, letting the atmosphere return to normal without further intervention. If you want to access all the content published so far, you can support the project on Patreon for just $2 USD. p4tre0n.c0m/Mr. Creator. Anyway, thanks for reading and supporting. And if you leave some good stones, I would appreciate it from the bottom of my heart. Chapter 8, External Conflicts, 1. Reiji, wait! Himiko shouted, jogging along with her backpack bouncing on her back. Reiji stopped in the middle of the sidewalk and turned around with a half smile. "You walk really slow, Himiko." "That's a lie," she retorted, puffing out her cheeks. "I just got distracted watching that dog scratch its belly like you do in the mornings." Reiji let out a brief chuckle. "Are you really comparing me to just any old dog?" "No," Himiko murmured as she caught up to him and hooked her arm through his. "Because even if you were a dog, you'd still be my favorite dog." Reiji didn't answer. He simply looked at her with a mix of tenderness and resignation. It had always been like this. Himiko found the strangest ways to show affection, and over time, she had become even more attached. She talked non-stop, jumping between topics in no particular order: what they ate at school, the rumor about a teacher who wore a wig, the weird new kid who was giving her dirty looks. But every few sentences, her attention would return to Reiji. She kept looking for any kind of reaction she might get from her brother. School hours were unfortunate and almost torturous, not because of the classes, but rather because of Himiko's separation from her brother. Although Reiji enjoyed having his own space, it was where he could feel his own space as his own. That day, their mother hadn't been able to pick them up. Nothing unusual, just a work delay. So they were walking home alone along the same route as always, the one that ran alongside a row of old shops, rusty streetlights, and silent streets. It was a different place from where Himiko's quirk had awakened. They had transferred to a middle school on the other side of town to avoid those very streets. But as they turned onto an empty intersection, Reiji caught the distinct scent of blood in the distance. It reminded him of what happened a few years ago, but the scent wasn't human. Not like that time. "Reiji, why are you so quiet?" He didn't answer right away. Himiko kept talking as usual. She hadn't noticed yet. Better that way. He veered slightly off course, trying to bypass the area without drawing attention. Anyway, he dismissed the scent as coming from an animal. He was curious what kind of animal smelled like that, but human and animal blood didn't smell the same to his nose. "I'm just thinking," he said finally, without looking at her. Himiko frowned, puffing out her cheeks as if she expected him to apologize. "Thinking about me, right?" That did make him smile. Just a little. "Not really." "Liar," she exclaimed, squeezing his arm. "I know you're always thinking about me, even if you don't say it." He didn't answer. He let her have her way. Reiji tried to move away from the source of the scent, trying to prevent Himiko from smelling it too. But the sudden sound of a cat meowing thwarted his plan. "Reiji!" Himiko murmured, noticing the sound and now the scent in the air, which had grown thicker. "We have to help that cat!" Himiko exclaimed as her body began to run toward the scent her nose had detected. "Himiko, don't stray from me," he shouted, running after her. Due to the sudden movement, he didn't have time to react, and Himiko was quite fast and agile. They didn't have to go far to reach the scene. To their right, the alley that used to be filled with trash bags and city noise was now overrun by 3 teenagers. On the ground in front of them lay the same cat Reiji had seen days earlier. "What are you doing to Kopito?" Himiko, far from being intimidated by the 3 teenagers, confronted them immediately upon noticing that the orange cat was bleeding as if it had been cut. The 3 turned their gaze toward the siblings. Reiji sized them up immediately while putting his body between them and Himiko. "Oh, the great heroes have arrived. But aren't you a little too small?" the first one mocked, before another stepped forward. "Get lost, kids. You have no business here." "Do you really think so?" Reiji replied neutrally, but he had already taken a subtle step forward, leaving Himiko half a step behind. "Leave the cat alone." "Hey, calm down," said the last guy. He was stockier, with weathered skin, and a torn jacket that didn't hide his bandaged knuckles. "We were just showing him some affection. Or do you guys want a little affection from your elders too?" Himiko gave Reiji's arm a slight tug. Her body and mind understood what was happening. The situation had gotten out of hand into something more complicated and no longer had the sense of security it had at the start. Reiji looked at her and understood her expression. Himiko was worried about the cat, but her concern for her younger brother was much greater. "Don't worry. Kopito will be fine," Reiji whispered with a smile. This made Himiko's face light up completely. He could have left and let things be, but he wouldn't be able to sleep if he left it at that. "That cat is Himiko's friend, I can't let them keep hurting it like a bunch of damn savages." "How old are you? 10, maybe 11. Aren't you too young to promise things you can't deliver?" the first one said confidently. "Just leave the cat alone and go." Reiji replied with a frown. The cat's blood was slightly triggering his bloodlust. "My quirk works based on instinct. If my bloodlust spikes, the power of my quirk and my control increase proportionally." A kid giving orders. The biggest one smiled, and the 3 teenagers stepped forward. The cat in the back didn't even move when it saw the opening. It had lost quite a bit of blood, and its body looked badly battered. "Himiko, step back," Reiji said seriously, setting his backpack aside. He was ready to fight. His blood was beginning to surge within him, ready to be unleashed at his command. The girl looked Reiji in the eyes, only to notice his gaze completely fixed on the thugs. Himiko wasn't sure what to do, but she would definitely trust that Reiji was capable of handling everything. It didn't even matter if using his quirk in a street fight was illegal. "Fine. You asked for it, kid." Reiji took a step forward, his gaze trying to figure out if they had a hidden weapon or some quirk ability he hadn't noticed before. From his fingertips, blood began to seep out, unseen by the thugs. When they were close enough, ready for a quick attack, the first one lunged at Reiji, trying to land a punch to his chest that was blocked by Reiji's arms. Using his recovery ability, he could withstand a few blows before surprising them with his blood-based quirk. While Reiji blocked one attacker, the second took the opportunity to try to strike Reiji's unprotected side, while Reiji saw out of the corner of his eye that the third was ready on his other side to strike him. It was at that moment that his blood shot out from various parts of his body toward the 3 attackers in a point-blank assault. The 3 thugs looked at each other in surprise at the sudden display of crimson mass. But before it could hit them, 8 red feathers interposed themselves between the 2 sides, 2 feathers attacking each one. The thugs didn't have time to react as their clothes were grabbed by the sharp tips and they were forcefully slammed against the wall, far from the crimson mass. What the? A hero! Shit, I can't break free. Reiji, on the other hand, managed to react, and a barrier of blood stood between the projectiles and his body, blocking the surprise attack without much trouble. Is there a fourth? No. Judging by how they reacted, it's someone else. Did you really plan to use your quirks right out in the open? No one answered. What a hassle. From atop the buildings lining the alley, a figure appeared. He was supported by a pair of red feathers, which were the same color as the feathers the 3 thugs had pinned to their clothes. Reiji deactivated his crimson dome, his thirst for blood subsiding in the face of a more important event. The 2 feathers that had fallen to the ground in front of Reiji began to rise back toward the sky. A 5th person. Let us go, you bastard. Or do you want a beating too? Far from understanding their situation, the trio of thugs began to threaten the newcomer. The red-haired man merely gave them a subtle glance, then ignored the hooligans. Are you okay? The red-haired man turned toward the siblings. Reiji exhaled the breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding. Then he looked down at Himiko. Are you okay? She nodded, still somewhat surprised by the situation but visibly relaxed. Then Himiko's gaze fell on the small, dying cat that was struggling more and more to breathe. Don't worry about the cat, I'll take it to get treated. As for them, I'll call the police and explain what happened. By then, you shouldn't be here, or you'll get into trouble. The man explained quickly. Reiji just watched him for a moment. How long has he been watching? And why hasn't the other person shown up yet? Then his gaze fell on the criminals and the cat, causing his brow to furrow even more. Thank you very much, sir. I'll leave it in your hands. Let's go home, Himiko. He turned around and took his sister's hand firmly, leaving no room for refusal. The man just watched them with a slight nod. But how can we trust Kopito to a stranger? What if he can't find his way home afterward? Himiko asked, trying to question Reiji's decision, but he didn't hesitate for a moment. Cats know how to find their way back, they always do. Don't worry about that. We have to get home, or Mom will worry about us, he explained casually to ease Himiko's mind a little. He could feel the man's gaze still fixed on them, a sensation similar to what he felt when he was being watched by a mysterious entity. Were you the one behind this? Reiji wondered doubtfully, observing how, despite it being a busy hour due to the end of the school day, the streets were strangely empty. Hey, kid! One last thing before you go. The sudden shout from the 2 siblings' hero caught their attention, causing them both to turn around. What do you want? Reiji's reaction was more defensive this time, fearing he might attack them if necessary, but the man's carefree and completely genuine smile relaxed Reiji slightly. You have a very good quirk and a sharp mind. You have a great future ahead of you, don't you think? The words came out with a hint of irony that Reiji didn't ignore. He simply gave a small bow in gratitude and turned away again, under the confused gaze of Himiko, who didn't quite understand the true situation. They kept walking for a few blocks, with Reiji lost in his thoughts and Himiko worried about the cat's fate, whispering whether she'd ever see it again. When they turned onto the last street, Reiji stopped for a moment. He looked at his sister seriously. Let's not say anything to Mom or Dad. Himiko looked at him with an expression that wavered between relief and anxiety, but she ended up nodding. Well. But are you okay? Yes, we're fine. Don't worry, and Kopito will be fine too. She smiled faintly, and they continued walking, feeling more relaxed now. Inside a back alley, hidden by the structure of a closed soba shop, the atmosphere was different. A boy with red wings was leaning against a wall, holding the orange cat in his arms. The animal, now clean and with no visible signs of injury, was purring normally, settling against his chest as if nothing had happened minutes earlier. Its breathing was steady. Its movements were calm. There was no medical emergency. There never really had been. In front of him, a slender figure stood motionless. Long coat, dark glasses, upright posture. He showed no interest in the cat. Nor in his surroundings. "Results?" he asked, his tone unchanged. The blonde let out a brief laugh, tilting his head. "The boy. He's interesting." He paused a second longer than necessary, as if reviewing the scene. He wanted to face them head-on. Without hesitation. He didn't even consider retreating when he saw the numerical disadvantage. He moved first to cover his sister, then tried to use his advantages. He ran a hand along the cat's back, which responded with a slight movement. He didn't panic. He analyzed quickly and devised a strategy based on the information he had. The figure in front of him didn't react. "Get to the point." The blonde exhaled through his nose, still wearing a faint smile. "He has a dangerous mindset." He let himself get hit and show weakness, only to finish off his opponent in an unexpected way. "He doesn't back down easily, and he stays calm in tense moments." He glanced sideways at the alley, as if he could still see the previous scene. "We had to intervene before it escalated. Our guys were caught off guard. Even if we'd let them fight for real, I don't know if they would have come out unscathed. A couple more seconds and the situation would have gone beyond what we wanted." He paused briefly. "When my partner showed up, he didn't ask too many questions. He didn't seek explanations. He just assessed the situation and vaguely understood what was happening. He even grasped my presence quickly. That's also interesting." Silence. The man pulled a small notebook from inside his coat. He didn't look at the blonde man as he wrote. "Suitable." He closed the notebook with a crisp motion. He added nothing more. He turned and began to walk away, disappearing into the shadows of the alley as if he had never been there. Before vanishing completely, he left one last sentence. "Remember to keep watching. This isn't over." The blonde man looked in his direction for a few seconds, then at the cat, who remained settled without a care in the world. The wings moved slightly. Yet, work, work. I should be enjoying my age, and yet, here I am," he muttered listlessly, though the smile didn't fade. He looked in the direction the siblings had gone. "Really interesting." Reiji was sitting at his desk, alone with the lamp lit. His fingers tapped on the wood, barely audible, as if he were marking the rhythm of his thoughts. His notebook on the history of this world lay open before him, and he was going through the names he'd written down one by one. The drawings and abilities were also an important factor. But he couldn't find a single profile that perfectly matched what he'd seen that day. A few days had passed since the alley incident. Himiko and Reiji hadn't told their parents anything. The next day, Kopito the cat had shown up as if nothing had happened, which made Reiji even more suspicious. He hadn't heard any news about it. He had returned to the spot alone on one of his mother's shopping errands, and there was no trace of the drops of blood he had intentionally left there that day. However, that day he had found a small note carefully placed so that anyone passing by who was interested would pick it up without hesitation. Now, with Himiko nowhere near, without the constant buzz of the day, there were no more excuses. He unfolded it. Reiji leaned forward slightly. His eyes scanned each letter with tense slowness, as if he wanted to make sure he didn't misinterpret anything. "If you have this, then you've passed. Congratulations." Reiji frowned. But he kept reading the lines. "I'm sure you're wondering who I am, or who we are. You're young, but I'm pretty sure you know exactly what's going on. If not, you wouldn't be reading this." His gaze sharpened. "You want to become a hero, don't you?" Reiji raised an eyebrow. That wasn't quite right, but he assumed it was because of the way he'd behaved while trying to protect the cat. "Though with that bloodthirsty streak of yours, it might get a bit complicated." He stood motionless. the paper in his hands. His heart pounding with a force that didn't show on his face. They weren't supposed to know that. No one was supposed to know. But don't worry, we have it all planned out. He pressed his lips together. Uncomfortable with the way the letter was written, he read on nonetheless. A hero means sacrifice, acts that not everyone notices. That line. That metaphor. The same one his father had embodied in his past life, a silent hero for humanity. The right eyes are already watching you. Sometimes, the quietest wings don't come from the sky. They fly low, so as not to arouse suspicion. And right below, as if the author had hesitated to write it, in a corner in fainter ink. See you soon, stay alert. A faint sigh escaped his lips. Despite not having given his permission, he was already part of someone's game, and inevitably, it would put his own family at risk. It's definitely not AFO. The Hero Commission, or the Quirk Liberation Front. He glanced at his notebook a couple more times, just to confirm a few things. He closed his eyes for a few seconds. I'm in deeper trouble than I thought. If you want to access all the content published so far, you can support the project on Patreon for just $2 USD. P4TRE0N.C0M/Mr. Creator. Anyway, thanks for reading and supporting. And if you leave some good stones, I would appreciate it from the bottom of my heart. Chapter 9, External Conflicts, 2. The noise of cars mixed with the insistent honking of a delivery truck filled the air. It was noon, and the city moved at a chaotic, steady pace that seemed to ignore those walking alone in the crowd. Reiji was walking down a narrow sidewalk, his school uniform half-buttoned and his backpack slung over one shoulder. He had left early that day. A boy in his class had caused a bit of a mess with his gravitational quirk, and as a result, the classroom had turned into a vomit-filled room. Reiji wasn't affected, but it was reason enough to suspend classes for the day. As one might expect, Himiko wasn't so lucky, and because of his parents' work schedule along with their special permission they let his go on his own. He crossed the street just as the light changed and turned onto a less traveled street, an area with small shops that always seemed on the verge of closing, bike repair shops, watch repair shops, a stationery store that only opened when the owner felt like it. But the feeling of being watched wouldn't go away, no matter which streets he crossed or if he went into a store to buy something to eat, it still followed him. Do you want to reveal yourself? Reiji stopped, pretending to look at a display case full of old watches. His gaze was fixed only on the reflection behind him. A boy was watching him from across the street, pretending to browse the flowers just like Reiji was, to be lost among the flowers at the stand in front of him. He had sunglasses perched on his head, headphones hanging around his neck, and an unbuttoned grey jacket that didn't match anything. He didn't move. But he was smiling. Reiji studied him out of the corner of his eye. Messy blonde hair. Deceptively thin. And that nice guy vibe. He didn't stand out much beyond the two red wings peeking out from his back. That pair of red wings reminded him of something, but he couldn't figure out exactly what at that moment. All the previous events had left his mind exhausted, too much so to remember where he'd seen the guy he was watching in the reflection before. The boy raised a hand, as if greeting an acquaintance he hadn't seen in a long time. Then he crossed the street, unhurried. Reiji tensed slightly, furrowing his brow. You know you're standing there like someone who's already expecting trouble, he said, without introducing himself, as if the conversation had started much earlier. Reiji didn't respond. He just looked at him. And I don't mean that in a bad way, he added, glancing around. Actually, it's pretty useful. You noticed things earlier. He leaned in slightly, lowering his voice. Like me. Reiji didn't respond. His body remained relaxed, but his fingers on the backpack strap had tightened ever so slightly. Don't worry, the boy added, with a crooked smile that radiated a sense of ease. I didn't come here to fight. Or to test you. At least not today. He took a seat on the metal railing bordering the sidewalk. From that position, his face was level with Reggie's. "I just wanted to see if you were like they said." He gave him a quick once-over, without mockery, without contempt, but rather with genuine curiosity. "And yet, you're weird. In a good way." Reggie frowned slightly, trying to remember where he knew him from. But that way of speaking, of moving, of reading him as if he knew more than he was saying. Plus those red wings. The feathers. They're the same as that day. When he finally realized who he was, his posture straightened a little more, and he tried to discreetly scan his surroundings. "Who told you anything about me?" he finally asked, in a neutral voice clearly not typical for his age. "People with too much time on their hands," the boy replied, shrugging. "You know how things are in this world, anyone who stands out ends up on some list." "And you?" Reggie narrowed his eyes. "Which list are you from?" The blonde laughed. It was a brief, controlled, but genuine laugh. "Good question. Let's just say I'm in training. I work part-time for people who watch from the shadows. And part-time for myself." He stood up from the railing, stretching his arms. "What do they want from me?" Reggie decided to get straight to the point. "Well, it's hard to say, I don't even know what they want from me yet. But it'll be up to you to find out." He spoke fluently, as if they were speaking almost the same language. "What if I refuse?" A nasal laugh escaped from the boy's nostrils, as if he'd heard something stupid. "You have things you want, just remember that. I think you get it, don't you?" Reggie's eye twitched slightly, but he stayed silent. In the end, the blonde boy was just another pawn. "You were definitely born for this. Are you sure you're 8 years old?" The boy's sly smile appeared as he studied Reggie, then he took a few steps toward the corner, as if he were about to leave. "What's your name?" Reggie asked suddenly, without moving. The boy stopped, his back to him. He turned only his head, one eyebrow raised. "Hawks." And then he added, "If you ever need to talk to someone, we'll run into each other around here." Without saying another word, he turned the corner and disappeared into the crowd. Reggie stayed there, motionless, finally realizing why that person seemed so familiar to him. Japan's third best hero, or at least that's what he remembered Hawks. That was, at least, his future identity. Suddenly everything made perfect sense. Before, they had been just assumptions, but he had finally pieced it all together. The noise of the world returned like a tide, filling the strange void left by that brief conversation. The quietest wings do not come from the sky. And now, for the first time, he wondered if the message had been more literal than he'd thought. He looked down. There was something on the ground. A reddish feather. Just like that time. It was a dark red, impossible to have gone unnoticed. Except for the way it seemed to have appeared silently, without warning, right at his feet. He picked it up. At the base of the feather's shaft, a word had been handwritten in black ink, so small it looked carved. "Next time, don't stop to buy the same thing twice." Reggie looked in the direction Hawks had gone and let out a wry laugh. He realized when Hawks had noticed his presence. He put the feather in his backpack, afraid of damaging it somehow, and resumed his original course. He had a lot of things to jot down in his notebook. Hero Public Safety Commission. Reggie read the heading once more before looking down at the rest of the page. An organization tasked with maintaining the image of heroes in society. It operates on 2 levels, a public one, focused on licensing, regulation, and oversight, and an unofficial one, which operates in the underworld to preserve the stability of the hero's image and society. A brief description, and he moved on to the next paragraph. Related characters: Hawks, Lady Nagant. The next page was a description and a somewhat vague sketch of the boy he'd seen earlier that same day. Reggie just let out a long sigh. "I have nothing." Of everything he'd jotted down, that organization was the one with the least concrete information and, at the same time, the one with the greatest impact on his current situation. It wasn't as if he was going to remember something out of the blue, the memories of his other life were distant fragments, and even more so the time when he read the Boku no Hero manga. He returned to the previous page without haste. At least he knew who he'd have to deal with. The Hero Commission. It was important to know who you were up against, know your enemy and you will win. Only in this case, the Commission knew his name, his taste for blood, his location, his family, and all the relevant details of his life. And above all, they knew Himiko. That was his weakest point. And probably the first one they would consider using if things stopped going their way. Reiji slowly closed the notebook, aligning it with the edge of the desk before resting both hands on the wood. What did I do to end up like this? The question popped into his mind unintentionally. He wasn't looking for an answer. He didn't need one. He knew perfectly well that it hadn't been a single mistake. It was a combination of factors. His behavior. His regeneration. His quirk. His actions in the alley, and who knows what else. He didn't dwell on that thought. It added nothing. He leaned back slightly in his chair, shifting his gaze toward the window. The daylight continued to stream in, unchanged. Outside, the street maintained its usual rhythm. Nothing indicated that anything was stirring beneath the surface. But it was. And he was already in it. He leaned forward again, resting his forearms on the desk. The only tactical advantage he had was that they didn't have all the information. That was a fact. They didn't know about his first life. How could they? And consequently, they didn't know his limits. And that was enough. He didn't need a winning hand. The one with the hand isn't always the winner, he just had to make them believe they were in control. And, above all, keep Himiko out of whatever was happening or would happen. That was the priority. He stood up from his chair and headed out to the courtyard. A strong mind required a strong body as well. Reiji. I'm finally here. You have no idea how hard class was. As expected, the moment she walked through the door, Himiko threw herself at Reiji without regard for strength or space, wrapping both arms around him and pressing herself against his body as if she hadn't seen him in days. Reiji barely managed to tilt the cereal bowl just enough to keep the milk from spilling onto the sofa, making a small adjustment with his wrist that showed practice rather than reflex. She had arrived just a few seconds earlier with her mother, and the whole way there she had talked non-stop, piling up complaints, anecdotes, and irrelevant comments just to fill the time she hadn't been able to spend with Reiji. The boy let her hug him without resisting, changing the channel with his free hand while his attention was divided between the TV and the constant pressure his sister was exerting on him. I missed you too, Himiko, he replied with a half-smile, gentle enough not to fuel her enthusiasm any further than necessary. That didn't work. The hug intensified. I knew it, she said, squeezing him a little tighter, resting her head against his shoulder as if she wanted to make up for all the lost time in one go. Himiko, leave your brother alone. Her mother's voice came from the doorway, laced with habit more than actual annoyance. She set several bags on the table with a practical motion, without lingering too long. Besides, I thought you'd be hungry, so I brought you something. The reaction was immediate. As if someone had flipped a switch, Himiko let go of Reiji without warning and spun around toward the bags, now completely focused on their contents. Reiji blinked once, adjusting the bowl's balance before finally setting it down on the low table in front of the sofa, discreetly wiping away the small drop that had fallen to the floor with his sock. Interesting. There were few things that could displace Reiji on Himiko's list of priorities, enough to make her attention shift so abruptly. Still, he didn't complain. Anything that was food was welcome. He stood up without haste, feeling the hunger building in his stomach. This was already his second meal since he'd stopped training, and the feeling of hunger hadn't diminished in the slightest. It wasn't normal. But it made sense. His regeneration didn't just speed up the healing of visible wounds. Internally, his body operated under a different logic. Muscle fibers didn't follow the usual cycle of wear, rest, and slow rebuilding. Micro-tears in the muscle fibers occurred with every repetition of the exercise he was doing, but instead of waiting hours or days to regenerate, his body initiated the repair process immediately. The damaged cells were replaced almost in real time, reinforcing the structure while the effort continued. That produced a particular effect. First, the fatigue threshold was higher. It took him longer to reach the point where his body actually began to fail, not just due to fatigue, which was also mitigated by his regeneration, but because of the constant pain of pushing his body to the limit. Second, when he managed to overcome that threshold, he had to make a superhuman effort to gain as many muscle fibers as possible, since once he stopped, the muscle gain achieved at that moment would raise the level of the first threshold and, consequently, only make the process longer. It was a mental strength rather than a physical one, but with the direct motivation of protecting Himiko, it was a price Reiji could bear. But that mechanism came at a direct cost. Energy. A lot of energy. His body needed the components to sustain the upcoming recovery. Everything he consumed was quickly transformed into fuel for that internal process. That's why he was hungry. And that's why, as the first threshold expanded, so too would his hunger for the necessary fuel to keep pushing past his physical limits. That morning, for example, he had spent over half an hour doing continuous push-ups before feeling that he had surpassed the first threshold. It was unsustainable. Unless he found better techniques or suitable machines, his physique wouldn't improve much in the short term. He refocused his attention on the table just as his mother pulled 2 small containers out of the bags. The smell hit him first. Sukiyaki. He didn't need to see it to know. Yet, we passed by a store and remembered it's your favorite. I thought you'd be hungry, so I insisted on getting some for you. Himiko said with obvious pride, puffing out her chest slightly as if she'd accomplished something especially important. Reiji looked at her for a few seconds before responding. Thank you, Himiko, he said finally, with a faint smile, more sincere than he usually showed. Really? Himiko's eyes sparkled with satisfaction. Then she took both containers before her mother could finish setting them on the table, moving closer to him again, and offering him hers. Reiji thanked her with a gesture as she sat down next to him without asking permission, practically pressing herself against his arm as she opened her own container. I knew you'd be starving, she added, leaning slightly toward him. You always are. Reiji let out a small, nasal laugh as he separated the chopsticks. It's not that bad. It is, she replied without hesitation. You eat more than Dad, and you're not even growing that fast. Reiji didn't correct her. It wasn't worth explaining. He opened the container and steam escaped immediately, accompanied by the rich aroma of sukiyaki. Meat, broth, vegetables. Simple, but effective. He took the first bite without rushing, the flavor flooded his senses. He used to enjoy eating in his previous life, most of the nutrients he needed were injected directly into his system, and the little food he tasted was for research purposes rather than for flavor. Now, however, everything was different. Accompanied by his hearty appetite, he had become quite active in trying new things and ate often, savoring the sensation with all his heart. That was one of the things this new life had given him, along with so many others. He glanced sideways at Himiko and their mother, who was putting things away on the shelves. He couldn't let his new life be ruined by whoever wanted to use him. He couldn't stop himself from getting involved, it was too late for that. But he could prevent his situation from affecting his family. He would reap the benefits of this organization until he found a crack and exploited it. After all, if they wanted him dead, they wouldn't wait long to do so. That was his greatest advantage. Reiji took another bite without dwelling too much on that analysis. It wasn't something he needed to think through right now. Why are you so quiet? Himiko asked suddenly, moving a little closer, invading his space without hesitation. Her gaze fixed on him with more intensity than usual. Reiji glanced at her out of the corner of his eye. "I'm eating." "No, you're thinking," she corrected him without hesitation. "You always make that face when you're thinking about weird things." Reiji didn't answer right away. He just kept eating. Himiko didn't look away, not until Reiji answered. The boy let out a light sigh. "Nothing important," he said finally. She narrowed her eyes, clearly not believing him, but didn't press the issue. Instead, she rested her head on his shoulder as if that were her way of accepting it. "Well, but you have to tell me how your day went." Reiji decided to play along and distracted himself by telling Himiko about his day, though he lied about some things to avoid venturing into dangerous territory. Chapter 10, Recruitment, 1. The morning dragged on at a crushingly slow pace. Reiji was sitting in his classroom, his cheek resting on his hand, his gaze lost among the scribbles in his notebook. The teacher kept talking at the front of the room, writing formulas on the blackboard, but Reiji's mind was elsewhere. A few days had passed since his encounter with Hawks, and so far, neither Hawks nor the feeling of being watched that occasionally accompanied him had appeared. He knew it was only temporary, and he'd been continuing to practice over the past few days. Above all, he was trying to use his quirk precisely for simple things like picking up the pencil that had just fallen by twirling it around his finger. The task was carried out with some difficulty but successfully in the end. When he looked up, a figure passed by the third-floor window. Quick. Light. No one else seemed to notice, but Reiji did. He leaned forward a little more, and his gaze fell on a boy with tousled blonde hair and dark glasses. Hawks. He was flying at an angle that only Reiji could see, or at least, that's what he realized when he saw how the teacher continued teaching his class as usual and the rest of his classmates remained attentive. "I still have so much to learn." Reiji didn't ask how he had gotten there. Or why. He simply understood. They had finally made contact with him. The bell signaling the end of class rang shortly after, and the room erupted into murmurs and movement. When he looked again, Hawks had vanished. Without saying a word, Reiji grabbed his backpack, stepped out into the hallway, and turned toward the back stairs. Leaving behind all his classmates who wanted to strike up a conversation with him. He figured Hawks would find him no matter where he went, so he decided to head for one of the less traveled emergency exits. His school was quite large, and that was an advantage in situations like this. It only took a few seconds for a pair of red wings to come into view, as if he'd simply gotten lost on a stroll. "Did you know that pigeons have a better sense of direction than many humans?" Hawks said, with a carefree smile. As if what he was doing wasn't blatantly illegal. Entering an educational facility without authorization, planning to kidnap a student, recruit him into an organization operating outside the law, blackmail him with his family's safety. And that was just the short-term plan. But neither of them seemed bothered by it. Reiji looked at him with a raised eyebrow. "Did you bring me here for some bird trivia?" "It could be worse," Hawks said, turning with a crooked smile. "I could have asked you to write a lengthy, multi-page report." Reiji's eye twitched. His carefree and slightly comical personality didn't seem suited to the kind of work he had to do. "What do you want to show me?" "Something you won't learn in this place," Hawks replied, already walking toward the exit. "I promise to bring you back before lunch." Reiji followed him without further questions. He was already part of this, and he had the feeling that refusing would result in tragedy. Still, he wanted to make one thing clear. "You'd better. I don't want anyone in my family to find out what's going on." Hawks just turned halfway around and spread his wings. "As long as you don't resist too much, that part is settled." "You know, what does it mean to be a hero?" After escaping, they had walked in silence until they were far from the school where Reiji studied. They walked in silence, so the question caught Reiji a little off guard. Still, he simply looked at Hawks. It was a question he often asked himself, not because he didn't know what it meant, but rather because the concept in this world and in his other world was somewhat different. A person willing to sacrifice themselves for others. In any case, he answered based on the perspective he'd gained in his former world. In a world where heroes as such don't exist, it was easier to have a perspective free of fanaticism. That's a clearer answer than I expected, he remarked with a smile, as if every time Reiji acted, it surprised him. After all, Reiji was still only 8 years old. What's that supposed to mean? Is it part of your secret organization's attempt to recruit me? Not really. What I have to show you, though. Hawks walked beside him with his hands in his pockets. His steps were relaxed, almost carefree. Reiji just glanced at him out of the corner of his eye and kept walking. Hawks' behavior, whether it was orders or not, was unpredictable. They walked a little longer until they stopped at a dead-end side alley. At the far end, a sliver of artificial light flickered through a half-open door. Do you know where we are? They paused for a moment, just before crossing. In the Adachi district. Why? Reiji raised an eyebrow at the sudden question as his gaze drifted down the alley beside him, knowing that whatever he was doing, he was at the end of that alley. Exactly, the district with the lowest crime rate in Tokyo. Though I suppose you already know that, or else your family wouldn't live around here. Reiji nodded slowly, he knew that perfectly well. After the incident that awakened his quirk, his parents had tried to spend more time in this district precisely because it was one of the safest areas in the country, with a crime rate of 0.5%. Precisely for that reason, there were a fair number of heroes in this area, not particularly renowned ones, but rather, a training ground for rookie heroes. As he thought about it, Reiji quickly realized how strange the situation was. It's all a facade, isn't it? Hawks smiled with a touch of pride and motioned to Reiji to keep quiet. The boy nodded, and they turned to enter the alley and approach the half-open door. They peeked in with ease, but seeing that the cameras supposedly monitoring this area were turned off, he assumed they must be getting more help. Either that, or Hawks was just too good at what he did and Reiji hadn't noticed yet. You know how it goes, right? A couple of photos, you stop me, I act surprised. In 2 weeks we'll do it again in another neighborhood. A hero. He'd seen him before on the local news. On the other side, a guy with a torn jacket, yellow teeth. They spoke in hushed tones. But not quietly enough. Try not to act as badly as last time. The press noticed. The hero laughed at his accomplice as he handed him a wad of bills. Yeah, it's just that I'm running out of transformations. It's not easy to act like a different person every time. That's not my fucking problem. The hero turned and started walking toward the exit, adjusting his cape with a practical smile, as if he'd just given a motivational speech. The other guy stayed behind, counting the money as if nothing had happened. Hawks said nothing and grabbed Reiji's wrist to take off toward the building's rooftop, avoiding being seen by the hero who left the place with a serene expression. Reiji waited for the hero to get even further away before starting to speak. You brought me here to change my worldview, didn't you? He asked, cutting to the chase. He knew perfectly well what the Japan Public Safety Commission, the organization Hawks worked for, was all about. No, your worldview is exactly what we need. Instead, this is why we do what we do the way we do it. Are you going to get to the point? Hawks didn't answer right away. A hero is exactly what you say, someone who sacrifices themselves for others. That's the view society needs to have of them to keep the public calm. The hero gazed into the distance, where he was being greeted with excitement by some civilians, posing for a photo. Do you know how disastrous it would be if ordinary people found out about this? The silence stretched between them like a taut rope. Your job is to clean up the hero's image, and soon it will be my job. A sincere laugh escaped Hawk's lips. You hit the nail on the head, he said at last, in a soft voice. My job or what I'm training for, and if you pass the tests, it will be yours too, is to keep society as calm as possible. I don't just mean the heroes. Anything that threatens Japanese society, I have to eliminate it no matter the cost. Reiji kept his gaze fixed, his brow barely furrowed. I'm not like you, Hawks continued, turning to get a better look at him. I wasn't born knowing what was wrong with this world. It took me years to understand it, even with a pretty rough childhood, and I'm still not sure. But for you, all it takes is a minute and a couple of facts. You have something different from the rest, even setting aside your dual gift. And what does that say about me? That you have an innate talent they want to exploit, and that makes you even more dangerous. The truth is, you don't have many options. Either you resist and they force you, or you don't resist and they don't force you. Reiji lowered his gaze. Thinking about Hawk's words, he was clearly right. Even so, his decision had already been made. And what are you supposed to do now that you see this? You knew this beforehand, that's obvious. Reiji spoke again after weighing his words. He changed the subject slightly to gather more information. I know you know without me telling you. The smile of confidence and assurance on his face made Reiji relax a little. Despite being in a shadowy organization, Hawks was a trustworthy man. Back to his 15 or 16-year-old self. Confirm the suspicion, gather evidence. That's what you do now, he muttered. Hawks smiled respectfully. Before he could speak, Reiji expanded on his initial idea. Stopping him now might mean missing the chance to capture a bigger fish, right? This time, Hawks looked more surprised. Exactly. It's not as simple as this hero paying the villain, it's also the people involved who let him go free. The police, the witnesses, the courts, and politicians. A network like this is unsustainable for just two people. Hawks looked down at the alley below, then looked up again. The Public Hero Safety Commission is responsible for unraveling all of that, and I'm in charge, no matter the cost. He had finally revealed it. Reiji looked at him for a second, seeming somewhat surprised by the organization involved. The commission isn't looking for child prodigies, Reiji. There are plenty of those. It's looking for individuals with judgment. With that strange mix of empathy and toughness that makes them useful. Dangerous. Efficient. And most importantly, who have a part of that darkness inside them. These are things even All Might himself can't do. Hawks let out a slight sigh. They've been watching you. You have the same drive as your sister, but you've suppressed it. We can help you with that. We can train you and make you a great hero. Those guys have plenty of free time and resources, it's not just empty talk. Reiji looked up. Is this a formal offer? No, said Hawks, without looking back. Nothing is formal with these guys, but if you're in, they can change your life. And personally, that's what I recommend. I like you, and you already know what'll happen if you refuse. I don't think your life and your family's are a fair price for your freedom, at least not right now. Reiji nodded, confirming he'd understood the message. Now that that's said, let's get out of here. It's almost noon, and you can't stay here all day. Keeping a low profile is one of the obligations you'll have. Hawks grabbed Reiji's wrist again, and the two of them went down from the building to the street, blending in without much trouble among the sparse traffic in the area. Oh, by the way, he said as he pulled a small folded envelope from inside his jacket. Call this number when you're ready. It'll change your life in many ways, but I think it's a good path. You want to protect your sister, don't you? Reiji looked at him, somewhat puzzled. This is the best way, believe me. I'm not saying this as a part-timer, I'm saying it as an acquaintance. Reiji took it carefully. See you soon, serious guy. Go back the same way you came. Oh, and if anyone asks. Yeah, you skipped class today on your own. And with a slight flutter of his feathers, he vanished, flying through the streets in broad daylight. Although using his quirk without permission was illegal, it was highly unlikely that someone like Hawks didn't have one, so it didn't matter. Reiji was left alone. He held the piece of paper with a number he was determined to call, but not now. He looked out at the streets and sighed. The walk back would be long. But no longer than the journey he had just begun. The school cafeteria buzzed with the constant murmur of students, clattering trays, scraping chairs, and overlapping conversations that filled the space in a chaotic jumble. Reiji sat down calmly, placing his tray on an empty table, choosing a spot away from the crowd to avoid as much contact as possible. Though it didn't take them long to find him. "Ah, there you are." The voice came a second before the touch. A pair of arms wrapped around his neck from behind, leaning naturally against him. Reiji didn't even stop chewing. "Hi, Himiko." She plopped down beside him as if that seat belonged to her by right. Her uniform was slightly rumpled, her backpack was loosely closed, and her hair was damp, still dripping from some of the ends. "You missed my gym class," she remarked, settling in more comfortably as she opened her own lunch. "And I even made sure to look my best so you could see how beautiful I am." Reiji barely glanced at her. "I didn't know we were in the same class. Let me remind you, you're 2 grades ahead of me." Himiko puffed out her cheeks, but didn't look away. "I know perfectly well that you skipped class today," she said bluntly. "Where did you go?" "For a walk." "Did you skip class?" "Yes." "Why?" "I was hungry, so I went to buy something." She looked at him, analyzing every inch of his face. As if she were waiting for a crack. A sign of a lie. "I don't believe a word of it," she said in a sweet tone, just before biting his shoulder with a force that made him wince. "Hey!" Reiji complained, pushing her away with a light nudge. "What are you doing? If you don't tell me, I'll bite you," she declared with the most absurd solemnity. "I have the whole lunch to get the truth out of you with bites, so you better cooperate." He sighed, rolling his eyes. Still, he smiled. "It's not important. Is someone bothering you, or does something hurt? Do you really think I'd let that happen?" Reiji looked like someone more likely to be the victim than the aggressor, and thanks to his regeneration, he rarely felt pain, and when he did, it faded quickly. She stared at him as if she wanted to pierce him with her gaze. Then she pursed her lips. Biting his shoulder again, this time, Reiji only made a small grimace. "Do you really have to do that?" She didn't answer. She just bit him again, a little harder. "Hey! Do you really want me to lie to you just to get you to let go?" "Nothing." He just got another bite, this time a really hard one, and he frowned. "Okay. I'll tell you. I just didn't want to ruin the surprise," Reiji said as he stepped back and rubbed his shoulder, while his healing ability mended it in seconds. Meanwhile, Himiko's eyes sparkled. "Surprise? What surprise?" she said in a much more cheerful voice, a radiant smile on her face. "Your birthday is coming up, so just wait until then. I'll really get mad if you force me to tell you." Reiji stared at her with a frown, acting annoyed at having to reveal his master plan. Though the real annoyance was that now he'd actually have to do something big for his Himiko's birthday even though he would have done it anyway. "My little brother. I adore you. You're the best thing in life. I hope you never part ways with your big sister." As expected, the over-the-top Himiko, who never held back when it came to showing her love for Reiji, pulled him into a tight hug and began shouting her strange affection for her little brother at the top of her lungs. Some people at nearby tables turned to look at the pair, but a single glance from Reiji was enough to keep them from interfering. Inevitably, they were quite well known for Himiko's behavior, but Reiji made sure no one spoke ill of Himiko. They had a somewhat strange reputation. After a while, Himiko moved a little closer, her voice now barely a whisper. "Anyway, if you run away again, I'm going to follow you." Her tone sounded like a threat that brooked no refusal, but Reiji just laughed. Not mockingly, but with that strange affection reserved only for her. My double life is going to be extremely complicated with Himiko's obsession with me. Siguiente capítulo. BNHA, I am Reiji Toga, Chapter 15. Chapter 15, Reiji Toga, 4. Chapter 11, Recruitment, 2. Do you think they'll put us in the same class at this new academy? Himiko's innocent question hung in the air, just as it usually did. Reiji just looked at her, wondering whether to burst her bubble or play along a little longer. Who knows, the scholarship I got was based on academic performance. We might be in the same class. Clearly that wasn't the case, but Reiji decided to play along. Hearing her brother's words, Himiko's eyes sparkled with excitement. Could she really spend time with her brother during class? That would be magnificent. Reiji could help her with all her subjects, even take the tests for her, and best of all, they'd spend the whole day together. Reiji just chuckled to himself. He wanted to see Himiko's expression later when she found out that wasn't actually the case, then he could pretend he didn't know and get away with it. Look, we're almost there. Before the siblings stood an imposing academy. The entrance was swarming with hundreds of students, but somehow, everything looked deeply orderly. No wonder it was a private academy, after all. After Reiji agreed to join the Public Safety Commission of Heroes, he received notification that he had won a scholarship due to his outstanding academic performance. Himiko had received a scholarship as well, highlighting the potential she might have in the future. An excuse not to separate them, which was the only condition Reiji had imposed. Reiji was surprised that they had accepted his request, especially considering his young age. However, Kigo Takami Hawk's real name had mentioned that he had helped him out a little with it, much to the boy's good fortune. Of course, the Toga parents were extremely happy and proud of their two children, and since he was being admitted to one of Tokyo's most prestigious academies, they undoubtedly accepted without hesitation. Reiji's gaze fixed on the faces of most of the students. For the most part, they looked like children from a high social class. It wasn't just their faces, their postures and manner of speaking also gave them away. From his previous life, Reiji had developed a distaste for this type of person. After all, most of the people involved in experimenting on him were high-status individuals. We'll just have to see what lies ahead for us here. Reiji and Himiko were being led by the academy's secretary to their classrooms. It seemed excessive to send a secretary just to take them to their classroom, but Reiji thought it must have something to do with the true purpose of his scholarship. This is Miss Toga's classroom. I hope you get along very well with your new classmates, she said elegantly, slowly opening the door as Himiko looked on, bewildered, and glanced sideways at Reiji. The boy just shrugged, feigning ignorance. Himiko frowned and puffed out her cheeks but said nothing. She simply turned around and decided to go in. Although the matter hadn't been resolved, Himiko was sure Reiji knew perfectly well she wouldn't be in the same classroom, judging by his expression, which wasn't the least bit surprised. He'll pay for this. The girl thought as she crossed the threshold, and her expression changed completely. This would be her first impression on her new classmates, and she wanted to make a good one. The teacher paused the class for a moment, aware of the girl's arrival at his side. Before Reiji could see his sister's introduction to the class, the secretary closed the classroom door and began walking in another direction. Naturally, Reiji started following her at his own pace. We've assigned you a special schedule, we'll give it to you after your first class. Until then, behave yourself. The woman spoke eloquently. Reiji just nodded beside her, and they continued down the hallway. So, how was your class? As soon as Reiji stepped out of the classroom, adjusting the strap of his backpack while dodging a couple of students who were still talking about him, a figure casually stepped into his path. The boy raised an eyebrow, recognizing him immediately. Messy blonde hair, a relaxed posture, that faint smile that seemed to never fade. And now, a perfectly regulation school uniform. What? The boy said, tilting his head with a half smile. Are you surprised to see your superior here? Reiji simply looked him up and down. Are you a senior? Although Reiji already knew that Hawks wasn't an adult yet, seeing him dressed as a student wasn't something he'd expected today. Yet, Hawks replied nonchalantly, slipping a hand into his pocket. And since I'm your supervisor, it's my job to help you adjust. Before Reiji could respond, the blonde slapped a sheet of paper against his chest with a quick motion. Reiji caught it on reflex, immediately looking down. Let's go. Reiji began walking alongside Hawks without stopping, reading the document as they made their way down the hallway. It was a schedule. Not just for classes. There were blocks that didn't correspond to the regular academic program. Physical training, evaluations, sessions with no clear specification. Himiko is surely looking for me right now, he said quietly, more as an observation than a complaint. Don't worry, Hawks replied without looking at him. Being new brings her a certain fame that will keep her busy. That's exactly why I looked for you as soon as class ended. Reiji didn't argue. It made sense. Leaving the classroom had been more complicated than expected. Constant questions, curious glances, clumsy attempts to strike up a conversation. It's not like Reiji was overly sociable, he only allowed himself to be that way with Himiko and now with Hawks. So? Where are we going? Hawks smiled faintly. Let yourself be surprised. He didn't add anything else. They walked. The hallways began to empty as they made their way toward less traveled areas of the building. This place is huge. It looks different from the outside. The academy spanned nearly 4 city blocks, as expected, even with the number of enrolled students, they couldn't fill the entire campus. Finally, they turned a corner and stopped in front of a door that didn't stand out at all. Worn wood, a small metal plaque reading janitor's office. Nothing out of place. Hawks opened it without touching it. They both entered at the same time. The interior was as expected. Tools, shelves with cleaning supplies, an old desk with papers scattered about. Nothing to suggest anything out of the ordinary. Reiji knew he wouldn't bring him here for nothing, so he began looking around for the real reason. Hawks walked straight to the back, ignoring everything else, and stopped in front of a seemingly normal wall. He placed his hand on a specific spot. A click. Faint. Almost imperceptible. The wall slid back, revealing a staircase leading down. Are we in a movie? Reiji asked, seeing the all-too-familiar scene. I guess so, if you have a sense of humor, Hawks teased as he began to descend. Reiji didn't move right away. Are you coming or staying there? Hawks said a few steps below. Reiji followed him. The change was gradual. With every step, the atmosphere transformed. The air was different. Cleaner. Colder. The walls went from plain concrete to smooth, reinforced surfaces with integrated panels that emitted a dim light. When they reached the lower level, the contrast was stark and highly unpleasant. Screens. Control panels. Equipment that Reiji could easily recognize, whose purpose was obvious: monitoring, analysis, control. There were no staff in sight. But the place was active. Reiji stopped. His hand clenched into a fist and his eye twitched slightly. The memory of his torture was still vivid, even though it wasn't under the same skin he wore now. Not bad, right? Hawks remarked, spinning on his heels to survey the place with pride. Unnoticing his companion's small gesture. For something that doesn't officially exist. Reiji didn't answer right away. He relaxed his body and cleared his mind with the image of Himiko. The only way to forget his past was to focus on his future, or at least, that's what Reiji thought. Is this where I'll be training? Basically, Hawks confirmed. Reiji took a few steps, touching one of the panels. Isn't this a bit excessive? Maybe so, but you're not the only one who's been chosen as an agent. I, for example, was just one on a long list of candidates. Though you'll rarely run into anyone else, not even I know who the other chosen ones are. That's why you have to follow your schedule to the letter. Reiji took in the information without interrupting. He didn't ask for details. He didn't need them yet. Well, then I have to prove I'm better than all of them, right? He asked with a smile, though his gaze was fixed on the medal's reflection. A camera was pointed directly at him, and who knows how many more. I should act according to my ideals until I find my own path. It doesn't matter as long as they don't interfere with Himiko. I thought you'd say that, Hawks smiled, though Reiji's gaze on the medal didn't go unnoticed. Still, he said nothing. How can you judge someone who thinks the same way you do? Unlike Hawks, Reiji did have reasons to fight beyond himself. For that very reason and his peculiar personality, he had asked to train him personally as his first personal assignment. That's the same reason why Reiji's recruitment has been so easy for the boy, but of course, Reiji didn't know that yet. Chapter 12, Training, 1. Reiji exhaled slowly. Sweat trickled down his forehead as his gaze remained fixed on the opponents in front of him. 6 Level 1 sensor-activated steel humanoid dummies surrounded him in a semicircular formation. The sharp starting beep echoed through the hidden speakers. He moved instantly. His blood surged forth effortlessly, taking the form of whips and spears, dancing with harmonious precision. There was no mistake, no hesitation. 3 of the dummies were pierced before the first could even feign an attack. The fourth managed to fire a simulated electric shock. Reiji deflected its path with a curved blade of solidified blood. He spun on a heel, dodged another blow, and struck the fifth robot with a needle that pierced the slot in its mechanical neck. Before the fourth could attack again, he hurled the spear in his other hand straight into its metal eye. The crimson weapon pierced it, before exploding at Reiji's command, completely shattering its head. Reiji leaped backward, dodging the last one's sneak attack, and using only his brute strength, struck the robot's chin, punching its skull right off along with the circuits. 10 seconds. All out of commission. The digital timer displayed it in red, flashing. It wasn't his best time. But it didn't matter, he wasn't trying anyway. He looked at his knuckles, he might have regeneration, but punching a steel dummy was no small feat either. He still had the red marks with a little blood seeping from wounds that were closing before his eyes. You're holding back again. The familiar voice boomed from the observation balcony. Reiji looked up. Hawks watched him with his arms crossed, leaning casually against the railing. Although he was now wearing a hero's uniform, his attitude hadn't changed. He smiled with the same mocking air, but his eyes were sharper. I'm not holding back, Reiji said, wiping the sweat from his brow with the back of his arm. I'm testing my body. Testing, holding back. It's the same with the data. You can do better, but you don't. Hawks descended with a soft flutter of his wings. His boots touched the ground with a faint crunch. He walked among the shattered dummies and nodded approvingly. Then his gaze settled on the boy in front of him. He was a head taller, but Hawks wasn't sure how long that would last. I spoke with the commission today. Or rather, they spoke with me, he said without looking at him. They told me you passed the advanced simulation scenarios with flying colors. They even asked me if you were fit for real-world operations. And what did you say? That you still don't know how to take a life if the situation warrants it. Reiji nodded in understanding. He knew that what he was doing would inevitably lead him down that path. But he wanted to put it off as long as possible. The thought that he could become as cold-hearted as those who had experimented on him made him reject the idea of taking a life. 3.5 years had passed since he accepted Hawk's offer. 3.5 years since Himiko and Reiji received that miraculous scholarship to a private school, modern and equipped like no other. 3.5 years during which his family believed he was simply a brilliant child, while Reiji trained relentlessly until he bled in the labyrinth of rooms, chambers, and hidden offices beneath the school. The commission wants results no matter the cost, Hawks said, his tone softer now. And I know you're capable of it. I'd even say you're better prepared than I was at your age. But I'd rather you live your life a little longer. Once you start taking on real cases, things really change. Hawks paused. I became a professional hero a year ago, he said, without embellishment. The commission helped me with everything. Agency, permits, media coverage. Even so, I don't feel like I've fulfilled the purpose for which I was born. I'm still trying to see myself as more than just an asset. He made a gesture with his fingers, a sort of quotation mark in the air as he said asset. The gesture took away some of the formality, but not the weight. What's this about? Reiji said, without a trace of sarcasm. Always straight to the point, Hawks replied, smiling this time. What I want you to understand, Reiji, is that this path comes at a cost. Every time you accept a job, even if it's just symbolic, you lose something. Reiji lowered his gaze. Hawks usually called him by his first name only for serious matters, as in this case. The day I agreed to join the commission, Hawks continued, pacing slowly around the room. I didn't know what it really meant. I was an orphan who had lost his parents and knew nothing else. Even though he'd already told him the story a few times, he repeated it again just to make sure the message was clear to Reiji. But they trained me to see it. To notice what traditional heroes can't see. Information trafficking. Corruption in the upper echelons. Not even the most dangerous villains are as messed up as the things hidden under society's shiny rugs. He stopped right in front of Reiji. You already know that, don't you? I can't put it into words, but it was as if your mind wasn't in sync with your body. You were. You're much older than you should be. He said it casually. Reiji didn't flinch. He knew Hawks was observant, very analytical despite his laid-back personality. But he wouldn't exactly tell him that he'd lived two lives if you could even call the first one a life. You're starting to sound like my older brother, don't you think? He asked with a crooked smile, one he rarely showed. He didn't even feel as much affection for his parents as he did for Hawks. Unlike them, the person in front of him was someone who perfectly understood the world and how easily things change. A trusted friend, almost a brother. Perhaps the kind of person he'd hoped would save him in his previous life. And that's why I want you to be prepared. Not just physically. Not just with your quirk. I want you to have good judgment. Because someday you're going to have to make decisions that don't have a right side, and I don't want you to lose the certainty you have. He walked back toward the room's sensors. He touched a panel and shut down all the remaining dummies with a simple code. The light changed slightly, shifting from a clinical white to a softer ember. What you can't lose, in simple terms, is your reason. Your motive. Hawks always spoke philosophically. He had a unique gift for making you reflect. Himiko. Her, yourself, the world you want to protect. It doesn't matter which one you choose. Just make sure it's yours. Silence took hold of the room once more. This time, it was warmer. Almost brotherly. Reiji took a few steps and sat down on a nearby bench. When his body finally relaxed, he let out a low chuckle. That was pretty poetic for someone who's always telling bad jokes. Hawks let out a brief laugh. Hey, poetry and sarcasm aren't mutually exclusive. After that, they both fell silent for a few minutes. Hawks walked over to a nearby locker and pulled out a towel along with a bag containing fresh blood, tossing it to Reiji. He caught it on the fly. It wasn't too difficult for an organization that could afford a large animal facility to get a little animal blood to feed one of its future agents. So? Hawks asked. Do you want to move on to the next stage? Reiji didn't hesitate. Yes. Hawks nodded, satisfied. Then get ready. The next stage will be different. Less theory, more field work. They'll train you in observation, infiltration, reading body language, forgery, fingerprints, digital espionage. He leaned toward him. And when the time comes, you'll do your first real job. Reiji didn't answer. Hawks ruffled his hair like a younger brother's. You're almost there, Reiji. Just don't rush into growing up. Believe me, being an adult comes with more paperwork than it's worth. They both laughed softly. It was an unusual sound in that room. Reiji walked into his house, carelessly dropping his backpack on the floor. His school uniform was slightly wrinkled, and his collar was unbuttoned. As soon as he closed the door, he heard Himiko's voice behind him. He startled slightly, even with his senses trained and prepared for such things, he hadn't noticed her presence. She has a natural talent for this. No wonder she got so strong on her own. Did you train again? She asked, frowning, her arms crossed over her chest. Although she still had that worried older sister expression, the height difference between them made the scene almost comical. Reiji had grown fast. Too fast. Reiji was 12 and Himiko 14, yet it seemed as though Reiji were the older one. Yet, you know that. Why are you asking? He replied, without stopping to look at her as he headed to the kitchen for a glass of water. Over time, the family's view of the scholarship had shifted somewhat. Now he was also training to become a hero, which meant spending more time at the academy, training for that purpose. Because you're not supposed to skip all your classes like it's no big deal. She insisted, following him with light but firm steps. Reiji wasn't surprised that Himiko knew that, although he could lie to his classmates, he couldn't lie to Himiko. Reiji drank in silence. The water was cold, just what he needed on a hot day. I've got it under control, he said at last, setting the glass down in the sink. Besides, it's not like my grades have dropped. I already told you that. Himiko looked at him in silence. Clearly annoyed by his response since her parents had gotten a promotion, they no longer spent much time at home, and Himiko spent most of her time alone. That's not what I mean. Reiji gave a weary smile. I'm basically training to be an assassin, I can't tell you that. Sorry, I'll try to get home earlier tomorrow. Himiko just sighed and moved away a little. Loneliness was the greatest pain a person could experience, and Reiji knew it. I'm doing this to protect you, Reiji tried to explain. You're supposed to be by my side to do that, Himiko emphasized, and immediately afterward, without warning, she bit his shoulder. Ack! Not that again! Reiji complained, taking a step back while bringing his hand to the affected area. It wasn't the first time his sister had used her teeth as a method of protest. She, however, just puffed out her cheeks as if she were absolutely right. It's my official punishment. For acting like an adult when you shouldn't. Reiji let out a soft laugh, his head bowed. Then he reached out and ruffled his sister's blonde hair, just as Hawks used to do to him. Thanks for caring, Himiko. She snorted, though a smile crept into the corner of her lips. You're welcome. But you owe me a night out for every time you come home late. That would ruin me. Then start coming home earlier, silly. Reiji had already turned around, ready to go up to his room, when he heard her voice again, this time softer. Reiji. The boy stopped, one eyebrow raised and a sidelong glance. What's up now? Another emotional punishment? An extra lecture, he said in a teasing tone, though his smile was sincere. Himiko slowly shook her head, twirling a strand of her hair. Do you have any blood? The question was direct, but not awkward. Almost like someone asking for a treat before dinner. Reiji didn't answer right away. He turned fully toward her, looking at his sister. The evening light streaming through the window cast a golden glow on her face, etching that expression a mix of tenderness and need into his mind. Do you really need it? I thought you were more stable lately. I am. Himiko looked away, somewhat embarrassed. But today was a little harder. I don't know why. She fell silent for a second, then looked up at Reiji with a shy smile. The boy had understood why, his sense of smell did reveal the fact that Himiko had already started her period. As a result, she'd likely have stronger blood urges due to hormonal changes, at least that's what Hawks had told him when Reiji himself reached puberty. It made sense that it would be worse for a woman. Maybe this is what made her give in to her impulse in the story. All right, this is my payment for being late today. Himiko's eyes sparkled, and she nodded repeatedly as she walked over to Reiji, who bared his forearm. The girl frowned. From the neck. It shows more, she said, almost as a demand, while blushing slightly with embarrassment. Reiji looked at her with a mixture of disbelief and resignation. He tilted his head slightly, exhaling through his nose. Not that again? Didn't we agree that the arms were more practical? Himiko looked away, puffing out her cheeks a little with childish stubbornness. It's just a little. Besides, the taste changes depending on the area, did you know that? It's like it has nuances. Her fingers intertwined behind her back, and though she spoke confidently, the faint blush on her cheeks betrayed her deep embarrassment. I know perfectly well, Himiko, the neck is easier to pierce and find an artery rich in blood and minerals. Reiji remained silent for a few more seconds, then let out a final sigh and shrugged. With a single gesture, he unbuttoned the top button of his school shirt and tilted his head slightly, exposing the side of his neck. All right. Just a little. Himiko nodded silently, but her eyes shone with a mixture of restrained excitement and tenderness. She approached with soft, almost reverent steps, and when she was close enough, she carefully placed her hands on her brother's shoulders. Her fangs brushed against his warm skin before piercing it with precision. There was no pain, or if there was, Reiji didn't show it. He just stood still, resting one hand against the countertop to steady himself as his pulse slowed. Himiko drank slowly. She was no longer the same as she had been as a child, letting herself be carried away by impulse, taking everything as fast as possible. Now she savored the moment as if it were something sacred, taking the time to relish the taste. When she pulled away, she let out a soft sigh, her cheeks still tinged with that faint blush that wouldn't fade. Thank you, she murmured, almost in a whisper. Reiji buttoned his collar back up and patted her on the forehead. I hope that makes up for past delays, he emphasized, feeling a bit fatigued. It was hard to gauge how much blood she'd drunk, but he could clearly have filled a glass with ease. His face had grown a little paler. She smiled, calmer now, as if that little ritual between them had restored something within her. It was worth to. Cheater. They both laughed softly. Reiji simply turned halfway around and walked toward the stairs, and before going up, he said without turning back. Let me know if you ever need it again. But promise me you won't do it with anyone else. I don't want anyone else. The answer was immediate. And so firm that it hung in the air, laden with a feeling Reiji didn't want to acknowledge. If you want to access all the content published so far, you can support the project on Patreon for just $2 USD. P4TRE0N.C0M/Mr. Creator. Anyway, thanks for reading and supporting. And if you leave some good stones, I would appreciate it from the bottom of my heart. Chapter 13, Training, 2. The rising hero, Hawks, was spotted today at the scene of the accident in Tokyo's Adowega district. With great skill and poise, he rescued 15 civilians who were in the area when the Ishikaga building collapsed following an attack by a villain. It is believed that thanks to his swift intervention, there are no fatalities at this time, with only 3 people sustaining minor injuries who were taken to the hospital in. Reiji turned down the TV volume before the report ended. Not because he wasn't interested, but because he'd seen enough. The images continued to play in silence. Red feathers moving with precision amid the chaos, catching falling concrete fragments, deflecting trajectories, pulling civilians from impact zones in a matter of seconds. But not perfect. What happened to holding back? The question came out without him needing to raise his voice. Behind him, leaning against one of the panels in the training room. Hawks let out a light sigh before answering. "I can't project such a perfect image yet," he said casually, crossing his arms as he watched the screen. "It's only been a few months since my debut. If I start doing everything right from the beginning, I'll raise more suspicion and expectations than I want." Reiji set the remote control down on the table without a sound. "Hawks the perfect," he muttered, resting his elbow on the surface while tilting his head slightly. "It almost sounds like something out of a bad joke show." This time, Hawks let out a brief laugh. "If I'm going to sell an image, at least let it be entertaining." Reiji didn't respond. He stood up from his chair and walked a few steps toward the central table, where multiple sheets of paper, photographs, and partially marked maps were spread out. That day's session hadn't been physical. It was worse. Analysis. On the table was a simulated case. Photographs of an urban scene, security camera footage, incomplete reports, contradictory statements. All designed to evaluate something specific. Perception. Reiji rested both hands on the table, reviewing the whole thing once more. He didn't need to reread everything. He'd already done that. "The killer wasn't the shooter on the rooftop," he said bluntly, then pointed to the photo of a bullet. "When the bullet was fired, the man was already dead. It wasn't the cause of death." Hawks didn't interrupt. "The impact came later. His body showed abnormal levels in his blood that wouldn't have been caused by a bullet. Besides, the hero present didn't activate his quirk in time, either, as he had done before." Reiji continued, his tone unchanged. He reviewed all the images, documents, and evidence. The actual attack happened earlier. The shooter just staged the scene to divert attention elsewhere. He turned the page with a slight movement. "The culprit. Someone with a quirk involving shrinking or similar infiltration. He approached undetected, it was a quick attack, and he escaped instantly." He closed the folder, leaving 2 images outside it. "The shot was to cover his retreat, but you can see in this camera footage the man's transformation a few blocks away." He showed both photos. They were from the same camera, taken just a second apart. In the first, there was nothing revealing, but in the second, in the reflection of a window facing the alley, a man had appeared out of nowhere, tossing a pair of gloves into a trash can. Hawks watched him for a few more seconds. Then he nodded. "Correct." He leaned against the table, crossing his arms. "If you stick to the obvious, you miss everything else," Hawks added, tilting his head slightly toward the folder. "A normal hero would have chased the shooter. And would have lost the real culprit," Reiji finished. "Exactly." Reiji rested both hands on the table, staring at the closed folder without touching it. Hawks walked toward the exit, leaning against the door frame. "Come on, I'll walk you upstairs. We're done for today." "So soon?" There was still about an hour left, but the truth was he was all for leaving early. "We don't have any other cases, and I thought you wanted to go out with Himiko today," Hawks mentioned casually. Reiji just raised an eyebrow but decided not to pry. "All right, then let's get out of here. Walk, walk." Himiko's voice rang out enthusiastically right next to his ear, accompanied by the constant movement of her legs, which gently tapped Reiji's sides as if she were actually riding a horse. Reiji didn't respond immediately. He just tightened his grip under her thighs a little more and kept moving forward at a steady pace. "Can you remind me why I agreed to do this?" he asked after a few seconds, in a flat tone that barely concealed his accumulated fatigue. "It wasn't because of the weight." Himiko didn't require any real effort on his part. "It was because of the stairs." Every person who passed by seemed to pause half a second longer than usual, some with a smile, others with obvious bewilderment. A boy carrying a girl older than him, who, on top of that, was acting as if she were in a constant game. It wasn't something that bothered him entirely. But it bothered him enough to question it. "Because you're my little brother." Himiko replied without hesitation, leaning forward until her chin rested on his head. And besides, you owed me a favor after covering for you the other day with our parents. Reiji barely turned his head, just enough to glance at her out of the corner of his eye. That doesn't count as a favor. Of course it does, Himiko insisted, tightening her legs slightly around him. I lied for you. That's worth something. Reiji didn't respond immediately. He kept walking, maintaining a steady pace as they turned a corner toward home. Or so he thought. Stop, stop, the girl said suddenly, gently tugging on his shoulder to make him stop. Reiji slowed down. What? Himiko turned her face, pointing with her chin toward a side street. This way, she said, leaning her body to the right as if she were guiding a real horse. Reiji didn't move. Let's go home. No, she replied, completely matter-of-factly. Let's go downtown. Reiji frowned slightly. Why? Because I want ice cream. Silence. That's not a good reason. It is. It isn't. Himiko let out a little laugh, leaning even further onto him, practically resting her whole weight on him. Come on. It's hot, I'm hungry, and besides, I had to wait for you at the exit. This fixes everything. Reiji exhaled through his nose. Wasn't being her ride for the day payment enough? Without further argument, he turned in the direction she indicated. Himiko smiled immediately, satisfied, resting her cheek against his shoulder as if victory were a given. I knew you'd say yes. The scenery changed. The streets began to fill up more as they approached downtown. More people, more noise, more activity. Himiko didn't stop talking the whole way, pointing things out, commenting on irrelevant details, laughing to herself at situations only she found funny. Reiji listened, responding occasionally to Himiko's questions. When they arrived at the shop, there were already several people in line. It was well known. Not for being particularly refined, but for the variety of options and the size of the portions. Stop! Himiko said, pulling Reiji to a halt so she could finally get off his back. Reiji adjusted his backpack, feeling a slight relief in his shoulders. I'm never doing that again. Yes, you are. No. Yes. Himiko moved to the front of the line without waiting for an answer, turning to look at him with a broad smile. What do you want? Whatever. That doesn't help. Then you choose. Himiko nodded with satisfaction, and with a quick gesture grabbed Reiji by the arm to drag him into the line. He offered no resistance. He let himself be led, settling in behind a couple of students arguing about flavors with a seriousness disproportionate to the context. Himiko didn't stand still. She moved away from her brother, leaning over the counter with both hands resting on the glass, running her eyes over each option with genuine interest. It wasn't the first time she'd been here. Nor was it the second. Even so, she took the time to examine each flavor as if it were a new experience. Reiji watched her out of the corner of his eye. The line moved slowly. A few minutes passed before it was their turn, and Himiko ordered 2 vanilla ice creams with berries, and just as she expected, Reiji paid for both ice creams with his own money. Himiko left the ice cream shop with her ice cream in hand, taking the first bite without waiting. Reiji followed a step behind, eating his with less interest, more attentive to his surroundings than to anything else. The street kept its rhythm. People walking, conversations crossing paths, the distant sound of traffic. Did you like the flavor I chose? Himiko asked, looking at Reiji, who took another bite of his ice cream. Before he could answer, a sharp crash echoed through the street, followed by the sound of glass shattering from the shop next door. Reiji reacted instantly. His hand grabbed Himiko's shoulder and gently pushed her back, positioning her behind him without any roughness. Stay behind me. Himiko didn't object and simply obeyed. Reiji began to survey the situation to understand what was happening. The second impact came from inside a jewelry store. A figure burst out, holding a bag and breathing heavily. Behind him, another man pushed the door open with more force than necessary, looking around nervously. They weren't organized. But that didn't make them any less dangerous. One of them turned in their direction. Reiji adjusted his position without thinking, taking half a step forward to completely block the line between them and Himiko. His gaze remained fixed, without provocation, without defiance, but without backing down. The guy hesitated for a second. But upon hearing the sirens behind him, he tried to clear his path. "Move," he snapped, raising his arm as if to push him aside. Reiji didn't respond. The second thug came up behind him, pushing him lightly to make him move forward. They weren't thinking of confronting him. They wanted to get out. That gave him room to maneuver. Reiji took Himiko by the arm and moved her to the side, pulling her out of the direct line of fire without losing sight of the two men. The first one brushed past him. The second didn't even look at him. They kept going. Quickly. Disheveled. Disappearing among the crowd that was beginning to disperse more clearly now that they understood what was happening. Seeing that the situation had calmed down, Reiji turned immediately to check on Himiko. "Are you okay?" She nodded, still a bit nervous. Reiji simply scanned her body and made sure she didn't have a single scratch. People were starting to move again, now in a hurry. Some were calling the police or nearby agencies, others were staring at the jewelry store with obvious morbid curiosity. Reiji, for his part, took the ice cream cup that Himiko was holding too tightly and repositioned it in her hand, making sure she wouldn't drop it. "Let's go home." Himiko hesitated for a moment. Then she nodded. Reiji positioned himself slightly ahead of her as they began to walk, slowing his pace enough to keep her within his immediate field of vision at all times. He didn't look back. He didn't intervene, it would have been illegal to do so. But if any of them had taken a different step, if just one had tried to touch her. But it didn't happen. Reiji pushed the thought aside and tried to cheer Himiko up again. For better or worse, an average person in this world could experience multiple situations like this throughout their life. Fortunately for Himiko, in each and every one of them, she had Reiji by her side to look after her. And the youngest of the Togas genuinely hoped things would stay that way. Descarga la aplicación para una mayor interacción. Puedes chatear conmigo sobre mi experiencia de escritura aparte de la sección de comentarios. Mr. _Poders. Chapter 14, Investigation, 1. The room was almost pitch black, with only the flickering light of that night's full moon filtering in. Reiji was awake, lying on the bed with one leg hanging off the mattress and his arms crossed behind his head. He had been staring at the ceiling for over an hour, not moving a single muscle except for the occasional blink. He wasn't even trying to sleep. The memories that haunted him in his dreams wouldn't allow him that luxury. Besides, it wasn't as if his body needed sleep as much as other people's. Unlike before, he now had a room to himself. That was only natural, considering Himiko was already going through puberty and he would soon be next. The phone on his desk suddenly began vibrating. Reiji sat up slowly. His movements were sluggish as he wondered who it could be at this hour of the night. He walked barefoot across the creaking floorboards and picked up the phone. As he swiped his finger across the screen, there was no greeting. Just the distorted voice on the other end. Agent in training number 087. Mission assigned. Intervention level, 0. Risk level, moderate. Objective, surveillance of a criminal organization with possible ties to a professional hero. Deployment required at 9 p.m. in the KT district, location number. Estimated duration, 6 hours. Remote supervision. Reiji listened intently, he sharpened his senses immediately, realizing how serious the mission sounded of the matter. Received. That was his only response, his voice barely a whisper. The call ended immediately, as if it had never existed. Reiji set the phone on the desk and stared at it for a few seconds. Then, he slowly turned his gaze toward the window. Tomorrow was a school day, it wouldn't be easy to slip away, but he might be able to do something. He walked back to the bed, but didn't lie down. He crouched next to a ledge and pried up a panel on the floor with his fingernail. Beneath it, a hidden compartment held a small notebook bearing the Commission's embossed emblem. He opened it carefully, flipping through the pages until he stopped at a blank sheet. He wrote a line in pencil. Mission 003, Hero Criminal Pattern Contact. Confirm link. Evaluate patterns. Observe without intervening. He stared at those words. He jotted down each of the missions he had to carry out, simply to keep track of his life. He closed the notebook and returned it to its hiding place. When he looked at the clock again, it read 1:18 a.m. The sound of a door creaking made him tense up. He turned his head toward the hallway. He crept up to his bedroom door and cracked it open. The house was in semi-darkness, but a small shadow was moving at the end of the hallway, Himiko, walking sleepily toward the bathroom, wrapped in a blanket. Reiji backed away silently and closed the door slowly. He just flopped back onto his bed and tried to fall asleep again, though it would most likely be futile. The night air was thick, almost sticky, as if the residual heat of the day had mixed with the urban stench of the industrial zone. Reiji was crouched on a fifth-floor ledge, his hands encased in gloves and his body hidden beneath a black cloak that absorbed the light. In front of him, a complex of dilapidated buildings served as a front for a group that, according to the Commission, trafficked in more than just illegal goods. In internal documents, they were known as Kuroku, and were linked to the distribution of modified technology, extortion, and alleged ties to one or more corrupt professional heroes. In simple terms, illegal trafficking of unauthorized technologies. The earpiece in his ear was barely buzzing with static when a neutral, methodical female voice broke the silence. Contact confirmed. Man in grey trench coat entering through side entrance. Hero mark visible inside the coat. Pause. Observation mode, kid. No interference. Roger, he whispered, barely moving his lips. He didn't know who the voice belonged to. For weeks now, various anonymous supervisors had been guiding him, depending on the operation. Only Hawks had a direct line to him, but in the field, he wouldn't always have his mentor. So far, the missions had been purely observational. With the Commission's technology, their backing, and his stealth skills, it was extremely easy to carry out the tasks from a safe distance. Through his long-range thermal view binoculars, Reiji spotted a tall, upright figure moving with confidence. His face was hidden in the shadow of a hood, but the metallic reflection on his chest left no doubt, he was a registered hero. Who the hell are you? The hero shook hands with one of the group members. They spoke briefly. Then, the trafficker pulled out a tablet and showed it to him. It appeared to be blueprints, but with the thermal vision, Reiji couldn't be sure. They're building something new, but I can't tell what it is, Reiji muttered instinctively. Noted, replied the voice in the earpiece. And nothing more. An hour later, when the contact left and the rest of the group returned inside the building, Reiji packed up his gear and slipped away, like a shadow sliding through cracks. He hadn't been given permission to intervene. Just to watch. My mission is over. I couldn't really confirm anything, but it's obvious they're up to something. I guess it'll be someone else's job to infiltrate and verify everything. He thought, just a pitiful internal monologue with no answer. The sound of the coffee machine in the background, the whispers of customers, and the soft ambient music were the last things Reiji expected after a mission. But there he was, sitting in front of a cup of coffee he'd barely touched, watching Hawks devour a fruitcake with childlike enthusiasm. Did you really ask me to meet you at a cafe for this? Reiji asked, stirring his spoon in a still steaming cup. Hawks shrugged, his mouth full. You know, relaxed atmosphere. We have to take care of the stress of the hero in training. Reiji rested his chin in his hand, gazing out the window. How strange all this is. I spend my days in underground facilities watching criminals, and now they're taking me out for cake as if it were a school field trip. So? How did I do? He asked after a long sip. Hawks set down his fork and wiped the corner of his mouth with a napkin. His expression shifted slightly, becoming more serious. Not bad. Considering the expectations they have of you, you performed as expected, but the truth is, you did better than you should have. But you still lack the experience to interpret what you see. He leaned back in his chair. I reviewed the recordings from your suit a bit, there were some details you missed, but that's something you'll pick up over time. Reiji frowned. He didn't like the fact that his suit had a camera, but there wasn't much he could do about it. So what's the next step? Exactly what you did. Observe. Keep taking notes. Wait for the right moment. Hawks lowered his voice. One wrong move and the whole system breaks down. Sometimes you have to let the pigs wallow a little longer in the mud before catching them. Reiji looked at his coffee more closely. He slumped into the chair in front of him without saying a word. Hawks set down his fork and interlaced his fingers on the table. His relaxed smile vanished. Now, seriously. You're going to start receiving more missions. Reiji raised an eyebrow. So soon? Yes, as I said, they have high expectations for you. Besides, I also have to attend to my duties as a professional hero. The agency, the press, events. And I won't always be able to keep an eye on you like before. He lowered his voice slightly. You're going to be on your own more in this. Was that a formal farewell? Reiji said, tilting his head with feigned indifference. More like a new chapter. Hawks leaned forward. And that's why I want you to be careful. You have to find a way to keep your family from suspecting anything. Not your sister, not your parents. They can't know what you're doing. Reiji looked down at his cup, still full. Mom and Dad have already distanced themselves without me doing anything. What would happen if they found out I'm part of this? What would they think if they knew I'm being trained to kill? I understand. I'm supposed to be at a friend's house today. I'll be fine. That was all he said, in a low but firm voice. Hawks watched him for a few seconds. Then he leaned back in his seat again, crossing his arms behind his head, as if nothing had happened. By the way, he said in a livelier tone, as if trying to lighten the heavy atmosphere. Someone interesting came to my agency today. An intern. They say she's rising fast in popularity. Her name is MT Lady. Reiji raised an eyebrow. MT Lady. Uh-huh. Tall, blonde, self-centered like a commercial model. Though she has potential. They assigned her to me for supervision. You know. Public relations, damage control. She's got talent, but she's a walking disaster. Reiji fell silent for a few seconds. His brow furrowed slightly. The name was more than familiar to him, of course. In his past life, MT Lady was one of the first heroines to go viral. She appeared in the early chapters, at the height of her fame. But her with Hawks? That didn't quite fit. This is real life after all, I can't expect everything to go exactly as scripted. He decided to ignore it for now and continue their conversation. Yeah, sure. They send you to keep an eye on an influencer with ego issues and call it strategic work. Reiji let out a chuckle as he picked up his cup. And did she ask for an autograph? Or a photo together for her social media? She doesn't even act like she's your superior, most of the time she's just worried about herself. But when a camera's in front of her, she really does seem like a different person. Hawks laughed casually, and Reiji snorted derisively. I guess you'll miss me quite a bit, the boy teased, noticing the change between him and MT Lady. Miss you? I'm sure that in turn will cost me less than you and your appetite, he remarked, noticing how Reiji kept eating and eating non-stop, without a care for how much Hawks might spend. You earn enough to live the life of your dreams, and you're barely an adult. Making a small dent in your finances wouldn't be a big deal. Or would you rather spend all this on your new intern? Hey! Just kidding. They both laughed and kept talking, while Reiji kept devouring his food as if he'd been up all night and his body needed to replenish its energy. Today I'm posting a double chapter. I've received comments, reviews, and power stones, so I was motivated to upload 2 for 1. Thank you for your support, and let's keep collecting those stones. Anyway, thanks for reading and supporting. And if you leave some good stones, I would appreciate it from the bottom of my heart. The train moved slowly through the suburbs of Musutafu. Reiji sat alone, hood up and arms crossed, staring at his reflection in the window. A couple of weeks had passed since his meeting with Hawks following his third mission. His workload had increased dramatically since then, just as Hawks had told him. This time, from Tokyo, he had been assigned a simple mission: surveillance and search. No contact, no interference. His target was a small industrial warehouse that, according to internal reports, was being used to distribute quirk-disrupting drugs, which caused public incidents involving out-of-control quirks. The commission made it clear: observation only. Prioritize information. Do not act under any circumstances. Upon arriving at the location, Reiji moved as he had done so many times before: fast, silent, precise. He climbed onto the roof of a neighboring building and waited for a moment. From there, he had a direct view of the warehouse's side gate. 15 minutes passed before a van finally appeared. 3 adult men and 2 young men got out. They were carrying small, sealed metal boxes. His intel revealed that this was exactly the shipment he was looking for. The moment his vision cleared under the night light, he noticed a group of 4 children coming out from inside the warehouse. He couldn't tell their ages, but they seemed younger than him. One of them was dragging a box larger than his own body. Only with a strength quirk could he do that. Another was coughing constantly, as if his lungs were on fire. The other 2 seemed to be in better shape, but he could see that their eyes looked tired. Reiji's shoulders tensed. He watched them in silence as he activated the thermal camera. He recorded everything. Faces, movements, license plates, even the conversations he could pick up with the directional microphone. He was about to shift his vantage point when he noticed one of the children stumble. He fell to his knees with the box on top of him. One of the adults approached immediately, but not to help him. The scream came instantly. The adult grabbed the boy's arm and forced him to get up so he could keep carrying boxes. Reiji didn't move. But his jaw clenched so tightly it began to hurt. Then, one of the children, the youngest, just a scrawny kid with sunken eyes, looked up at the sky, gazing at the clouds. Until he turned his head toward Reiji, he wasn't exactly looking at the boy watching from the shadows, but his eyes showed he was completely lost and that he was asking for help that would likely never come. Reiji felt a dry knot in his stomach. For a moment, he wasn't in Musutafu. Nor was he in Reiji's body. He was in that white room, with tubes sticking out of his body, with scrubs walking around him, with the feeling that his life didn't belong to him. Ethan had also been a child in the hands of faceless adults. And no one had saved him. Reiji, report. His trance was broken when a voice echoed through his communicator. He was still on the job and had to act the part. Target confirmed. Recording complete. Withdrawing, he repeated. His quirk activated beside him as a small needle, but he quickly held back. He knew that acting now would likely be detrimental not only to his future as an agent, but also to all the children entangled in that damned network. Copy that. He leaped from the roof minutes later and vanished down a side street. The wind hit his face. But it failed to clear his mind. He walked toward the station with a steady stride, though inside his coat, his blood was racing with the desire to save all the children in that place. Sunday brought with it a strange calm. He hadn't slept well over the past few days, the feeling that he could have done more weighed him down every night, but he put on a brave face. The house had that warm, sleepy atmosphere that could only be achieved when everyone was home and there were no urgent obligations. The television murmured from the dining room, the parents spoke in hushed tones in the kitchen, and the sun filtered through the curtains, giving everything a warm, homey feel. Reiji had spent almost the entire morning doing nothing productive. He wasn't training. He hadn't been assigned any mission. And although he should have taken the opportunity to truly rest, he couldn't help but feel a little out of place. Sitting on the sofa, barefoot, he just watched Himiko with a cup of tea in his hand. She had her back to him, stirring sugar into her tea with a spoon. She had just woken up, which was normal for the eldest daughter of the family. She was already 14, and getting closer and closer to defining her future. In this world, adulthood began to take shape at age 16. From there, you had the option to train to try to become a hero or continue your studies to earn a college degree. Maybe I just need to distract myself and stop thinking about it, just like my past as Ethan. Himiko returned with 2 cups, plopping down on the armchair next to him. She leaned against Reiji without asking permission. The boy just let her. Here. It's chamomile, she said, holding out a cup to him. Thanks. They drank in silence for a moment. Did you get any sleep last night? She asked, without looking at him. A little. What about you? Nothing new. They fell back into silence, but it wasn't awkward. It was the kind of pause they'd shared since they were kids, where simply breathing in sync was enough to feel each other's presence. Reiji broke the calm after a while. Thinking about what he'd seen a few days ago, combined with his past life. Have you decided what you're going to do after high school? Himiko didn't answer right away. She set down her cup, thought for a few seconds, and then nodded. Yes. I'm going to apply to UA. Reiji blinked, nearly choking on his tea. This was. I didn't see this coming at all. He knew that inevitably, Himiko's fate would change drastically, something normal after noticing some irregularities in what he'd been learning lately. But UA itself? As a hero? UA? Seriously? General Department? I'm not interested in the hero course. I don't like the idea of shouting out weird names or fighting in spandex. She said with a slight grimace of annoyance, but then smiled, looking up at him as she sank into his chest. Though I think it would suit you. She laughed, and Reiji just sighed. But, yes. As an older sister, I can't let my younger brother be better than me at everything, so I'll enroll and learn everything I need to, plus. She glanced at him sideways, almost shyly. I want to be with you. Reiji said nothing. But the way he lowered his gaze was enough. Don't look at me like that. I'm not doing this just to follow you. It's something I really want. But if I can have you close, that's enough to try. If you start an agency, I can help you in many ways, not with my quirk, since, well, you know, but there are still plenty of other ways. Reiji looked away. It's not an easy academy. You're not easy either. And here I am. She smiled and leaned in closer, until she was resting against his neck. Reiji felt the warmth of her breath. Her closeness wasn't accidental. She knew what she was doing. He felt her hand slide slowly up his arm, and her fingers gently tighten around his wrist, almost as if she were checking his pulse. If that's what you want, then I hope you study hard to make it happen. She didn't answer. She just moved closer, and without warning, ran her tongue along his neck. Then, without giving him time to pull away, she bit him gently and sucked a small drop of blood. Reiji stayed still. It wasn't painful. But it wasn't casual either. Himiko. I'm sorry, she said, though her voice didn't sound regretful. Just a little. Your blood. It gets more delicious every time. Reiji took her wrist and gently pushed her away. His parents were still in the kitchen. Although the TV drowned out their conversation, it wasn't the same visually. You can't do that. Why not? It's your fault it tastes so good. I'm not food. Silence returned, thicker than before. And yet, Reiji didn't push her away completely. He liked feeling that there was someone always there for him, that figure he'd longed for so much in his other life. How could he reject her so easily? He wrapped an arm around her, slowly, resting his chin on her head. He didn't speak anymore. He just held her. And as the sun streamed through the windows, and the sound of the TV rose a notch from the dining room, Reiji thought about how ironic it all was. The murmur of the TV continued in the background, but no one was listening to it anymore. The whole house seemed to have surrendered to silence. On the main couch, under a warm blanket and in a position more uncomfortable than he'd care to admit, Reiji had Himiko asleep on top of him. Her breathing was soft, warm, and rhythmic. She had one leg draped over his and a hand tucked under his shirt. Reiji didn't know when it had gotten there, but she wasn't doing anything inappropriate, so he ignored it. From the outside, it might look sweet. Her body felt heavy, but it wasn't physical exhaustion, nor was it Himiko's weight. It was the accumulated fatigue of not having slept in days. Even though his body could endure without sleep, that didn't mean he didn't need it. He closed his eyes. Just for a moment. The light was white. There were no windows. Just smooth walls and a ceiling buzzing with static electricity. He felt a chill down his spine. He was naked from the waist up, lying on a metal surface. His skin pressed against the steel. The air smelled of alcohol and latex. He tried to move, but all his limbs seemed to be tied down. A slight tug caused the metallic sound of the straps tightening. He opened his eyes. The light blinded him for a second. There were shadows moving around him. Men and women in lab coats. None of them looked directly at him. The cellular pattern is stable. The voice was flat. Methodical. As if speaking of just any experiment. Not of a child. He felt a needle enter his left arm. The burning sensation was immediate. The liquid mixed with his blood like black ink in clear water. He tried to scream. He couldn't. There was something in his throat. A tube. No, two. One running down his windpipe. Another connecting him to a bag of liquid. He was breathing with difficulty. Somewhere nearby, someone else was crying. A child's voice. Whimpers. Sobs. He didn't know them, but he recognized them. They were his, even though they didn't come from his mouth. Maybe on another stretcher. Maybe another control subject. And then, a figure approached. Taller than the others. Wearing gloves. Protective goggles. A surgical mask. It had no face. No signs of dissociation yet, he said in a neutral tone, as he pried open his eyelids with his thumb. Interesting. He examined his eyes. His teeth. His tongue. His neck. Everything. The figure leaned in and whispered something close to his ear. What's keeping you going, kid? Or do you still think someone's coming for you? The stretcher vibrated beneath his back. His body tried to move, but couldn't. His head was buzzing. His chest was burning. And just then, without logic, without permission, the image of the boy from Musada Fo appeared in his mind. The empty eyes. The box in his arms. The trembling voice, looking toward him. Were you waiting for someone, too? Reiji opened his eyes abruptly. The ceiling was different. Low. Plaster. The blanket over his chest felt heavy, but it wasn't cold. Himiko was still asleep, nestled against him, as if nothing had happened. Her breathing was slow. The clock in the dining room read 2 in the morning. It was drizzling outside. He sat up slightly. His heart was pounding. His mind replaying the damn nightmare that had invaded him again. Years had passed, more than a decade. Yet, he still felt it vividly. He brought a hand to his neck by reflex. Nothing. No tubes. No pressure. Sweat ran down the back of his neck. His fingers trembled. Himiko murmured something in her sleep and clung tighter to him. The contact restored some warmth to him. Reiji stayed that way. Sitting. Still. Without moving. He'd slept enough for today, now he'd just stay there until dawn. And that was much better than going back to that place. Thanks for reading and supporting. And if you leave some good stones, I would appreciate it from the bottom of my heart. Siguiente capítulo. BNHA, I am Reiji Toga, Chapter 20 Musadafu, 3. Chapter 16, Training, 3. And how do we prove that x is not a real number? The math teacher's voice remained firm and steady as he moved across the blackboard with the confidence of someone who had explained the same thing too many times to ever doubt himself. The chalk squeaked slightly as it traced symbols, formulas, and intermediate steps that, for most students, were nothing more than a sequence difficult to follow. Reiji, on the other hand, barely paid attention to what was happening at the front of the classroom. Not because he didn't understand it. He'd already seen all of this before. In his previous life, he hadn't had a proper formal education, but the commission had taken care of that. Any field agent had to be capable of handling logical, mathematical, and analytical reasoning with no margin for error. Age didn't matter. Context didn't matter. It was simply standard procedure. If he was in the classroom right now, it was more of a minimum requirement to maintain the facade of a student on a scholarship for heroic merits. He let out a slight sigh as he settled in and kept his gaze on the blackboard without really focusing on it. His mind was elsewhere. 2 weeks had passed since the mission in Musadafu. 2 weeks of continuous training, both physical and mental, with a lingering feeling that wouldn't quite go away. The image of the child he'd left behind kept coming back intermittently. He didn't know what kind of joke his mind was playing on him, but it definitely wasn't funny. He exhaled softly through his nose, without making a sound. He refocused his gaze on the blackboard. Beside him, a girl had been watching him for several minutes. Dark hair, a neatly pressed uniform, a slightly stiff posture. She held a small letter in her hands, folded carefully, as if she'd repeated that gesture several times before making up her mind. She'd tried to speak to him. Twice. Both times unsuccessfully. Reiji had noticed it from the start. And he did nothing about it, his mind was too preoccupied to help him reject her. The girl took a breath, this time with more resolve. She clasped the letter with both hands, leaning slightly toward him. Rei. Reiji Toga, the principal requests your presence. The classroom door opened and the secretary's voice burst into the room with absolute clarity, cutting off both the teacher's explanation and the girl's attempt at the exact same moment. Some students looked up. Others turned directly toward him. The teacher left the chalk suspended in the air for a second before slowly lowering his hand. Reiji frowned slightly. In all the years he'd been there, he'd never been called like that. Not in the middle of class, and certainly not in public. It wasn't a coincidence. He stood up calmly, adjusting his uniform slightly before bowing his upper body in a brief but proper gesture toward the teacher. Excuse the interruption, sensei. The teacher nodded, returning the gesture with a slight tilt of his head. Go ahead. Without further exchange, Reiji casually picked up his backpack and began walking toward the door, where the secretary was waiting for him. Several eyes followed him until he left the classroom. The door closed behind him. The murmur returned little by little. And in her seat, the girl let her forehead drop against the table with a small, sharp thud, still holding the letter between her fingers. It's not fair. Reiji activated the mechanism for the maintenance room as naturally as he breathed. The secretary had been clear, go alone, without companions, without questions, directly to the training room. It wasn't the first time they'd used that kind of protocol, but the way it had been communicated to him this time left an uncomfortable margin for interpretation. He didn't like it. As the hidden stairs began to unfold with a crisp mechanical sound, he descended without haste. The white lighting of the underground room began to reveal itself as he went down, showing the spaciousness of the area, the reinforced walls, and the complete absence of anyone else there. That was when a powerful sound pierced the entire space. Reiji barely managed to lean back instinctively, just enough for the bullet to graze his cheek by sheer luck. The heat of the projectile left a gash in his skin, and blood began to flow immediately, tracing the path with brutal clarity. The impact against the wall behind Reiji came a split second later, hard enough to snap him out of his initial moment of disorientation. What the hell? There was no time to process it. The second shot came from the same angle. He didn't have time to fully process it. The second shot came from the same angle, with the same precision. This time he reacted sooner. The blood flowing down his cheek responded to his will, spreading across his face like an improvised barrier. But it wasn't enough. This time the bullet struck his right leg directly. The pain was immediate. His leg gave way, and he fell to the ground with a thud. The hole in his leg was clean, deep, the size of a thumb from side to side. He clenched his teeth to hold back the pain when a third shot rang out. Blood spurted from multiple points on his skin, spreading more densely, covering his front to prevent another hit. He missed. The bullet didn't come from where he expected. The impact came from his side, close enough to inflict another wound on his left shoulder. Can it deflect the trajectories? Reiji clenched his teeth, ignoring the pain coursing through his leg as he forced the blood to reorganize, forming an irregular dome around him. It wasn't perfect. It wasn't sturdy. But it gave him time to think about what was happening. He shifted his body to avoid another shot and tried to relax. He could feel his fangs tensing, an instinctive response to the blood, the pressure, the constant stimulation. Fourth shot. The dome was pierced without any real resistance, the projectile barely losing speed before hitting the ground inches from his body. Good. He can't see me inside. He reinforced the structure immediately, redistributing the blood as his leg began to regenerate slowly. Not at the usual rate. Using his quirk that way compromised his ability to heal deep wounds. It didn't matter. What do I do now? 4 shots. Slow for what I expected from you. The voice came from the darkness with a clarity that contrasted with the previous chaos. There was no haste in it. No tension. Only assessment. But I suppose, being a child, you have room for improvement. Reiji turned his head slightly, without deactivating the dome, searching for the source. A figure emerged from the back of the room. Tall. Slender. Upright posture. Long hair, pulled back into a ponytail that blended dark and pink tones, framing a serious face with violet eyes that reflected neither doubt nor superficial interest. Reiji didn't relax his posture. He didn't let his guard down. The pain in his leg was still there, constant, throbbing. He clenched his jaw to maintain control. You can deactivate your quirk. The test is over. There was no threat in her words. Reiji watched her for another second. If she had wanted to kill him, she wouldn't be speaking. That was obvious. The blood began to recede slowly, returning to his body in a controlled flow, though not completely. He kept a margin active, enough to react if necessary. His gaze didn't leave the woman. Who are you? He finally asked, using the remaining blood to form a rigid support that would allow him to sit up without fully bearing his weight on his injured leg. Regeneration was beginning to take effect, but it would still take time to heal a wound of that magnitude. The woman didn't answer immediately. Her eyes dropped for a second toward the wound. Then she looked back at him. You can call me Nagant. Reiji frowned slightly. She continued, walking with measured steps toward the center of the room, as if the space belonged entirely to her. "I've been reviewing your report from Musudafu," she continued, crossing her arms slightly. "The information you gathered is useful, but incomplete." Reiji held her gaze. "That's why I'm here," she added. "The mission isn't over. It just changed in scale, and this will also be your first real field assignment. I've basically been assigned as your babysitter." Reiji didn't respond immediately. His posture remained tense. His quirk, partially active. The news had shocked him, but he simply couldn't stay focused when the woman in front of him had shot at him without a second thought. "And this?" he finally asked, barely pointing at his leg with the cane. "Is that part of the protocol too?" Nagant didn't flinch. "I needed to see how you'd react under real pressure." Her words came out naturally. "And if you were capable of thinking straight after a surprise attack. Your initial reaction was a bit slow, as I said, but you can improve." "I didn't expect to get shot with a gun out of nowhere right here," Reiji tried to justify himself, sounding more like a teenager than a cool-headed adult. "And when do you think is a good time to get shot?" Nagant teased with a wry smile. "I still need to gather a little more information. Until then, I'll help you train those reflexes." Upon hearing this, Reiji couldn't help but agree with her and relax a little more, finally deactivating his quirk. She had clearly held back on purpose, otherwise, he might be dead. It was good to be reminded of just how fragile he was. Better now than when Himiko was in danger. "Do you always introduce yourself like this?" "I don't usually get to the part where I talk to my victim." Reiji just looked at his leg and decided to stay silent. He just had to work twice as hard, and besides, he'd finally be able to get that thorn out of his side that had been bothering him for several days. "When will the operation be?" "In 3 days, so I hope your regenerative factor lets you be back to full strength after the training session," she said, turning around and typing a few things into the console a little further ahead. "I could do this on my own, but the Commission insists on your progress, so I'll take the trouble to correct you a little." "I understand." The statement that the Commission considered him important worried him a little, but he still didn't have the strength to say anything else. "If you want to access all the content published so far, you can support the project on Patreon for just $2 USD. p4tre0n.c0m/Mr. Creator. Anyway, thanks for reading and supporting. And if you leave some good stones, I would appreciate it from the bottom of my heart." Chapter 17, Investigation, 2. It was almost 2 in the morning. Reiji made his way through the narrow alleys of an industrial area in Musudafu. His footsteps were light, barely audible. He wore a loose-fitting, dark jacket with a hood covering his face. A black mask covered the lower half of his face. His blood seeped invisibly beneath his clothes, ready for any surprise attack. It was one of the things he'd learned from Nagant over the past 3 days, though he was still perfecting it. His mentor and partner on this mission was already in position, ready to give orders once Reiji arrived. It didn't take the boy long to reach the same spot he'd been at weeks ago. He could still feel the child's gaze, now more present than ever. "In position. Okay, await instructions." His voice was barely audible, but enough for the other end of the line to respond. That night, everything was different. He wasn't just going to watch. If the situation demanded it, he would act. The warehouse was brighter than he'd expected. Voices could be heard, many of them. Adults arguing with each other, old machinery being dragged around, the sharp clang of tools, and children's voices. Soft cries. Orders barked out harshly. "The shipment's over there, we only have 20 minutes left. Hurry up." The scene was very similar to the one he'd observed that day, but now he had more information than before. The charges remained the same: arms trafficking and illegal possession of hero technology, along with the use of children for their operations. What had changed was the number of members in the organization. According to Nagant's sources, the organization consisted of about 40 members, larger than expected. It was rare, especially during the era of peace All Might had created in Japan, but not impossible. Move, find a better angle. Take advantage of the darkness. Reiji didn't respond and used his quirk as a bridge to move between buildings with ease. There was no moon tonight, making the night much darker, perfect for this kind of mission. From the new angle, he saw a dozen men, armed and dressed in ordinary clothes, directing several children as they organized boxes and goods. Some of the boys wore bandages on their wrists, others had marks from recent burns. Among them, he saw him, the same boy he'd observed days earlier, with the same sunken eyes, now carrying boxes with a constant tremor in his legs. On position. Although he recognized him, he didn't react and remained alert. If everything went as planned, he could disable the facility without having to fight. All right, wait for the boss to show up. Once he's eliminated, our job is done. That was the mission. Eliminate the organization's boss and dismantle the entire chain of command. After that, the heroes and the police could step in to capture the remaining cell of the organization. Without a leader, it would be very difficult for them to face the heroes. Copy that. As soon as he confirmed the instruction, something slipped through the shadows. If not for his heightened alertness, he wouldn't have noticed. He turned his head to look for the shadow. He was fairly certain he'd gone unnoticed in his position, but he didn't want to take any chances. He didn't alert Nagant and trusted his reaction, the blood covering him beneath his clothes. A figure leapt silently, appearing above the warehouse's large window. Reiji watched as it looked at the guard just below its position and fell with an almost inhuman fluidity to knock out the first man. It was a single, sharp blow, silent and without confrontation. The light of the place revealed the figure even more clearly to Reiji's eyes. A white scarf that moved like a whip, unkempt hair that fell to his shoulders, and an all-black outfit with fluid, silent movements. Reiji recognized him immediately, due to his reputation as a nocturnal hero. He was someone Reiji had studied to avoid encountering on missions like this one. Eraserhead, or better known as Aizawa. The hero Eraserhead is with us. He infiltrated the building. All Reiji could do was inform his superior and wait for orders, otherwise, he risked the entire operation. All right, let's proceed as planned. Let's try to use his presence as a distraction. Keep him under observation and assist him if necessary. Don't reveal yourself. Reiji said nothing and slipped down silently. Eraser had already slipped past the side of the warehouse, disappearing from view. He slipped through a side slit and made his way into the back of the warehouse. If Eraser finds me, he'll probably try to stop me. Villain or not, I'm using my quirk illegally. I have to be careful in a one-on-one fight. I don't stand a chance against him. Eraserhead had already begun moving with precision, slipping between the shelves like a living shadow. His experience and agility were evident in his ability to take down the guards with ease. Reiji could barely keep up, guided only by the unconscious bodies of the guards. He could smell a chemical near the criminals, the one that induced sleep, but he couldn't identify which one it was. Does he plan to take them all out by himself? The question was natural, seeing how he took down every member they encountered without much effort. However, as soon as the thought crossed his mind, Eraser was ambushed by a criminal. From the north wing of the warehouse, someone shouted. They're attacking us. The hum of an old engine kicked in somewhere in the warehouse, followed by a series of emergency lights that bathed everything in a dull, uneven red, casting distorted shadows between the metal structures and the rows of stacked boxes. Reiji didn't need confirmation from Nagant to know. The mission had escalated. Activate defense protocol. The shout echoed from the center of the structure. In a matter of seconds, what had been a contained operation turned into an open conflict zone. Gunfire began to ring out from different angles, mixed with the activation of quirks, electrical sparks, bursts of heat, objects being violently hurled about. Reiji adjusted his stance immediately, lowering his center of gravity while analyzing the surroundings in fractions of a second. The routes that had previously been viable were now compromised. The main entrance was out of the question. The side exits were his best option. Get out of there, Agent. We have more heroes on the perimeter. Nagant's voice came through clearly. No room for interpretation. More heroes. That changed everything. Roger. Before he could move, a figure emerged from his blind spot and rammed into him with force. The impact forced him to stumble back several steps, absorbing the blow with his arms before regaining his balance. The attacker didn't hesitate to follow up, landing a second blow directly to his torso. Reiji twisted his body, the blow struck the ground, and the man's face contorted slightly with anger. Due to the presence of heroes in the area, Reiji had to think of another way to use his quirk to prevent any cameras or heroes from seeing his true abilities. His fist was covered in a crimson layer and struck the man's face with enough force to unbalance him. The attacker stumbled backward, colliding with another figure advancing from the front. Reiji didn't pursue him. Taking advantage of the chaos, Reiji got to his feet and began planning his escape. The shadows cast by the emergency lights worked in his favor. The noise masked his footsteps. The clashes between heroes and criminals absorbed everyone's attention. But he couldn't let his guard down. Because he was also a target if anyone recognized him. He took a sharp corner, jumped onto a metal container, and dropped to the other side without making a sound, absorbing the impact with his legs before continuing. He had to disappear. He turned sharply toward a partially collapsed section of the warehouse, where several boxes had been knocked over during the confrontation. He dove between them, sliding along the floor before getting to his feet on the other side. He grabbed a jacket lying on the ground. He pulled it on as he ran. Two criminals passed him without stopping, mistaking the jacket for an ally. Nagant's voice came on again. They've set up a perimeter 500 meters away. Find a way out. New rendezvous point, 400 meters southwest. Reiji said nothing as he kept running. He tossed the jacket into the middle of the street without breaking stride. As he moved away, the sound of gunfire began to fade, slowly replaced by distant sirens and shouted orders that dissolved among the industrial buildings. The night air was cold and dry, contrasting with the stifling heat inside. As he moved down a wider street, he could see it. Flashing lights reflecting off the windows, vehicles blocking access points, silhouettes moving in an organized manner. Heroes. Police. Both. The direct route was blocked. He paused for a second at a corner, just long enough to assess the situation without drawing attention. He couldn't cross there. Nor could he go back. He needed a route that didn't involve confrontation or exposure. He turned. He slipped into a side alley. His mind was racing, trying to find a way to escape. The perimeter cordon wasn't a perfect continuous line, there were always spots where it was weaker than others. As if the solution had fallen from the sky, a column of fire shot up into the dark night, illuminating the streets accompanied by a loud roar. A shockwave erupted from the direction of the warehouse, sweeping through the open streets with enough force to kick up dust, shake lightweight structures, and force those in its path to take cover. Reiji bent his knees and shielded his eyes with one hand, absorbing the impact without falling. It wasn't enough to knock him down, but it was enough to disrupt the overall balance of the area. Some of the personnel turned toward the source of the explosion. Others were recovering thanks to their heightened senses in such situations, a result of their quirks. From his position, he tilted his face just enough to observe without being obvious. The containment line hadn't disappeared, but it had weakened. Some officers were no longer at their original posts, others were arguing briefly before moving toward the warehouse. We need reinforcements inside. Upon hearing the police radio, Reiji decided to hold his position until the number of officers decreased. When the blind spot had solidified enough, he stepped away from the wall without making a sudden move. Only 2 men remained covering the area. As he prepared to run between them, a criminal bolted, trying to escape the scene. Stop! Hands up! Both officers went to arrest the criminal. Reiji saw his chance and slipped through the blind spot between the two guards. The target escaped. Nagant's voice didn't change as he said it. There was no obvious frustration, but no resignation either. His gaze remained fixed on the distance, where a thick column of smoke continued to rise above the warehouse structure. In the distance, emergency lights flashed, and firefighters began to deploy to contain the fire that had already overwhelmed any initial attempts at control. Reiji didn't speak immediately. He simply stood beside Nagant and looked at the disaster that had unfolded. The hero's presence wasn't anticipated. My sources didn't report anything, and neither did the commission. Nagant analyzed the situation with resignation. It was rare for something this big to go unnoticed by her and, more importantly, by the commission. It wasn't impossible, but so improbable that it hadn't even been considered. "Were you spotted by any heroes or police?" she asked in return, barely glancing at Reiji. Reiji shook his head slightly. "I made eye contact with Eraserhead, but he barely had a chance to see me before someone attacked him, and I slipped away among the criminals. Then I took advantage of a blind spot created by the explosion to jump the perimeter." Nagant watched him in silence. Then she looked down at her phone, reviewing information with quick but controlled movements. Her thumb paused for a moment before locking the screen. She nodded. "Just once." "Withdraw," she said bluntly. "I'll handle the report." She put the device away without changing her posture. "You'll likely be assigned to track the primary target. If the leader of that organization is still active, this doesn't end here." Reiji nodded. He didn't want to say more. The longer they stayed in the area, the greater the risk of being discovered somehow. They both knew that. Reiji spun on his heel, ready to leave. "You did well." Nagant's voice stopped him mid-step. "Just focus on improving, but don't get bogged down by things we can't control." Reiji didn't respond. There was no need. He simply resumed walking, moving away from the spot without looking back, while the sound of sirens and fire remained behind, gradually fading into the distance. The mission had failed, but the operation still had a chance to continue. And most importantly for Reiji, the children would likely be saved after today's disaster. If you want access to all the content published so far, you can support the project on Patreon for just $2 USD. p4tre0n.c0m/Mr. Creator. Also, I want to thank Justin Cohn for becoming a member and helping me financially so I can keep bringing you this story with even more enthusiasm, and it worked. I wrote like 3 chapters in a single day. KSJHDFSH. Anyway, thanks for reading and for your support. And if you leave me some nice tips, I'd appreciate it with all my heart. The mission failed spectacularly. Reiji barely raised an eyebrow at the comment, more because of the tone than the content. Hawks was leaning against one of the metal supports in the training room, phone in hand, with a barely contained smile that made it clear he wasn't taking it as seriously as his words suggested. The screen showed a recap of the raid from a few days ago: smoke, sirens, cameras capturing the controlled chaos. And, of course, the dominant figure of Endeavor leading the operation, with fire engulfing part of the damaged structure. Reiji looked away from the phone and went back to his workout without saying a word, slowly lowering his body until it almost touched the floor before pushing back up again. The training vest compressed his torso with its extra 40 kilos, forcing each repetition to be more controlled than the last. Due to his regeneration, his strength was enormous for his age. But, were it not for his regeneration, he'd barely manage 8 push UPS with that weight or fewer. It's strange we had no intel on what was going to happen, especially considering a hero like Endeavor was going to intervene, Hawks continued, swiping through the video with his thumb, as if reviewing something trivial. An operation with no civilian casualties, the network dismantled, children rescued. Quite efficient. Too bad it's a mistake for you. Reiji finished his 100th rep and let his body fall backward, his back hitting the floor with a thud as the weight of the vest suddenly made itself felt. His chest rose and fell more heavily now, though his gaze remained just as clear. Although the leader escaped, Hawks added, setting the phone down on a nearby table with a soft thud. The police are on his trail, but they'll hardly find him. We have to know his whereabouts at all costs. Reiji closed his eyes for a second, feeling his muscles begin to recover almost instantly. He slowly sat up, resting his forearms on his knees. What do I have to do now? He asked bluntly, finally turning his gaze toward Hawks. It was clear the hero had brought up the subject because he had something else to say. Hawks smiled sidelong, crossing his arms as he tilted his head slightly. Well, technically, you didn't fail, he replied casually. Your partner's report was quite favorable. In fact, too favorable, he added, picking up the phone again and reviewing a document with apparent interest. Could she be a fetishist? Reiji stared at him in silence for a couple of seconds. What are you suggesting? He finally replied, his tone flat. I remind you that I'm 12 years old. Hawks let out a short laugh, making no effort to hide it. I'm not suggesting anything, I'm just saying I understand the effect you can have. You're a little less handsome than I am, of course, but you're still in a dangerous range. Reiji exhaled through his nose, resting a hand on the floor to rise calmly. His body was already responding normally, as if he hadn't been carrying any weight at all. What's the point? Hawks set the phone aside this time, pushing off the wall to take a couple of steps closer, observing him more closely. That the report didn't just save you from being branded a failure. It also opened up an opportunity, he said, briefly nodding toward him. You mentioned your sister wanted to go to UA. And coincidentally, we have an operational gap at Musadafu since what happened on that mission. Reiji frowned slightly, without interrupting. So I proposed you to fill that gap, Hawks continued casually, as if commenting on a minor change. An off-the-radar agent, with no visible record, possessing on-the-ground analytical skills. You fit the bill too perfectly not to give it a shot. Silence hung in the air for a second. Reiji looked at him with a mix of restrained surprise and calculation. Really? Hawks shrugged. Agent 024's report did most of the work. I just confirmed you weren't a complete disaster, he added with a crooked smile. You could see it as your first real promotion. Reiji let out a brief, dry laugh, more at the situation than at the comment. For days he'd been mulling over the mission's failure, expecting a direct consequence. Not a promotion. When? Next week, Hawks replied without hesitation. Your parents have already accepted a job transfer. Pretty convenient, don't you think? Reiji raised an eyebrow. Couldn't you have told me sooner? Hawks looked at him with feigned surprise. A hero's life is busy. I can't keep you updated on everything that happens all the time, he replied in a nonchalant tone. Be grateful I'm telling you this and you won't find out when you get home and see the packed boxes. Reiji watched him in silence. There wasn't much to say to that. Hawks leaned back against the metal structure, crossing his arms as he sized him up again. Musadafu isn't a quiet place, he added, this time with a slightly more serious tone, though he didn't entirely lose his usual lightheartedness. They have a good number of heroes, and the area is smaller. If you're going to be moving around there, you're going to have to stop making basic mistakes. Reiji didn't look away. I won't make mistakes. Hawks smiled. I hope so. Boxes were still piled all over the living room, forming small cardboard towers that seemed to have been placed without any order. Some were half open, others half sealed with tape, and a few already showed clear signs of having been opened and resealed haphazardly. In one corner, his mother was standing on tiptoes, trying to hang a curtain that clearly didn't want to cooperate. If someone would just hand me that chair instead of just watching, this would go much faster. She muttered with a frown, adjusting the fabric with patience that was already starting to wear thin. From the hallway, his father replied without fully appearing, holding a box that clearly wasn't the one he was looking for. "Has anyone seen the box with the router cables?" his father asked, shaking the box with more resignation than hope. "It must be under the one labeled dishes," his mother replied without turning around. "And please, don't open it like last time. I'm still finding pieces of a cup in the bags." A brief silence followed, accompanied by the not-so-subtle sound of tape being ripped off. Reiji watched the scene from the doorway, leaning slightly against the door frame. He was wearing his jacket, his backpack slung over one shoulder, and an expression that made it quite clear he'd already done enough for today. "Are you heading out now?" his mother asked, finally noticing his presence, still struggling with the curtain. "I'm going for a walk," Reiji replied calmly. "I want to get my bearings a bit. I've already got my room ready. Just like Himiko's, the bathrooms, and I've unloaded everything from the car." He paused briefly before adding, with barely concealed nonchalance, "I think I got more done than the rest of you." His father let out a low chuckle from the hallway, though he didn't appear. "That sounds more like an excuse than a reason." "It works just the same." His mother sighed, finally managing to secure one end of the curtain, which remained slightly crooked. "Don't go too far. We don't know the area well yet." "Okay." The answer was automatic. Before Reiji could take another step, a voice called out to him. "Reiji." Himiko's voice was firm enough to stop him before he crossed the threshold. She was leaning against the dining room doorframe, arms crossed and her brow slightly furrowed. Reiji turned his head slightly. "Yes." She took a step forward, without looking away. "I'm coming with you." It wasn't a suggestion. Nor was it a request. Reiji looked at her for a second. Then he shook his head slightly. "No." Himiko narrowed her eyes, trying to intimidate Reiji in some way. "What do you mean, no?" "I mean no," Reiji repeated in the same tone. "You were going to stay and study, weren't you? UA is just around the corner." She clicked her tongue, annoyed. "I said that because it's noisy, not because I want to stay cooped up." Reiji adjusted his backpack on his shoulder. "Then you have two reasons to stay. Studying and helping with the move." He nodded vaguely toward the living room. "The house isn't going to clean itself." Himiko looked at him silently for a moment, as if deciding whether or not to argue. "I already helped." "You moved one box." "There were two." "1.5, Reiji corrected without changing his expression. "I did the rest." Himiko's gaze hardened slightly, not out of actual anger, but because of the clear sense that her brother wasn't indulging her as he usually did. "Then let me go out with you now that you've done everything." Reiji shook his head again. "I got your room ready," he said, keeping his cool. "The least you can do is use it for what you said you were going to do." She pressed her lips together. It was unusual for Reiji not to indulge her whim, and even more unusual for her to be unable to find a way to make him give in. From the back of the room, her mother intervened without stopping her work on the curtain, though she was clearly listening to everything. "Himiko, your brother is right. You're not allowed to go out," her mother insisted, somewhat annoyed by her eldest daughter's lack of help. "If you want to go to UA, you can't just study whenever it suits you." Himiko barely turned her head toward her, uncomfortable. "But it's not like I can't go out for a little while. And it's not like the house is going to clean itself," her father added from the hallway, finally appearing with the router cable still tangled in his hand. "I'm struggling with this, your mother with the curtains. And you want to go out for a walk." Himiko looked away, clicking her tongue again. "They always let Reiji go." Reiji didn't answer. Her mother let out a soft sigh, this time actually turning toward her. "It's not the same," she said more gently. "Reiji has already finished what he had to do. He even cleaned your room, even though I told him not to. You haven't helped yet, and you haven't studied either. When you do at least one of those things, you can go with him." Himiko remained silent, she knew that insisting further wouldn't change the outcome. Reiji took advantage of that moment. I'll be back in a bit. Himiko barely looked up, following him with her eyes as Reiji opened the door. The door closed softly. The silence lasted barely a second. Then, her father unplugged the cable, along with the internet. Well, since you're not leaving, do you want to try figuring this out? Himiko looked at him. Then she looked at the boxes. And finally, she let her arms drop with a sigh. Just because Reiji isn't here. Her mother smiled slightly. Chapter 19, Musutafu, 2. The sky in Musutafu was clearer. Or at least, that's how it seemed to Reiji as he sat on a bench tucked away in the central park, right where the trees were beginning to shed their leaves. A faint fluttering tore through the air to his right, barely perceptible. He didn't need to turn around to know who had sat down beside him. Nice view, Hawks said, stretching his legs as if he were just another civilian. Reiji didn't answer. He just tilted his head slightly. Have you settled in yet? The move was quick, even for you. I don't have many material possessions to get attached to, Reiji replied. Besides, my quirk helped a lot, it's only natural to finish early. Natural? Hawks repeated, amused. Then he lowered his voice. There's nothing natural about what we do, kid. There was a brief silence, broken by the crunch of leaves under the feet of a girl running past them. Regarding your mission, Hawks continued, without looking at him. Eraser filed his report. He noticed your presence at the scene. Although he didn't provide many specifics about your quirk, and the physical description he gave was very different, so they're following a false lead. Which speaks even better of your work. I'd read things about Eraser, but he seemed like quite a different person from what I knew, Reiji said, mulling over a few things in his mind above all, his precision and stealth. I know. He's a curious guy, to say the least. He was a student at UA, but until recently he was involved in a case regarding Narahata. Reiji barely turned toward him. You didn't call me in just to welcome me and tell me I'm off the hook for the investigation. What's new? Hawks chuckled. No, I called you here because the job isn't finished. He pulled a small device from the inside pocket of his jacket and placed it on the bench. An image appeared on the screen, a blurred face, a white mask, dark glasses, hair slicked back. The image was shaky, as if it had been captured from a distance. That's the leader of the network you were investigating. No one knows his real name, but he moves freely through the districts. We had a lead on him near District 4. But he vanished. He hasn't been seen since you dismantled his main operation, but I'm almost certain that's not the only one. Reiji studied the face for a moment. And I have to track him down again. A long sigh accompanied his words. Not just that. Hawks lowered his voice even further. We want you to find him, get close to him, and if possible, take him out without him going to prison. He's a complex guy, and having him behind bars could be more dangerous than anything else. Reiji nodded, he knew things had just gotten complicated. You have some leeway. Use the move to a new city to your advantage. I'll get you a list of names. They're all connected to the illegal quirk trade. It's likely this guy isn't working alone. I already know that. He sighed a little, trying to think about his first independent mission. Hawks was helping him, of course, but he was just passing through here and would eventually have to return to Tokyo. Take a break, explore the city, and get your bearings. You have some freedom of movement, as long as you complete the mission. Take advantage of it. Just keep in mind that information might come instantly or over time. Don't get desperate. I understand. And without another word, he walked away down the park path. Hawks didn't follow him. He just watched him go, with an expression that was a mix of pride and concern. Musutafu was different from Tokyo. The difference between a big city and a smaller one was striking. The streets were cleaner, the buildings more orderly, and the heroes, more efficient. Here, both crime and justice seemed to operate with an almost corporate logic. A civilized city. Even for the villains. Unlike the operation a few days ago, organized crime wasn't very common in Musadafu. Reiji was walking alone through a disused industrial area, partially converted into technical centers and school laboratories. It was close to his home and seemed like an interesting diversion to avoid having to help with the move when he got there. From the shadow of a lamp post, he watched the cars pass by calmly. He was already thinking about going to buy something to eat when a sound caught his attention. Boom! A sudden explosion forced him to turn. White smoke rose from a building a few blocks away, accompanied by screams, sparks, and the metallic sound of falling objects. It wasn't serious, but it wasn't a normal scene either. Reiji reacted instinctively. He approached the scene, slipping through some open gates and alleys littered with trash. Judging by the sound, it wasn't a crime or anything like that, rather, an explosion for some other reason. He peeked out cautiously, observing what had happened. A small workshop engulfed in controlled flames. Several students were coming out with fire extinguishers, some coughing, others laughing. And in the center of it all, as if nothing had happened, a slender girl with tousled pink hair, huge soot-covered glasses, and a dangerous smile. Reiji stopped dead in his tracks. With the move, he had rememorized all the names he'd jotted down in his notebook years ago. His memory held a fresh recollection of those people. It can't be. Is that? He recognized her immediately. Mei Hatsum. There was no mistaking that pink mane that always made an appearance with a huge explosion. The chaotic mind of the support department, famous for creating teams as brilliant as they were unstable. Though of course, she hadn't quite reached that level of quality yet. Is she already creating things that explode in high school? He watched her closely. She was excited, rummaging through charred pieces, talking to herself as if she'd already figured it all out. Yes, yes, yes. It worked way too well, she shouted, pulling out a piece with torn gloves. The thrust was perfect, it went through the roof. I need to adjust the ignition angle. Reiji couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. He jumped out of his hiding spot and approached with firm steps. You're playing with fire, literally, he muttered. Before, he'd kept his distance from the main characters, mostly because there weren't many notable characters in Tokyo. But what was the point now? She looked up, showing no fear. Ooh! Another curious onlooker? Do you also get excited about high-density propulsion systems? Reiji looked at her. Her words were a bit different from what he'd expected. More than anything, it was her almost complete lack of concern for the safety of the other students who'd had to evacuate the building. The flames were already dying down when some authorities arrived on the scene. The explosion just caught my attention. Do you always test your inventions with people nearby? Of course not, she replied, as if that were obvious. Today was an unauthorized spontaneous test, which means it worked, though not legally. Reiji crossed his arms, barely smiling to himself. What if it blows up in your face next time? Then I'll improve the design. Nothing moves forward without failures. Ask Edison. Or ask me. Or this poor fuse. She held out her hand, completely covered in soot. Mei Hatsum, future genius of professional support. And you? Seeing the authorities approaching, Reiji decided his time at the scene was over. I'm Reiji Toga. Just a guy who just moved here. He turned to leave. But before disappearing into the district's alleys, he said in a low voice. Be careful what you create, genius. Not everything brilliant is harmless. Mei stared in the direction he'd vanished. Hey! That was poetic and mysterious at the same time. I like it. And Reiji, walking away, thought. Musadafu. I'm starting to understand why the story takes place here. As he walked away from the spot, his phone began to vibrate in his pocket. His mind flashed back to the image of Himiko, probably complaining about something, but upon seeing the unknown number, his expression turned serious. Hello. Your first mission in the new territory. Instructions are in the mailbox on number street. Finish the job today. Reiji hung up the phone and headed to the location. He had never been to the city before, but he had studied landmarks beforehand, so he found his way there naturally. Reiji walked down a narrow alley, behind an old sewing factory converted into a mechanic's shop. The guy he was looking for had no official name. They called him Kumo, a small-time dealer with connections to those who distributed quirk destabilizers. According to the latest report, someone like Kumo should at least have information on the most recent batches. The advantage of operating outside the law was that you could immediately pinpoint his location and extract information from him no matter the cost. He found him where he expected, an old tool shed covered in graffiti and reeking of rancid oil. Kumo was examining a box of metal tubes with fluorescent valves. He had a minor quirk, one that allowed him to create dense fog within a short radius. Nothing threatening, but he couldn't be trusted. It was all too common for these kinds of thugs to carry firearms. Are you expecting a visitor? Reiji asked from the shadows. Kumo spun around, startled. He barely had time to grab his gun. A whip of blood disarmed him on the spot and shoved him against the wall with controlled force. What the hell? He growled, dazed. Reiji didn't answer. He walked toward Kumo, his eyes hidden behind the opaque reflection of his contact lenses. From his palm, a curved blade of blood dripped slowly. I have just one question, he said. Where are they storing the new batches? Kumo tried to activate his quirk. A thin mist began to cover the area. Reiji didn't flinch. I'm not Eraserhead, he warned, but I don't need to nullify your quirk to break your legs. He pressed the blade against his collarbone. Speak. The man hesitated for a few seconds. Then he spat to the side. All I know is that they moved to the Western District. A warehouse for electronic parts. No one knows who the boss is. They just refer to him as Hunter. No one has seen him. No one wants to. Reiji frowned. Hunter. The nickname wasn't new. It appeared in some dark web posts. But this was the first time he'd heard it linked directly to the destabilizers. Did you know him? Kumo shook his head quickly. I just deliver. I don't even collect the money. I just leave it in sealed boxes. There's another guy, one who always shows up in a white suit. They call him Whistle. That guy must know more. Reiji released the pressure. The blood whip retracted. If you lied to me, I'll be back. And you won't be able to use that fog to hide even your own sweat. Kumo swallowed. Reiji disappeared down the alley, his silhouette fading into the darkness. It wasn't much, but it was something. A name. An alias. Hunter. And a new target on the list. Whistle. He would report this to the commission and wait for his next mission. He had a feeling it wouldn't be soon. Chapter 20, Musutafu, 3. The air was colder than usual that morning. Musutafu had that kind of deceptive weather, where the sun was out but didn't provide much warmth. Reiji had already adjusted after weeks in the city. His body didn't react the same way as everyone else's. His regeneration system corrected minor imbalances, keeping him stable without any visible effort. Beside him, Himiko was the complete opposite. She walked wrapped in layers. Two coats layered over each other, a thick scarf covering half her face, and gloves that were clearly not her size. The sleeves were too long for her, the collar was too big, but even so, she didn't seem uncomfortable. Reiji walked with his hands in his pockets, in short sleeves, looking completely out of place by comparison. Are you sure you don't want to come with me? Himiko asked after a few seconds of silence, turning her face slightly toward Reiji. Her smile had that tense edge that appeared when she tried to hide her nerves. You could go unnoticed. Like one of those annoying assistants who just stand there watching from afar. Reiji let out a brief laugh, more air than sound. I don't want to get kicked out before I even get in. Besides, you're the one taking the exam, not me. Himiko pursed her lips in a slight gesture, not pressing the issue. She knew he was right. It wasn't a day for distractions. Not for her. The walk continued in silence for a couple more blocks, until the UA building began to loom on the horizon. Even from a distance, the complex stood out for its size. I can't believe we got here so fast. Himiko murmured, staring straight ahead without blinking much. Ever since we moved. Everything's been so rushed. Training, studying. And now this. Reiji watched her out of the corner of his eye. If it's because you want to be near me. He finally said, without changing his tone. You should think twice before walking through those doors. The idea isn't for you to revolve around me. Himiko stopped dead in her tracks. She turned completely toward Reiji, looking up to meet his gaze head-on. I'm here because I want to be. Because I chose to be here. Because I want to prove I can do this on my own. Reiji held her gaze for a few more seconds, reading beyond the words. He wasn't trying to convince her. Just to be sure. Then do it right. When they resumed walking, they were close enough for the stream of applicants to become evident. Groups of students, some nervous, others confident, all heading toward the same spot. The entrance to UA loomed before them, clear, direct, without the need for exaggeration. Himiko slowed down. Reiji stopped with her. And you? She asked without looking directly at him. What are you going to do in the meantime? Reiji looked away toward a more distant area, where the city resumed its usual rhythm far from the bustle of the exam. Train, he replied. Changing cities doesn't change what I have to do. Himiko nodded slightly. She hadn't expected anything else. She took a step closer. And wrapped her arms around Reiji, giving him a hug. It was direct, firm, her forehead resting against his chest. It took Reiji barely a fraction of a second to react before returning the hug, placing a hand on her back without squeezing too tightly. The difference in height was obvious. Despite being 2 years younger, Reiji was tall enough that the gesture felt natural, without any strain. When they parted, Reiji leaned in slightly and pressed his lips to her forehead. Good luck. Himiko didn't respond right away. She just smiled. See you later. Okay. Himiko turned on her heel without looking back, weaving her way through the crowd of applicants with a more determined stride than before. She didn't disappear immediately. Her figure still stood out enough for him to keep his eyes on her for a few more seconds. Reiji watched her until she disappeared into the crowd. Then he exhaled. He turned on his heel and began walking in the opposite direction. He pulled an earpiece from his pocket and put it in with an automatic motion. Agent 087 here. Initiating tracking. Heading to the location of suspicious activity reported in recent days. The response came almost immediately. Copy that. Proceed with caution. Roger. Before walking away completely, his gaze drifted almost involuntarily toward the side of the academy. A figure had just crossed the gate with an energy that stood out from the rest. Blue hair in constant motion, a light, agile posture, and an open smile that didn't seem forced. Nejire Hato. He recognized her instantly. She was one of the characters who had left the deepest impression on him while reading the work. Perhaps her relentless curiosity and optimism had caught his attention. Or her undeniable beauty compared to the other characters. He held his gaze for a moment, confirming her beauty with what his eyes were processing. Until she seemed to notice she was being watched. Then, without changing his expression, Reiji looked away. Nothing. Reiji's sigh was lost in the empty interior of the building, barely audible amid the faint creaking of charred wood beneath his footsteps. He was in a fast food restaurant that had been closed weeks earlier following a fire in the kitchen. The official report cited a technical failure, a minor oversight that had spiraled out of control. Since then, the building had been abandoned, with the windows boarded up, the main entrance sealed off, and a sign announcing reconstruction scheduled for the following week. But that wasn't the reason he was there. After narrowing down the area of activity for the criminal Reggie was searching for, he had established a certain perimeter. And civilian reports regarding this building had increased recently: nighttime activity, figures entering and exiting through the back. The local police had come to investigate and found nothing. He hoped to find something different, but that wasn't the case. Reggie had slipped in through the back entrance without difficulty, using just enough force to leave no visible marks. He had searched the entire place twice, from the kitchen to the dining area, passing through the bathrooms and the small storage room. Everything was intact in its abandonment. The floor showed no recent signs of foot traffic, the dust accumulated on some surfaces remained undisturbed, and the remains of the fire were still where they should be: warped metal, blackened wood, structures weakened by the heat. His steps took him a few more meters further inside, where light barely managed to filter through the cracks in the boards covering the windows. Fallen shelves, broken tables, chairs piled up haphazardly. Everything fit the scene of a forgotten place. "I'm going around in circles." It was the first time he had nothing to hold onto. His previous investigations always followed a thread, however faint. Not here. The 3 previous locations he had checked in Musutafo were the same. Empty. Nothing. He only had the initial lead of a certain whistle, but he was beginning to think he had probably trusted a criminal too quickly. And that was the worst part. To think he was at a dead end because of his own fault and inexperience. Just as he was thinking of leaving, a faint sound caught his attention. It came from outside the building and sounded like footsteps. Reggie moved toward one of the blind spots in the area, hiding behind a collapsed structure that was still large enough to conceal his silhouette. His clothes were different from what he'd worn when he'd left Himiko. Looser-fitting clothes, neutral colors, dark contact lenses that dulled the natural sparkle in his eyes, and temporary hair dye that broke any immediate resemblance to his usual appearance. The back door opened with a light push, and a boy followed him in. He looked like a teenager. Slim, baggy clothes, a backpack slung over one shoulder. He walked with a relaxed confidence, like someone who had been there before. He didn't look around immediately. He closed the door with his foot and took a few steps forward, setting the backpack on the floor. Reggie watched him in silence. The boy pulled a spray can from one of his backpack's zippers and turned toward a specific wall. Just as he was about to do his thing, the corner of his eye caught sight of Reggie. The boy froze. Shit. His reaction was immediate. He took a step back as if he'd touched something hot. His eyes widened more than necessary, assessing the situation quickly and poorly. "I wasn't doing anything," he blurted out, raising his hands with the spray can still in one of them. "I swear I wasn't going to paint anything. I'm not coming back, I promise." Reggie didn't move. He just stared at the boy and what was happening. There didn't seem to be anything strange beyond the graffiti he'd intended to spray. The boy swallowed hard. "I thought it was abandoned." "I mean, it is, but... you know. I'd been here before and nothing happened," he added nervously, vaguely gesturing toward the spot as if that explained anything. "I didn't know that. That you were watching or something like that, this time." Reggie took a step forward. "Go away," he said in a low voice, as if he were an adult watching a child act on a whim. "And don't come back." The boy nodded repeatedly right away, backing away toward his backpack. Yeah, sure, I won't come back, I swear." He grabbed his backpack quickly, almost tripping over himself in his haste, and went out through the same door he'd come in, pushing it carelessly until it was left ajar. The sharp thud echoed in the empty interior, and then everything fell silent again. Reggie exhaled through his nose, not moving right away. His gaze shifted calmly toward the nearest wall. And his expression changed just a moment later. The walls are clean. The detail clicked too late. He turned his head quickly, scanning the rest of the room with much closer attention than before. All the surfaces bore the marks of the fire, soot, cracks, areas blackened by the heat. But there wasn't a single line of paint, no dried residue, no overlapping layers, no failed attempts. Nothing. The boy had spoken as if he'd been there before. And yet, there was no trace that he'd ever painted there. Shit. The word came out almost as a whisper. Without wasting any more time, he moved toward the back exit and pushed the door open hard, stepping outside in one continuous motion. The contrast in light hit him for a second, but he didn't slow down. He looked both ways. Nothing. The alley was just as it had been before, dumpsters, a long wall with no immediate visible exits, and the distant noise of the main traffic. There were no receding footsteps. There was no heavy breathing. There was nothing to indicate that someone had just run off. He circled the building at the point where he knew the cameras didn't fully cover the angle, moving toward the back corner from where he could get a better view of the possible escape routes. If the boy had run, he should have been in one of those directions. But he wasn't. Reiji clenched his jaw slightly and continued, extending the search beyond the immediate perimeter. He even stopped a couple of pedestrians passing through the area, asking simple, direct questions. Did you see anyone run out of there? A boy with a backpack? A few seconds ago. No one had noticed anything. After a few minutes of searching, he gave up. Whoever the boy was, he was exactly what he was looking for. Himiko will be out in an hour, I have to be there. Although he wanted to keep investigating, his sister was far more important than whatever was happening. He'd come back tomorrow and bring a can of pepper spray. He didn't know if it would work, but there must have been a reason the boy had pulled out the spray, even when he hadn't noticed Reiji. Well, it's the start of a new week, and last week we reached 75 power stones. Thank you for your support of the story, and as a token of my appreciation, I'm bringing you a double chapter today. I also want to set a power stone goal so I can publish more chapters. So, starting now, for every 70 power stones, you'll get an extra chapter at the beginning of each week, a bit excessive for now, but it's to help me keep up my own pace. Every week I'll update the goal to see if it's too much or too little. Also, if you want access to all the content published so far, you can support the project on Patreon for just $2 USD. p4tre0n.c0m/mrcreator. Anyway, thanks for reading and for your support. I appreciate it with all my heart. Siguiente capítulo. BNHA, I am Reiji Toga, Chapter 25. Chapter 25, Suspect, 2. Chapter 21, Musadafu, 4. Reiji, wake up. The insistent pounding on the door was accompanied by the voice on the other side, repeating itself with the same energy that characterized Himiko when something really mattered to her. It wasn't usual for her to be so persistent. His parents had made it clear from the start that Reiji's room was a space that wasn't to be disturbed without good reason. But this time, she wasn't following that rule. Reiji opened his eyes slowly, not moving right away. It took his mind a second longer than usual to register where he was, but the white ceiling of his room did the rest. He blinked once, then again, feeling a strange heaviness in his body. Fatigue. Something he rarely experienced. It's been too long since I slept. The thought settled clearly as he let out a low exhale. His regeneration was already working on it, he could tell by how the muscle tension was fading on its own. He had returned every night to the burned-out building, trying different routes, different times, different angles. What he had found didn't match what he expected. The place that initially seemed empty, was now full. Graffiti covering the walls, trash piling up in a matter of days, empty bottles, people sleeping inside as if it had always been a makeshift shelter. Everything visible, Everything obvious, everything useless for what he was looking for. Reiji sat up slowly, running a hand over his face. Reiji, I told you to wake up. The door opened before he could answer. Himiko appeared in the doorway, breathing slightly heavily, with a smile that clearly mixed excitement and nervousness. Reiji looked at her for a second before finishing sitting up in bed. What's going on? It's here. Himiko replied immediately, stepping inside without thinking twice. The letter's here. The news snapped him out of his previous state just enough to react. Only a few days had passed since the exam. The response time was fast, he hadn't expected it to be so immediate. Reiji let out a small smile. Go downstairs, he said, planting his feet on the floor. I'll be right there. Himiko nodded, too excited to keep her brother waiting. Hurry up, she finally added, before turning and leaving the room. The door closed. Reiji exhaled, leaning back for a second before sitting up fully. His body responded quickly, as always. The fatigue was already dissipating, replaced by a cleaner, more controlled sensation. He stood up, grabbed the first thing within reach, and got dressed without wasting any time. It took him no more than a couple of movements to be ready. He turned the doorknob and stepped out into the hallway. Morning light streamed in through the open windows, sweeping across the floor toward the dining room. The atmosphere was different. Lighter. More orderly than it had been in the previous days. When he arrived, the scene was clear. The table set. Breakfast served. And the envelope. White. With the UA seal in the center. Himiko was sitting in front of the envelope, completely still, her fingers pressing against the edge as if that were the only thing keeping her in place. Her eyes didn't leave the envelope. Her mother was nearby, watching from the kitchen with a restrained expression. Her father leaned against the doorframe, silent. Reiji sat down without saying a word, picking up a cup of coffee that was already prepared. The warmth helped him focus. She waited. Do you want us to open it with you? Her mother asked gently. No. I can do it, Himiko replied, without looking away. It's just a little scary. If you studied as you said, you have nothing to fear, her father added calmly. Himiko took a deep breath. She broke the seal. The sound was clean, short enough to make the atmosphere tense for another second. She opened the letter carefully, scanning the lines quickly, then more slowly. And she stopped. I got in. Her voice came out low. But firm. I got into UA. The reaction was immediate. Her mother hugged her from behind, holding her tight. Her father smiled proudly, resting a hand on her shoulder. Reiji set the cup down on the table calmly. I didn't expect anything else, he said, holding her gaze. Not just anyone gets into UA. He paused briefly. But you're not just anyone. Himiko smiled, lowering her gaze slightly, visibly calmer. Thank you. Reiji took another sip of coffee. Now we won't see each other as much as before. UA is pretty demanding, and you'll have to study a lot. Finally, I'll have some free time. She looked at him with a mix of annoyance and amusement. Is that a joke? A reality that sounds like a joke, he replied without changing his tone. Perfect for you. Himiko snorted, but ended up laughing. She simply couldn't get angry. She'd been admitted to the country's largest academy, and it would only be the first step toward what she could build alongside her brother. He'd left the house after Himiko. UA's start time was later than Reiji's new school's, but the commute was much longer. The youngest of the Togas was barely getting dressed when Himiko was already leaving the house. She hadn't even had time to finish breakfast before walking out the door. Her last words to her brother were, "Wish me luck." Reiji just gave her a calm wave with his hand. Wish her luck. I can't believe I still don't have a damn clue again. Reiji's thoughts inevitably surfaced as he walked through the streets of Musadafu, which were filling up with students, office workers, and mothers with children. Ever since the burned-out building he had previously investigated was demolished and construction began on a residential area, he hadn't been able to follow up on any leads yet. The commission hadn't reported anything new either. He knew it was normal, but it was still frustrating not to be able to make progress. With his mind wandering, he slipped into the large crowd trying to enter his new school. This time, unlike his old academy, it wasn't under the commission's supervision, so he wouldn't really receive any special treatment. The hallways of his new high school smelled of waxed floors and cheap markers. The walls were lined with colorful posters promoting school clubs, student councils, and events that didn't interest Reiji in the slightest. Clearly, as anywhere, new faces stood out, especially when that person was undeniably handsome. It was inevitable that people would stare at him. His hair had turned a dark blonde, duller than Himiko's but naturally styled in a tousled manner. His gaze revealed sharp eyes with a unique gleam that highlighted his single-colored amber-orange irises, which resembled beautiful flames. He towered over most people, accentuated by an athletic, well-defined physique that the uniform couldn't hide. The results of his training were plain to see, carrying an aura of serenity and respect that drew strong attention. Upon reaching his classroom, he paused for just a second. He took a deep breath, like someone preparing for a performance. He pushed the door open gently. The room was filled with murmurs as the teacher finished writing the schedule on the board. Reiji, still standing by the entrance, kept his gaze fixed on the group of students. One of them, sitting near the window, immediately caught his attention. Dark purple, messy hair. Sleepy eyes, yet alert. Relaxed posture, as if he didn't care much about anything, but in reality, he hadn't stopped observing. Have I seen him somewhere before? The teacher snapped him out of his thoughts. Class, this is Toga, Reiji Toga. He's transferring from Tokyo. Try not to scare him too much, he joked dryly. You can sit next to Shinso, way in the back. Several students turned their heads curiously. The reactions were varied, but typical of what one would expect from a group of 13-year-old preteens with far too much internet for their own good. Reiji sat next to Shinso. He placed his backpack on the back of the chair and took out his notebooks, resting his arms on the desk. And glanced at him out of the corner of his eye. Not knowing where he'd seen him could mean only two things: either he was part of the official BNHA canon, which he ruled out somewhat, or he was part of the investigation and had probably seen him in one of the scenes he'd recently been in, and could help him continue or even close the investigation. Clearly, his obsession with the subject made him quickly believe the second option was the most likely. Shinso, right? Your face looks familiar. Have we crossed paths before? I doubt it, Shinso replied, without looking at him. Reiji raised an eyebrow, further reinforcing his earlier thought. Maybe. Sometimes I dream about people before I meet them. Shinso turned his head slightly, just enough to look at him with a raised eyebrow. Are you one of those weirdos? What do you think? Silence. Shinso watched him for a few more seconds before looking straight ahead again. I don't know who you are, but if you think you're going to win me over with those kinds of weird lines, it's not going to work. Reiji smiled slightly. His second thought was shattered by that sentence. Clearly, he was just a weirdo, and now his first thought was gaining more traction. Better that way, he said, relaxing his back against the chair's backrest. Making people like me isn't my priority. Shinso seemed to accept that answer. He didn't respond, but he didn't look away in annoyance either. The silence between them became comfortable. Even natural. A couple of students were whispering in the row in front, glancing at them out of the corner of their eyes. One of them muttered. What a combo! The new weirdo and the scary one. Shinso heard it, but said nothing. He just snorted. Reiji leaned toward him slightly. If he turned out to be someone from the main story, it was about time he got to know him a little better, and besides, getting to know someone from the city would be good. Do people always say that to you? It depends on the day. Well, today is one of those days. They both fell silent for a moment. Then Shinso, without looking at him, muttered. You're not as annoying as you seem. And you're not as cold as you pretend to be. A slight grimace crossed Shinso's face. A smile? Maybe. Fleeting. The bell rang, and the teacher began handing out books. Here's chapter 21 of this story. Today, I'm not going to promote the other side like some mercenary, instead, I'll remind you that we have Power Stone goals to unlock more chapters. I hope you enjoyed it, and see you in the next chapter. Chapter 22, Investigation, 3. Reiji was sitting on a bench in front of a small shopping area, holding a cold soda in one hand and a paper-wrapped roll in the other. Rain fell steadily over the city, unusual for that time of year. It wasn't a violent storm yet, but it was intense enough to keep the streets emptier than usual and force most people to move quickly between rooftops and umbrellas. The sound of raindrops hitting the damp pavement, the lights reflecting off the wet asphalt, and the steam rising from the manholes gave the place a muted, grey atmosphere. The shops were still open, but there was less foot traffic. Nobody wanted to stay out in the rain longer than necessary. For Reiji, it was perfect. His black-dyed hair was slightly damp, combed forward to cover part of his gaze, while his brown contact lenses erased any recognizable features. Over that, he wore a dark, waterproof jacket thicker than usual, partially open over casual clothes. He blended in perfectly. It would have been great if this kin had some blood on it. His eyes scanned the street again. He wasn't looking at the place. He was looking at a specific spot. Across the avenue, in front of a convenience store lit by white neon lights, two men were talking under the shop's small awning. They stood close enough to hide what they were doing between their bodies, using the rain and the light traffic as natural cover. One of them was holding a small glass vial. There was something wrong about the green liquid inside. Even from that distance, it seemed to vibrate slightly, as if it had its own energy compressed within the container. It seems the information was correct. The commission had given him information about a possible exchange related to the organization he'd been tracking for weeks, just the time and place. He'd had to figure out the rest on his own. He finished the bread without rushing, drank the last sip of soda, and tossed both containers into a nearby metal trash can before standing up casually. His pace didn't change as he crossed the street. The rain pelted his clothes as he made his way through scattered pedestrians and vehicles that kicked up small sprays of water as they passed. As he drew closer, the details of both men became clearer. The older man had white hair, a shrewd smile, and a relaxed posture that stood in stark contrast to what he was handing over. He fiddled with an unlit cigarette between his fingers while gesturing with his hands, explaining something enthusiastically. The younger man received the vial with obvious interest. The younger man's body showed small bony structures protruding irregularly from his back and part of his forehead. They weren't major deformities, but they were enough to notice that his quirk was likely related to his body structure. Reiji narrowed his eyes slightly and activated his quirk internally, redirecting blood flow to specific areas of his brain and ears to amplify his hearing. The effect hit immediately, but not how he expected. Rain hammered every surface around him, interfered with the conversation taking place right before his eyes. The young man raised the vial before his eyes, observing the green liquid with obvious curiosity. The gray-haired man said something quickly and held out a hand, as if trying to explain specific instructions. Then the younger man opened the vial. Reiji quickened his pace just a little. Something felt off. The older man suddenly tensed at his companion's movement. Finally, without warning, the boy raised the vial and swallowed the entire contents in one gulp, as if it were a simple glass of cheap alcohol. The white-haired man reacted too late. "What are you doing, you idiot?" The white-haired man tried to stop the boy, but there was nothing left to do. The vial was empty. Reiji's entire body tensed. From the other man's reaction, he realized that it wasn't meant to be consumed like that. Or perhaps it wasn't meant to be consumed at all. The young man collapsed to his knees and screamed. Convulsions tore through his body almost instantly. His veins began to darken beneath his skin as his muscles swelled grotesquely. The sound of bones shifting beneath wet flesh mingled with the rain and the screams of nearby civilians. His skin tore, his torso swelled, and the bony structures protruding from his body grew violently, spreading like irregular plates that began to cover his arms, back, and neck. His eyes vanished, replaced by a silver iris floating in completely black sockets. People finally snapped out of their shock. After the initial shock, fear set in, and finally panic at the sight of such an unusual scene. Several people dropped their umbrellas to the ground as they backed away screaming. Others tried to record the scene until the creature roared in pain and smashed the store's display window with a single movement. Chaos erupted immediately. Reiji, however, barely turned his gaze toward the gray-haired man who was beginning to slip away into the crowd, taking advantage of the chaos. I can't let him get away. The heroes would likely be able to subdue the creature sooner or later. But losing the shopkeeper meant losing one of the few direct connections he had to the entire investigation. It was as illegal as it was problematic to use his quirk in public, even if it was to help. And in the rain, with cameras, police, and civilians all around, any mistake could end up becoming a disaster for him. He took just one step toward the man when he heard glass shattering again. The creature burst out from inside the store, dragging entire shelves and smashing through part of the main frame before crashing heavily onto the wet street. The bony mass covering its body continued to grow irregularly as muscles and tendons twisted beneath the skin as if trying to forcibly reorganize themselves. There was no control in its movements. The rain pounded constantly against its deformed body, mixing with blood and bone fragments as the monster roared at nothing in particular. Panic had now spread throughout the area. People bumping into one another, cars skidding to a halt on the wet pavement, abandoned umbrellas, crying children. This was way beyond a normal attack now. Reiji didn't move immediately. He assessed the situation quickly. The gray-haired man would escape. But his face was already etched into his memory. Following him now meant completely abandoning all the civilians around him. And then the creature roared again. With a completely uncontrolled movement, it struck a nearby lamp post, splitting it in half with relative ease. Sparks flew in the rain as the entire structure began to collapse directly toward a woman shielding a baby against her chest. She hadn't even seen it fall. Reiji changed direction abruptly. Everything around him seemed to slow down. The damp wind cut through his soaked clothes, and the constant roar of the water drowned out some of the screams around him. He knew full well that intervening went directly against what he needed to do there. He couldn't use his blood quirk in plain sight. Not in front of civilians. Not in front of cameras. Not in a city where his identity had to remain completely clean. But 2 lives were in danger. And he couldn't just let them die. Get down, he shouted as he ran. The woman reacted at the sound of his voice. She looked up just as the lamp post, still spitting sparks in the rain, crashed down right on top of her. She barely managed to duck, shielding the baby against her chest before the impact. Reiji arrived a split second earlier. His body tensed completely as he activated his quirk beneath his wet clothes. Blood surged through his body, hardening beneath his skin like invisible armor. His hands caught the pole just inches from crushing the woman and the child. The impact shot through both his arms up to his shoulders. His boots skidded across the pavement before he steadied himself. He clenched his teeth tightly. He'd lifted heavy weights before. Bars, metal structures, constant training with his regeneration pushing his muscles to their limits. But this was different. The dead weight of the pole, the water pooled on the structure, and the awkward position caused his wrists to creak immediately under the pressure. Regeneration kicked in instantly. Move, he said with difficulty. The woman finally snapped out of it. She crawled backward with the baby in her arms while the pole continued to shake in Reiji's hands. As soon as they were both out of danger, he turned his body and flung the structure to the side of the avenue. The pole crashed onto the pavement, partially crushing it as sparks of electricity exploded in the rain. A sigh escaped his lips. He could feel the muscles in his arms and shoulders rapidly repairing themselves beneath his soaked clothes as the familiar sensation began to grow slowly behind his fangs. His gaze returned to the creature. It seemed to be calming down. Or at least stopping its indiscriminate destruction. I need to get out of here. Although he hadn't openly displayed his quirk, it was still far too strange. A civilian holding up a pole of that size in the rain while surviving an attack from that creature wasn't exactly something easy to ignore. Then there were the cameras. There were always cameras. The rain reduced the risk of people recording, but it was never zero. The problem was that the beast reacted too. Its head turned slowly. The silver iris locked directly onto Reiji. The rain washed away some of the smell of blood. But not completely. The monster roared. And lunged straight at him. Reiji barely had time to brace himself before the impact. He planted both feet against the wet ground and hardened a thick layer of blood beneath the skin of his arms. The first punch struck his forearms with absurd force. The sleeves of his coat exploded instantly. The skin beneath darkened violently from the recoil of the blow as the impact partially drove his feet into the pavement. The creature's physical strength was monstrous. The second blow came immediately. The bone-covered arm struck his torso directly and sent him flying several meters through the rain. Reiji crashed through the window of an electronics store, entangled in broken glass and metal frames. The glass exploded around him as his body bounced violently against the floor inside the store. He felt his ribs crack. Blood rose in his throat. Pain exploded throughout his body. But the mother and the baby were still alive. The creature advanced slowly toward Reiji in the torrential rain, letting out distorted roars as it watched the boy get back up again amid broken glass and blood. One of his contact lenses had been lost in the impact, revealing one of Reiji's orange eyes. Reiji noticed it immediately and kept that side of his face partially covered as he staggered to his feet. His clothes were visibly torn, and various parts of his body seemed to have scrapes that were healing slowly. I have to get out of here. Even after such a blow, his mind continued to function just as before. The fact that he didn't lose his mind over his past life was enough to demonstrate Reiji's mental fortitude in dealing with the pain and stress of the situation. He sat up slowly as he felt the tissues regenerating beneath his skin. Rainwater streamed constantly down his face, mixing with the blood seeping from the corner of his lips. In the distance, sirens began to sound. The heroes were coming. The creature approached slowly this time, clearly guided by the metallic scent that continued to emanate from Reiji even in the midst of the storm. If Reiji wanted to escape, he needed to get rid of the creature. Reiji activated his quirk again with greater force, creating a much thicker layer of hardened blood beneath all his clothes. The intensified scent caused the creature to fix its focus entirely on him once more. It wasn't particularly fast. But it was brutally strong. When it was close enough, Reiji shifted his body slightly to one side, causing the creature to misjudge his movement. He seized the moment to spin and slide past it on the wet pavement. And then he felt the pain. A brutal stab pierced his thigh, rendering any attempt to move futile and leaving him instantly immobilized. When he looked down, a bone had grown from the side of the creature's arm, piercing his leg completely. Reiji clicked his tongue in annoyance and pain as the rain continued to fall on both of them. The creature spun violently toward Reiji, raising its arm covered in bony plates to slam him directly into the ground. The bone embedded in his leg kept him completely immobilized as the pain shot through his entire leg like fire. He barely had time to react to the sudden movement. He clenched his teeth and aggressively activated his quirk internally, accelerating the blood flow throughout his body at the same time. His muscles tensed beneath his wet clothes as the hardened blood reinforced his arms, ribs, and shoulders from beneath the skin. Then, he spread the blood even further across the outer surface of his body, creating a layer of concentrated blood on his arms and shoulders to try to withstand the attack. The side effect came immediately. An unpleasant urge behind his fangs. He had no time to think about it, as the blow landed the very next moment. Reiji's resistance collapsed almost instantly. The impact shattered part of the hardened blood and hurled him violently against the wet pavement. He felt something break inside his body again as blood poured from his mouth, just as it did from the many other wounds inflicted. Even with regeneration, the damage was outpacing his recovery. The creature roared again. The smell of blood was agitating it even more. Shit! The sirens were already too close. Police vehicles began entering the avenue as officers evacuated civilians in the rain. Further back, figures moving between buildings clearly signaled the arrival of heroes. The situation was coming to an end. And that was worse for him. He couldn't stay to explain anything. Not with fake clothes, dyed hair, altered glasses, and a body regenerating after taking blows impossible for a normal student. Just as the creature prepared to pounce on him again, a gunshot rang out amid the storm. The bullet struck the monster's bony plates without causing any real harm. But it did divert its attention. "Leave the boy alone." The police had finally intervened. The creature roared at them as more gunshots began to ring out all along the street. Reiji seized that exact moment, grabbed the bone piercing his leg, and yanked it violently outward using all the strength his quirk could muster. The bone tore through the flesh as warm blood spilled onto the ground and was immediately swept away by the rainwater into the sewers. The beast, drawn by the blood and distracted by the gunfire, fell into a momentary state of confusion. Reiji stood up with excruciating pain shooting through his leg. The torn-out bone had left an irregular hole in his thigh, and although his body's regenerative abilities were already trying to close the damaged tissue, the process was far from instantaneous, especially considering that this wasn't the only wound his body had sustained. Every step sent a searing jolt up to his hip, forcing him to shift his body weight as the rain continued to pour down heavily across the entire avenue. The pain was constant. Not only did walking, breathing, and using his arm burn intensely, but had he not endured far worse in his previous life, he would likely have fainted long ago. He turned toward a side exit of the store just as another shot echoed through the roar of the storm and managed to catch the monster's attention again. At the same time, several heroes landed or rappelled down from nearby buildings, quickly spreading out around the devastated area. It has a super strength quirk and a defensive bone structure. "Keep your distance until we immobilize it," one of the heroes shouted as soon as he assessed the situation. The professionals understood the danger almost instantly. Some managed to notice Reiji, covered in blood and leaning partially against the store's shattered wall, but to the heroes, Reiji was still just another injured civilian. There were more urgent priorities. The creature was still fighting, and the chaos was not yet under control. A female police officer was the first to approach Reiji in the rain, making her way through debris and damaged vehicles. Wait. You're injured." When the woman's hand grabbed his arm, Reiji paused for just a second. The moment their eyes met, the officer tensed immediately. Reiji's frenzied, lifeless gaze drifted involuntarily down to the woman's neck, fixating on the prominent veins there. The extreme use of his quirk had pushed him too far. His mind was fractured by the need to find a source of blood soon and to escape the place. If it weren't for his injuries bringing him back to his senses, he would have attacked someone. "I'm fine," he muttered, looking away with effort. His voice came out rougher than usual as he tried to hide his face. The rain helped quite a bit. The water darkened his clothes, hid some of the bloodstains, and distorted his features beneath the dyed hair that fell plastered against his face. Added to that was the general chaos of the scene. People screaming. Heroes moving about. Patrol cars arriving. Broken glass. Sirens. But even so, the police were still trying to restrain him. "You need medical attention, you can't." Another brutal roar interrupted everything. The creature slammed into a police vehicle as one of the heroes tried to hold it back head-on. The impact sent debris and water flying across the avenue, forcing several officers to retreat. Everyone's attention automatically shifted to the fight. And Reiji took advantage of that exact moment. He slowly pulled his arm free from the officer's grip and continued walking with difficulty through the evacuating crowd, blending in with other injured people and civilians who were also being directed away from the main area. His breathing was still heavy, and the pain in his leg threatened to make him lose his balance at any moment, but he kept a steady pace as he moved forward in the rain. 2 more police officers saw him pass by. One even raised his hand to stop him. But right behind them, a burst of fire lit up the avenue as another hero launched a direct attack on the creature. Chaos once again swallowed up everyone's attention. Reiji then turned onto a side street. And only then did he pick up the pace. His footsteps echoed on the wet pavement as he made his way through narrow alleys crammed with parked bicycles, trash cans, and outdoor pipes typical of Musutafu's oldest commercial districts. He pressed on, unconcerned that he could barely stand as rainwater fell from the rooftops, forming small, dirty cascades that pelted his shoulders. Behind him, he could still hear voices. They were looking for him. Not because they suspected him, but because he was a seriously injured civilian disappearing from a disaster scene. That was still a problem. His leg gave out for a moment as he turned sharply into another alley and had to lean against a damp wall covered in mold and torn down posters. The regeneration was still working, but it was consuming too much energy while keeping the altered blood flow active. And the craving for blood was getting worse. Much worse. Every person who passed by left a scent that was all too clear, even in the rain. Reiji clenched his teeth tightly and kept moving forward until he finally found what he was looking for. A side drainage grate. It wasn't a clean entrance like in the movies. Nor was it a huge, walkable tunnel. It was a narrow structure embedded next to the back wall of a commercial building, partially hidden behind soaked trash bags and damp boxes warped by water. Japan's urban drainage system was designed primarily for rainwater runoff and technical maintenance, not for people to walk through comfortably. Still, it was enough. He crouched down with difficulty and pulled on the rusty metal grate. The metal barely budged at first, jammed by accumulated grime, mud, and debris washed down by years of rain. He had to use real force to pry it loose as the pain in his leg flared up again. Then he heard voices approaching from the main street. Check the alleys. The injured boy couldn't have gone far. Damn. He didn't have time. He finally pushed the grate aside, and a damp, rotten, metallic smell immediately rose from below. Running dirty water. Mold. Rust. Decaying trash. Without a second thought, he climbed down. The fall was much worse than he'd expected. There was no functional staircase, only slippery metal supports embedded in the concrete wall. His injured foot slipped as he tried to brace himself, and he ended up falling straight into the drainage channel. The dirty water came up almost to his knees. The impact drew a sharp gasp from him. The tunnel was narrow, damp, and stifling. There was barely enough room to walk upright. Pipes covered in condensation ran along the walls, and the water carried trash, mud, and urban waste through the central channel. The smell was horrible even for someone accustomed to laboratories and blood. Above, hurried footsteps passed near the hatch. Flashlights partially illuminated the slits. But no one looked down. Reiji remained completely still for several seconds, pressing one hand against the wet wall as he tried to steady his breathing. The smell constantly brought him back to reality, making him forget his thirst for blood just a little. The tunnel wasn't lit by anything, leaving him in complete darkness. He checked one of his pockets and pulled out his phone. When he turned on the screen, he noticed it was cracked in too many places but not enough to stop it from working. It had more than half a battery charge left, so he turned on the flashlight and scanned the tunnel. He now had a way to get around. With any luck, he'd reach a spot close to his home. He clenched his teeth tightly and began hobbling forward through the drainage tunnel, gradually moving away from the noise above ground before anyone decided to really expand the search. This chapter ended up way longer than I expected. I honestly even considered splitting it into multiple chapters. But in the end, I decided not to, since I had already cut the following and final scene. I'll give that particular scene much more focus in the next chapter, so you can fully experience everything Reiji went through. Also, I've been reading the comments, and apparently, my translation hasn't improved that much. So for this chapter, since it's a major turning point, I tried to learn a bit more English to make the translation more faithful to what I originally wrote in Spanish, my native language. Still, I honestly have no idea whether I handled the situation well or not. I don't usually interact with you guys much, but I think this chapter deserves it, so I wanted to ask what you thought about it and whether the translation felt good. Depending on how much better this translation was compared to previous chapters, I'll probably go back and edit every chapter one by one to fix all the pronoun and subject issues, which is basically all of them LMAO. Truthfully, I didn't have many things clear about this chapter until it started raining in my city and suddenly everything clicked in my head. That's why the whole scene happens during the rain. I don't want Reiji's lucky escape to become a recurring thing, but I genuinely couldn't find another way around it. Anyway, thank you very much for taking the time to read this 4,000 word chapter, and especially this small monologue from me. See you in another chapter whenever I have something else to say. Chapter 23, Himiko Toga, 3. The rain hadn't let up since the incident, in fact, it had even picked up, accompanied by a few claps of thunder. It wasn't as if that was much of a problem in a city with Musudafu, aside from the bad luck of anyone who had to go out without an umbrella. Reiji was one of those unlucky ones. Several hours had passed since the disaster in the commercial district, and yet his appearance didn't reflect that. He looked up slightly and saw his doorframe in front of him. He took out his keys and entered the house. His sneakers left small wet marks on the entryway floor as he moved slowly inside the house in complete silence. He felt awful. The smell was the worst part. Not so much the sewage. The rain had helped quite a bit with that on the way back. The real problem was still the blood. He could feel it clinging to his body even after hours of hiding in alleys, drains, and side streets, trying to make sure nobody was following him by cops, heroes, or cameras. The metallic smell was still trapped inside his nose. He could detect every living being around him, no matter how small. The more he tried to ignore it, the worse it got. He closed the door behind him and stood still for just a moment in the entryway. The house was empty. All he could hear was the constant patter of rain against the windows and the faint hum of the refrigerator from the kitchen. A small sense of relief washed over him. He needed a few minutes alone. He went straight up the stairs, dragging one leg slightly as he felt the regeneration continuing to work beneath his skin. The major wounds were already closed, but that didn't mean they were healed. He had to replenish his energy, but he couldn't do that until he consumed some blood, otherwise, his body would reject it. Still, he was much better off than when he fled the battle. He pulled the wet phone out of his pocket and quickly checked the screen. Several messages from Himiko and his mother, though he only checked Himiko's messages. "We'll have an extra activity, I'll stay a little longer. I'm going to be late, the rain delayed us. Don't wait for me for dinner, I'll be home around 10 p.m. Are you home yet? Are you asleep? Why aren't you answering?" He didn't reply. He left his phone on the living room table and went upstairs. He entered the bathroom and turned on the shower almost immediately. The hot water poured over his body as he pressed both hands against the damp wall and slowly lowered his head. The hunger for blood does not disappear. He clenched his teeth tightly. Get a grip. Steam slowly filled the bathroom as the water washed away traces of dirt, dried blood, and mud down the drain. His dyed hair began to lose some of its dark color under the constant hot water, and the skin around his healed wounds remained too sensitive. Then he heard the front door open downstairs. "I'm home." Himiko's voice echoed through the house, accompanied by the wet sound of shoes rushing into the entryway. Reiji closed his eyes for just a second. Shit, he repeated to himself as the sensation suddenly flared up again. He heard movement downstairs for several minutes. Drawers opening. Bags shifting. The sound of the TV turning on. Then something started cooking. The smell reached all the way to the bathroom. Himiko was cooking, something strange even for her. Reiji finished his shower much faster after that. When he stepped out of the bathroom, he still felt that strange sensation too hot, with a dry throat. The hunger was still there. The need, too. He dressed in dark, comfortable clothes, partially hiding the makeshift bandages under the long sleeves before slowly making his way downstairs. The warm atmosphere of the kitchen hit him immediately. Himiko had her back to him as she stood at the stove, wearing comfortable loungewear, her hair still slightly damp from the rain and a huge sweatshirt that clearly belonged to Reiji. The sound of sizzling oil partially filled the silence as she stirred food in a frying pan with complete ease. It looked like a normal scene. And for that very reason, the impulse inside Reiji calmed down just a little, especially as he flatly refused to hurt Himiko in any way. The mere idea was like a bucket of cold water being poured directly over him. Himiko barely turned her head, she sensed his presence just by looking. She had an innate gift for recognizing Reiji. It's about time. I thought you'd drowned in the shower. I wish. Reiji replied with difficulty, slowly approaching the door. She let out a small, nasal laugh before refocusing on the food. Did you eat anything today? He couldn't even utter a word, the scent of blood coming from Reiji overwhelmed everything else. That answer means no. Reiji stood still for a few seconds, he could explain it to Himiko later, but staying home and not satisfying his hunger was an even bigger problem. He made a quick decision. He moved slowly toward the front door, trying to advance without making a sound, something he should have been an expert at, even in his current state. He didn't even make it 3 steps. Where are you going? Himiko's voice stopped him immediately. Reiji barely turned his head. Outside. I'm cooking. Yet. Then sit down. Her tone still sounded casual, but there was something strange behind her words now. As if she sensed there was something else Reiji wasn't telling her, especially with his strange one-word answers. Reiji tried to keep walking, ignoring his sister's order, trying even harder to suppress the urge. Himiko appeared in front of him before he reached the front door, leaning against it with her arms crossed and a clearly suspicious expression. Reiji. What? Reiji was startled, then fear began to wash over him. You're acting weird. No. He took a step back, trying to look away. I've known you since I was born, don't use that excuse on me. Reiji clenched his teeth, trying to stay calm. The problem was that the longer he spent near her, the harder it became to ignore the scent of blood circulating beneath his skin. And he hated that. Himiko narrowed her eyes slightly as she studied him more closely. He was still too pale. His posture remained tense. And even though he'd showered, Himiko could smell the blood just as much as Reiji could. The wounds still hadn't fully healed, which intensified the scent, and Himiko noticed it. Then the TV in the living room, still on but silent, automatically switched to a news summary. On this rainy afternoon in the city of Musudafu, 7 incidents were reported, a low number for the past few weeks, but the impact on the XXX commercial district was the greatest, where they both turned their gaze almost at the same time. Their reasons were very different. Images of the disaster immediately appeared on the screen. The skeletal creature destroying vehicles. Heroes arriving in the pouring rain. Police evacuating civilians. And then, a blurry recording of a boy walking away amid the chaos after escaping the beast. Because of the rain, the camera couldn't focus and the image was fuzzy, yet even so, one could make out a few details. Black hair. Dark clothes. Visible wounds. Blood running down different parts of his body. He didn't even really look like Reiji, he was the average image of most people in Japan. But Himiko stood completely still, staring at the screen. She didn't need anything else. She didn't need to analyze it too much. She just knew. Her eyes moved slowly from the TV to Reiji. "It was you." Himiko's voice sounded more like a statement than a question. She could recognize her brother just by looking at him, and the one on the TV was her brother. Reiji remained silent for a few seconds. And that ended up confirming it completely. Himiko watched him now with much closer attention. Once she knew it was Reiji who had been in the midst of the disaster, everything began to fall into place far too quickly in her mind. The stiff tension in his shoulders, his held breath, the slight tremor in his fingers, that evasive gaze. But there was something else. Something she recognized all too well. "How long have you been feeling this way?" she finally asked, lowering her voice slightly as she slowly moved closer to Reiji. Reiji didn't answer right away. He looked away slightly toward the damp floor of the entryway as he tried to gather his thoughts, but the problem was that he could barely do it anymore. The smell of blood remained trapped in his head, mingling with the heat of the house, Himiko's closeness, and the physical exhaustion that had built up throughout the night. "I didn't want you to know," he admitted at last, his voice much lower than usual. And it wasn't a lie. He had always done everything in his power to hide that part of himself from her. Not because he thought Himiko would reject him. Quite the opposite. He knew perfectly well that she would accept him without hesitation. That was precisely why he wanted to avoid it. Because Himiko never knew when to stop when it came to Reiji, and she didn't have the regenerative abilities that Reiji possessed. Himiko frowned slightly as she closed the distance between them even further. Her eyes swept over Reiji's tired face before slowly drifting down to his trembling hands. "Is it the same for you?" she asked softly. "Does the blood calm you?" Reiji let out a small, restrained sigh before nodding barely. "Not that often," he murmured. "But today, it's been hard." The explanation was brief, but Himiko understood everything immediately. The state he was in, the visible exhaustion in his body, and the simple fact that he'd tried to go out again in that rain made it clear just how desperately he was trying to keep himself under control. "And you were planning to leave like that?" she asked, tilting her head slightly. "Alone?" "I didn't want to involve you." The answer came immediately. Himiko stared at him for a few seconds. Those words clearly struck a nerve. "You always do that," she murmured as she took another step forward. "You try to carry everything on your own even though you clearly can't." Reiji barely opened his mouth to reply, but the scent of blood pulsing beneath Himiko's skin hit his head too hard at that moment. The impulse coursed through his body like a hot, automatic jolt. His fangs ached slightly, and he looked away immediately. That small gesture was enough. "Do you want my blood?" The question hung between them with unsettling naturalness. Reiji closed his eyes for just an instant before slowly shaking his head. "No. A lie." His entire body was screaming the exact opposite. "Reiji." She raised a hand and placed it delicately on the boy's cheek. "Look at me." Looking at her was difficult. Much harder than it should have been. When he finally looked up, he found Himiko watching him with a dangerous mix of concern, affection, and something much deeper. "I don't want to use you like this," Reiji murmured honestly. "You're not something to solve my problems." Himiko took another small step forward until she was practically pressed against Reiji. The rain continued to beat against the living room windows while the smell of food simmering on the stove slowly filled the warm atmosphere of the house. "Then don't think of it that way, you can accept my help." Before Reiji could react, Himiko gently pushed him backward. It wasn't real force, but Reiji's weakened and restrained body gave way easily. His legs bumped against the edge of the sofa. Himiko approached delicately, straddling Reiji's lap. Her hands rested on Reiji's shoulders, and he had to brace himself with his own hands behind him to keep them both from falling. The heat of their bodies was palpable even through their clothes, Reiji was utterly paralyzed as the scent of her blood grew stronger with every passing second. Their breathing was heavy, as were their bodies. Reiji swallowed slowly. Himiko. Don't overthink it. Her voice was much softer now. More intimate. Whispering directly into his ear, pressing her neck right up against Reiji's mouth. The boy's fangs tingled with anticipation, accompanied by a tingling sensation impossible to ignore. You know it doesn't bother me. And that was precisely what unsettled him the most. Ever since they were little, Himiko had always been like this. Too close. Too emotionally dependent on Reiji. But as the two of them grew older, that childish obsession had begun to mix with things much harder to ignore. And Reiji knew it. He could tell by how she constantly sought to touch him, hug him, or stay glued to him even when they were no longer little kids. The problem was that lately Reiji had also started to get too used to it, even though he was fully aware that it wasn't healthy for either of them. Himiko slowly raised a hand to cup his face, forcing him to keep his gaze fixed on her. Trust me. She murmured softly. Just as I trust you. The distance between them vanished almost completely as Himiko pressed herself even closer to his body, allowing Reiji to free his hands and hold Himiko by the waist. The only separation now was the clothing they both wore. The warmth of her breath. The brush of her legs. The gentle pressure of her fingers on his skin. The comforting sensation of her resting against his chest. Hunger, exhaustion, and warmth began to blur together until it became impossible to think clearly. Reiji felt the control he'd been holding onto for hours finally start to break. Himiko. His voice came out hoarse this time. She tilted her head slightly, slowly exposing her neck while continuing to look him straight in the eyes. There was no fear in her expression. Reiji slowly brought his face closer until he felt the warmth of her skin against his lips. The scent hit him full force now, fresh, alive, incredibly intense after so many hours enduring only the aroma of his own blood. His breathing became ragged. And when he finally bit her, the whole world seemed to stop. Warm blood immediately filled his mouth, his fangs draining the elixir with ease. A brutal, addictive clarity coursed through his entire body in a matter of seconds. The pain vanished. The mental exhaustion shattered like glass, and the unbearable pressure inside his head vanished suddenly, replaced by a warm, intense, and dangerously pleasurable sensation that made him tighten his fingers around Himiko's waist. His body reacted before his mind did. His fingers dug into her waist with force, pulling her even closer, as if that would allow more blood to flow. And the taste only made things worse. Because he wanted more. So much more. Himiko's blood was unlike anything he had ever imagined. Sweeter. Cleaner. More intense. Every sip made the urge inside Reiji grow even stronger instead of fading. That was the terrifying part. It wasn't calming him down. He had never tasted human blood before, there was something about it that Reiji clearly couldn't help but get caught up in. His fangs dug even deeper into the girl's neck, while his lips pressed lightly against the area. Himiko let out a small, stifled gasp as she felt Reiji's bite begin to lose its gentleness. Her face flushed a deep red, and far from feeling pain, the realization that Reiji was drinking her blood sent heat through her body. Her fingers unconsciously clung to Reiji's clothes as the heat coursed through her entire body. Reiji barely opened his eyes upon noticing this, and the slightly clouded vision of Himiko finished shattering what little rational control he still had left. Her pupils were completely dilated, and her breathing was as irregular as Reiji's. "See," she murmured. "You don't have to carry this alone." Reiji didn't respond. He just stood there, his mind trying to make sense of the situation again. He was acting almost entirely on instinct now. "Now it's my turn," Himiko said, her face flushed, before sinking her fangs into Reiji's neck. At that moment, Reiji's clarity returned. Shit, this. The heat from the bite shook him more than he expected. His erratic breathing settled, and his lips pulled back slightly from Himiko's neck, as did his fangs. A sibling relationship isn't supposed to be like this. But in his 2 lifetimes, he had never felt real physical desire. He didn't need it, he didn't want it. There were more urgent things than that. However, now with Himiko clinging to him, her face flushed, her body so close, he couldn't ignore what his own body was screaming at him. This isn't right. He closed his eyes tightly, trying to erase everything he shouldn't be feeling. The sensation of Himiko's lips, her rapid breathing against his neck, the pressure of her legs around his waist. I'm a responsible adult. I have to handle this another way. When she pulled away, her face was flushed. Her eyes, slightly misty, didn't hide the racing excitement coursing through her. Reiji forced himself to look at her firmly, even though his heart was pounding just as hard. Himiko, he said in a dry tone, but without harshness. You have to finish cooking. Thanks for the blood, but I'm done. Hey? But. No buts. He sat up and gently pushed her off him. His strength had returned in full, allowing him to lift her even in an awkward position and step off the couch with ease, leaving her seated where they had both been devouring her blood just moments before. Himiko looked confused at what had just happened, and Reiji didn't dare look at that sight, for fear of succumbing to Himiko's desire. Okay, here's the chapter. Technically, yesterday's post was chapter 22, but I messed up the schedule and accidentally posted it 12 hours early. Still, it could have been worse. After reading your comments and noticing the translation had improved, I started polishing the previous chapters using the same method. There are probably still some inconsistencies, even in this chapter, but I'm trying to minimize them. Anyway, I hope you enjoyed the little bit of fanservice. It actually plays an important role in the story. Yes, they're the main couple. That said, I don't want to rush things and I want their relationship to develop in a relatively believable way within a society where incest is more normalized than in our world. I'd appreciate your support with some stones to help me meet the weekly goals and such. See you tomorrow. Descarga la aplicación para una mayor interacción. Puedes chatear conmigo sobre mi experiencia de escritura aparte de la sección de comentarios. Mr. _Poders. The rain had finally stopped in the early hours of the morning. Friday dawned cold, damp, and strangely quiet after the chaos of the previous night. Small drops were still trickling down from the eaves, and the streets of Musutafu remained shrouded in grey shadows beneath the cloudy sky. Inside the toga house, however, the atmosphere was warm. The constant sizzle of cooking oil and the aroma of toasted bread slowly filled the kitchen as the dim light of dawn filtered through the curtains. Reiji had been awake since before 6. After the previous day's episode and his extreme exhaustion, he had fallen asleep a few minutes after the scene. His regeneration had completely stabilized the physical wear and tear he'd been carrying since the mall incident, but now it demanded more organic food. The blood had been fine for his recovery, but blood alone clearly wasn't enough anymore. That's why he was cooking. To fill the gaping hole in his stomach. In front of him, several dishes were already set on the table as he finished frying eggs and arranging toast with almost exaggerated precision. His school uniform was already properly on, covered only by an apron to keep it clean, his hair neat, and his expression relaxed. From the second floor, hurried footsteps could be heard before his mother finally appeared in the kitchen, still finishing up her hair while checking something on her phone. "Did you wake up early again?" she asked as soon as she saw him. "More or less." She looked at the set table and let out a small, tired smile. "You're getting better and better at cooking. You're making me look bad as a mother." Reiji let out a small nasal sigh as she turned off the stove. "I'm just making sure you don't leave the house without eating, it's not healthy for anyone." His father appeared shortly after, adjusting his tie while yawning slightly. Both of them had come home very late the night before. Since moving to Musutafu, their jobs seemed to be taking up more and more of their time. Their promotions had significantly improved the family's financial situation, but they also kept them constantly busy. "Is Himiko still asleep?" her father asked as he took a seat. "Probably." Her mother sighed softly as she began pouring herself some coffee. "That girl is going to end up collapsing if she keeps pushing herself so hard at UA. Let her rest as much as possible, but make sure she doesn't get late." Reiji didn't answer. He just nodded slowly. Breakfast went relatively normally. Short conversations about work, schedules, and minor daily complaints filled the kitchen for several minutes until both parents finally began getting ready to leave. Before leaving, his mother walked over to Reiji and absent-mindedly adjusted the collar of his uniform. "You should sleep more." The comment made Reiji tense his back slightly. "I'm fine. My regeneration heals everything. Remember." She watched him for just a few more seconds before sighing. "But not your mind. You're growing up too fast, and it's not supposed to be like that. I'm your mother, I have to worry." "Thanks." The front door closed shortly after, and the house fell silent once more. A silence that felt much heavier now. Reiji slowly exhaled the air trapped in his lungs as he began clearing some plates from the table. His mind was still racing. Every time he stopped getting distracted, he automatically remembered Himiko's warmth against him the night before, the taste of blood, and the sickening clarity that coursed through his entire body after tasting it. He clenched his jaw slightly. "Don't think about that again." The sound of footsteps coming down the stairs interrupted his thoughts. Himiko slowly appeared from the hallway, still finishing adjusting her UA uniform jacket. Unlike other days, she seemed strangely quiet. Even shy. Her eyes immediately met Reiji's in the kitchen. And the tension returned all at once. She looked away first. "Did Mom and Dad leave already?" "A minute ago." Himiko nodded barely before slowly approaching the table. Her movements were much less natural than usual. Even the way she avoided looking directly at him felt awkward. Reiji pretended not to notice as he set a bowl in front of her. "Are you eating breakfast here or should I pack it for you?" "It's still early." "I'll stay." Himiko's voice came out much lower than usual. Reiji took a seat across from her and began to calmly eat his third bowl. He acted as if everything that had happened yesterday, and everything new that Himiko had learned about him, hadn't happened at all. But Himiko couldn't act the same way. Her eyes kept rising constantly toward Reiji. She kept searching for some kind of reaction. Some sign that would confirm to her that Reiji was also thinking about what had happened. Because she certainly was. So much. She had truly lost control, her mind wanted so many other things, and she felt so close to achieving them that the abrupt end to it all was confusing and, later, very painful. And most importantly, the realization that she probably didn't know her brother as well as she thought. How had he fought a villain of this magnitude and survived? She had read that even professional heroes had been seriously injured after what happened yesterday. Was that what Reiji was like normally? Why had he never told her? That was what hurt her the most, the distance she hadn't known existed between Reiji and her. "How was your first official week at UA?" Reiji finally asked as he checked his phone. The change of subject was so natural it was almost annoying. "Fine." "Your classmates?" "Normal." "Interesting classes?" "Yet." Silence returned immediately afterward. Reiji continued eating his breakfast calmly. Too calmly. Himiko squeezed the spoon slightly between her fingers as she watched him again. "And you?" she finally asked. "How was your day yesterday?" Reiji barely looked up. "Normal." That made Himiko frown slightly. "Normal," she repeated slowly. "Even though you almost ended up dead in the middle of a villain attack." Reiji kept looking at her for a few seconds before tilting his head slightly. "I don't know what you're talking about." Himiko froze, feeling her brow furrow slightly. "Reiji. I wasn't near any attack. I saw you." "You saw a blurry recording." Himiko slowly set the spoon down on the table. "I recognized you immediately." That doesn't mean it was me. Reiji's calm tone began to irritate her more with every word. Because he wasn't denying it nervously. He didn't seem embarrassed or worried. He was simply pretending that nothing had happened. As if she were stupid. So last night didn't happen either, she asked suddenly. Reiji didn't even react. In fact, he looked at Himiko with a raised eyebrow. As if he had no idea what she was talking about. Are you going to pretend I imagined it all? Her voice began to harden slowly. Are you really going to act like it doesn't matter? What's going on here? Before Himiko could finish her outburst, Reiji interrupted her. What are you talking about? Just hearing that, Himiko fell silent instantly. His expression, tone, gestures, gaze, and breathing, everything indicated that Reiji was genuinely asking that in earnest, that nothing had really happened. Not anything he could remember. You? Is that you? This question caught Reiji somewhat off guard, his eye tensed slightly, and he kept his gaze fixed. It was something he'd been wondering since he was born. If he were Reiji, then he wouldn't be tormented by Ethan's memories, but if he were Ethan, then he wouldn't be able to enjoy his new life as Reiji. He didn't doubt his present, but he did doubt who he was and what he was becoming. Yet. I don't think you need to worry. Anyway, Himiko didn't understand the depth of his question and answered casually. Of course I need to worry. The response came out much louder than she expected. Her breathing quickened slightly as she finally looked away in frustration. Yesterday I realized I don't really know you. All those times you'd go out in the morning, in the afternoon, or even at night, I always thought it was for your scholarship, but... Is that really the case? She looked at him again, a look of desperation shining behind her eyes, needing a clear and concise answer from Reiji. Of course it is. You've seen it, haven't you? Himiko, upon hearing the answer, simply clenched her fists, feeling her frustration begin to build. Himiko waited a few more seconds, but it never came. The frustration slowly turned into anger. She jumped up from the table, barely pushing the chair back. I thought you'd at least be honest with me. Reiji barely looked up. Himiko. You don't have to explain anything to me, do you? Her voice sounded much colder now. She grabbed her bag without even finishing breakfast. Himiko. She paused just in front of the door, but when silence fell behind her again, she simply pressed her lips together tightly. Forget it. And she left the house without saying goodbye. The door slammed shut, making her stance clear to Reiji. The silence that followed was unbearably heavy. Reiji remained seated at the table for several more seconds without moving. Himiko's breakfast was still practically untouched. His wasn't finished either. Slowly, he ran a hand through his hair, in an attempt to clear his head, then let out a weary sigh and closed his eyes for just a moment. Am I doing this right? He looked at his phone in an attempt to distract himself. The first thing he saw were messages from Hawks. Man, because of what happened yesterday, take some time off. You haven't been identified anywhere, and your fingerprints were washed away by the rain, but a break wouldn't hurt. Good job finding the dealer. More bad news: he'd been taken off the case, for the very same reason he'd fought with Himiko. Could things get any worse? The faint bluish glow of several lit screens broke the suffocating blackness of the place, casting distorted shadows on walls covered with metal filing cabinets, test tubes, and shelves crammed with old documents. The air smelled of chemicals, rusty metal, and aged paper. It didn't look like a modern laboratory, but rather the hideout of someone who had spent too many years working far from any human supervision. In the midst of that gloom, an elderly man sat at a desk piled high with handwritten notes. His completely white hair fell in disarray around a face hollowed by age and deep dark circles. The lab coat he wore was clean but old, too worn for someone who clearly had access to advanced technology. His long, slender fingers held a notebook as he wrote, with obsessive slowness, every visible detail on the screens in front of him. To his right, a television played over and over the footage of the incident that had occurred in the rain the previous afternoon in Musadafu. A hooded figure stood out in the video. He had stopped a falling billboard with sheer brute force to save a mother and her child, then had taken direct punches from the creature, which possessed brutal strength, and not only had he survived, he walked away through the alleys as if nothing had happened. The image froze with the boy barely turning his face back as he walked away in the torrential rain. His clothes were torn. His wet black hair partially covered his face. And a single bright brown eye reflected briefly before the recording cut off. That boy. The distorted voice emerged from one of the monitors in the room, low, deep, and unnatural. Give me everything you've got. The old man didn't respond immediately. He merely lowered his gaze to the notes scattered across the desk before slowly settling back against the chair's backrest. There are no records. His voice sounded dry and weary. No biometric records match him. There is no viable facial identification. Nor are there clear fingerprints, sufficient biological residue, or movement patterns associated with known heroes. He used urban blind spots and avoided all major surveillance routes after the incident. The police assumed he was a minor vigilante or some civilian accidentally involved. One of the screens automatically switched images, displaying multiple enlarged photographs of the boy from various angles. However, the man continued as he adjusted his glasses. The physical capabilities he displayed far exceed the norm. There are clear signs of advanced regeneration. Visible injuries disappear between consecutive recordings. The monitor remained silent. Subject K01 reacted abnormally, he explained, watching the creature that had caused all the chaos on the screen. The compound was functioning correctly. The evolution began as expected. Muscular adaptation, bone expansion, neural growth, and spontaneous defensive mutation. His eyes narrowed slowly behind his glasses. But the subsequent behavior was incorrect. The screen now showed images of the creature shifting its attention entirely to the hooded figure in the rain. At that stage of evolution, the subject should prioritize basic survival. For that very reason, it attempts to destroy everything around it without knowing what the real threat is. He slowly lowered his hand and looked again at the frozen image of the boy. And yet, it reacted specifically to him. The old man opened another folder, much older than the rest. The documents inside were yellowed, some even stained by the passage of time. Medical diagrams. Partially destroyed photographs. Biological reports. And a single word repeated multiple times. Project Origin. The biological reaction is too similar. He murmured, almost to himself. The creature detected his blood as if it were the stabilizing serum. His fingers tensed slightly over the documents. Exactly as intended by the original project. The old man slowly looked up at the main screen. That's why this doesn't make sense. The screen remained still for several more seconds before the voice emerged again. Your conclusion? The old man slowly leaned back against the chair's backrest. His tired eyes remained fixed on the boy's frozen figure. I don't believe in coincidences of this magnitude. That boy has something that could help us quite a bit in the investigation. The room fell completely silent after that. Only the hum of the monitors continued to fill the dark laboratory. Finally, the distorted voice spoke one last time. He'll show up again. There was a brief pause. He wasn't there by chance. The screen emitted a slight static before continuing. He was investigating the lead that leaked the other day in Tokyo. It must be related. The old man nodded slowly. Then all we can do is wait. The monitor began to fade out slowly. Find him. Darkness swallowed the room once more. The last thing left illuminated was the frozen image of the boy, his face barely turned toward the storm, that single brown eye glowing faintly amid the rain and shadows. Today's chapter is late because I'm finishing up some university assignments and exams, but after this week I'll be free to continue writing and finish translating the remaining chapters. I hope you enjoyed it. If so, some delicious power stones are coming your way. and I'll see you next time. Chapter 25, Suspect, 2. Almost 2 weeks had passed since the incident in the rain. After several days of forced inactivity, Reiji ended up officially requesting to return to the investigation. The excuse he gave was simple: he didn't want to lose his footing on the case. The real reason was that his home no longer felt like a comfortable place. Ever since that night with Himiko, the atmosphere between them had become awkward in a way that was hard to ignore. They hadn't argued again, nor was there any open tension in front of their parents, but that was precisely what made everything worse. Reiji wasn't helping much either. He knew perfectly well that part of the problem was his fault. He had hidden too many things for too long, and yet he remained convinced that he couldn't tell her the whole truth. Not because he distrusted her, but because the less she knew, the less likely she was to get dragged right into all of that. The real problem was that after what happened that night, pretending everything was normal had become much harder for both of them. That's why investigating gave him something concrete to think about. The monster incident ended up having two major consequences in the days that followed. The first was the death of the man who had ingested the experimental compound. According to the medical report leaked internally by the commission to Reiji, the subject's body simply couldn't withstand the forced evolution of his quirk factor. Cell expansion, uncontrolled bone growth, and accelerated muscle adaptation ended up destroying his nervous system just a few hours after the confrontation. That completely changed the direction of the case. Public attention shifted away from the alleged hooded vigilante who appeared during the incident and focused on something far more serious: the existence of an organization attempting to artificially alter and evolve quirks. The discovery shook the police and professional heroes to their core, especially since the compound used bore no resemblance to any known drug on the black market. Reiji, fortunately, was reduced to little more than a rumor within small internet forums and groups obsessed with urban vigilantes. To most people, he was just another idiot with a hero complex who was lucky enough to survive. The second event was far more shocking. Lady Nagant had been arrested. The news exploded across all media outlets just 5 days after the incident. Corruption, abuse of authority, tampering with evidence, illegal covert operations, and multiple homicides. The list of charges seemed endless. It didn't take long for the news to turn it into the biggest hero-related scandal in years. Images of the former heroine being led away in handcuffs, surrounded by heavily armed police, were replayed constantly on television for days on end. The public reacted exactly as expected: fear, distrust, and a widespread sense of insecurity. Lady Nagant was a prominent figure. A woman known precisely for operating from the shadows, yet with a seemingly spotless record. Public trust took a brutal blow. Even within schools, it became a constant topic of conversation. Some argued that heroes were still necessary regardless of isolated cases of corruption. Others began to question just how rotten the hero system really was behind the scenes. The monster incident practically disappeared from the news in less than 24 hours. On the other hand, Reiji didn't sit idly by during that time either. Beyond continuing to act like a relatively normal student attending classes and slowly strengthening his relationship with Shinso almost without realizing it, he devoted most of his nights to piecing together as much information as possible about the case. He reviewed the incident footage multiple times, along with related events and locations where minor reports of strange quirk alterations had surfaced over the past few months. Little by little, he managed to significantly narrow down the search area, establishing connections with various incidents of quirk alterations. He also tried to link those movements to the criminal network dismantled during the operation where he worked alongside Nagant. However, after several days of reviewing reports, names, and financial trails, he ended up partially ruling it out. It didn't fit. The organization involved in arms trafficking and human trafficking operated under a very different logic. Much more rudimentary. More focused on immediate cash and the conventional black market. In contrast, this was an investigation. Reiji knew too much about that to ignore it. Precisely for that reason, he was now out and about looking for a lead on the dealer. After regaining access to the Commission's information and resources, combined with the numerous sketches he'd made relying solely on his memory, he finally managed to find a name. Keijiro Okuda, alias Jiren. He was a petty criminal. He had 3 arrests, all 3 for illegal drug possession. A couple of community service assignments, a few days in jail, and released with relative ease. His criminal record was so meager that he wasn't worth paying attention to in an organization of this kind. Which fit perfectly with the profile Reiji was looking for. Clearly, this organization had only come to light because of the need to test their product on different people, and judging by Jiren's reaction when the boy injected the liquid into him, that meant it wasn't part of the plan to reveal themselves that way. That was exactly why he had gone out that night. The cold winter wind swept through the silent street as Reiji walked slowly with his hands in his pockets. This time, his appearance was different from the one he'd worn during the incident in the rain. His dark red dyed hair fell messily over his forehead, and light blue contact lenses completely changed the initial impression of his face. It wasn't exactly inconspicuous, but in a society where heroes capable of transforming into dragons or people with animal heads existed, that sort of appearance barely drew attention. In front of him, at the end of a quiet side street, the house registered under Jiren's name finally came into view. An old house, somewhat small and quite neglected. The exterior paint was weathered, and part of the front yard had been completely overrun by tall weeds. Some windows were boarded up from the inside, and the rusty mailbox, its flap open, revealed a pile of letters. Reiji observed the place in silence for several seconds before slowly stepping through the outer gate. I'm not going to find much here. The property had been registered under the name of Keijiro Okuda for over 30 years. According to the records, the house originally belonged to his mother before passing to Jiren by inheritance when he was barely 15. Since then, it had never officially changed hands. That was precisely why it was worth checking out. The main lock gave way relatively easily using a small metal tool Reiji kept in his pocket. The interior greeted him with the smell of dampness, dust, and aged wood. It didn't look like a criminal hideout. It looked like the home of someone who had simply stopped living there too long ago. The floor creaked under his footsteps as he slowly made his way through the main room. There was old furniture partially covered with sheets, boxes piled up against some walls, and shelves full of old magazines. Everything was covered in a thick layer of dust. Nothing out of place. Reiji searched room by room with meticulous patience. Kitchen, bathroom, bedrooms, small closets, and scattered documents. He found overdue bills, old newspapers, receipts, and a few old photographs of little significance. He ended up entering the last bedroom in the house while reviewing possible blind spots within the structure once more. The room was practically empty except for an old single bed, a dust-covered desk, and several boxes piled up in a corner. Reiji absent-mindedly opened one of them. Inside he found old newspapers carefully folded. He picked one at random. All Might emerges victorious in an intense battle that destroyed the entire Taidaki forest. His eyes quickly scanned the article as his mind replayed what had happened that day. All Might had faced off against a villain with a dangerous quirk, and that was why the entire forest had been destroyed. And that was why he had disappeared for a while, as if he were recovering from what had happened. The truth was that All Might suddenly disappeared for a relatively long period after an extremely violent battle against All for One. Officially, not many details were ever revealed to the public, but in his previous life, Reiji knew perfectly well the consequences of that battle. All Might's permanent injuries. But if All Might was still active now, then that meant that fight had indeed happened exactly as it did in the original timeline. All for One should also be alive, somewhere. Reiji slowly set the newspaper down on the desk and walked a little further into the room, looking for any other interesting material. Then one of his feet felt a hollow space between the boards. His gaze slowly dropped to the floor just beneath the old desk. He crouched slightly and tapped the wood gently again. Empty. He slowly moved the desk to one side and revealed a small, almost invisible rectangular hatch beneath the accumulated dust. He opened it carefully. A basement. Reiji slowly descended the stairs while turning on the small flashlight on his phone. The place was much larger than he had expected. Several metal tables took up part of the space, and the walls were covered with maps, notes, and photographs pinned up with thumbtacks and adhesive tape. A makeshift operations center. Now it really looked more like a dealer's room. There was less dust here than on the surface, but it was also clear that no one had set foot in this place in quite some time. Reiji moved forward slowly, studying all the information scattered across the walls. Various conflict zones in Musudafo were marked with red circles. Criminal zones. Distribution routes. Police checkpoints. Some names appeared repeated multiple times around the main map. And one of them immediately caught his attention. Hunter. The name was written over one of the city's abandoned industrial sectors, accompanied by several dates from months ago and symbols that Reiji still didn't fully understand. His brow furrowed slightly. Apparently, he was connected after all. He took photos of the entire place. Clearly, he couldn't stay here searching until he found what he was looking for. He grabbed anything remotely useful and stowed it in his backpack. He would analyze and monitor all of that personally on his own. And to think I had no faith. Then he heard a noise. The front door of the house opening upstairs. Reiji immediately turned off his phone's light as his body tensed completely. Seeing the abandoned house and the area, he'd assumed no one would bother him during his break-in. Serious mistake. Footsteps could be heard from the upper floor. The basement was built in such a way that any sound from above would echo like a drum down below. Even though the person was walking slowly and cautiously, Reiji could identify them completely. Clearly, these weren't the homeowner's footsteps. A person doesn't walk like that in their own house. It was someone else who was investigating, just like him. Or simply stealing, which was a much more realistic option. In any case, Reiji stayed still. The footsteps slowly traversed the first floor before stopping right above the basement entrance. Since Reiji had moved the desk, it was clear there was something else in the room. It didn't take long before the door opened again. Reiji moved instantly, hiding among some furniture and boxes in the basement, avoiding the flashlight's beam. When the light shifted to other spots, Reiji's eyes sharpened instantly, and he watched the basement entrance. Eraserhead. Aizawa Shota stood at the basement entrance, his gaze completely fixed on the darkness in front of him. His pronounced dark circles and usual tired expression couldn't hide the fact that he was ready to attack immediately if anything moved wrong down there. Shit. The difference between them was clear. A direct confrontation without any use of his quirk would be catastrophic for Reiji. He was strong, but much of that came from his blood quirk. Without it, Eraser's superior martial arts skills would completely overwhelm him. He would have to proceed with caution. Siguiente capítulo.